Hello. Hi. How are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hello. Hi. We're live. We've got some stuff to do today. All right. Hi, Diagonal. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm doing great. We are doing great, in fact. That's nice. Hi, Cocos. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm already sub, but I will like. It's crazy to think I've known poker for a year. True. Damn, it's insane. Actually, it's actually insane. I want to say when poker is there. Hi, Eliza. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Shadow Clips. Thank you for the 10-month membership. Holy shit. Is there something wrong with your mic? It shouldn't. Wait a minute. No, mic should be fine. Wait a minute, huh? What do you mean? Elaborate. What do you mean something's wrong? Let me check. It's plugged in the way it's supposed to be. Seems normal. Found the perfect duck's horse. I will send it to Discord. Okay. Chat, elaborate. What's wrong with my mic? So Pokemon movie nights are over. What do you mean the movie nights are over? Would you elaborate? I'm confused still. No, it's not a new Sona. It was a picture I got. I think mic is normal. I think it's normal. I would have noticed that. It sounds fine. Okay. Oh no, it cuts off. Does it? Wait a minute. Again? Not again. This can't be. Huh, weird. Does it? Does it cut off? Not again. We had this before. Bullshit. I think I plugged in everything fine. Huh. Well, you say if it cuts off or not. Then I know. Then I know. Well, yesterday we didn't have this. So I don't know. Weird. Sounds fine to me. I don't know. Maybe because I was too loud and it cut off. I don't know. But yeah, would you elaborate, Cocos? What's going on? No, it doesn't. Okay. Would you elaborate, Cocos? What happened? What happened? What's the sat thing? Also, let me check Discord real quick. Speaking of which, my account isn't even connected. I don't know. I think it was a problem with me. That could be. Yeah, I just realized. Wait. My account's properly connected? Right, I can't access even Discord, for example, on my new phone, because, holy. All changed up. Natural, I hate you. Shadow Clips, if I ever find you, you can get it. Natural Bottom. What the fuck? That's a horse name? Okay. Wow, that's interesting. Never knew that existed. Never knew that existed. Was that a choice made by Croc? Croc can't watch movies, so we can't watch movies anymore. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay. I can't even watch movies. Interesting. Bro got banned on Netflix. That is what happened. Exactly. Bro got banned on Netflix. Man. Okay, I got my water ready. We've got a few things I want to look at, for sure. Because for some reason, sound doesn't work. Okay, that's okay. Okay, That's weird. Well, the only thing I can do is play around and figure out why that is. To be fair, I have no idea, because I don't do movie nights via Discord, so I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Anyways, I think we should start. Enough with the yapping. We start with the first. You need to help us. Yeah, I got no idea how this works. I'll be real. I don't use Discord for that. I don't use Discord for that, so I wouldn't know. The only thing you could do is maybe go on Reddit and ask somebody, or I don't know. That's what I do. Reddit. But yeah, I have no idea how to fix that. Because I don't do it like this. Anyways, I think we'll just swap over. Easy. We're here. We're there. Yeah, we start with something that's a bit infuriating. I can already say. We start with something that's already infuriating. If you didn't know, now you will. Crazy, huh? Yeah, I got no idea how Discord works. I'll be real. The only thing you can do is go into settings for that and play around with the settings. Maybe even a fresh install for Discord could help. What do I know? Stuff like that. Oof. Oof. Oh, fuck, dude. Nah. Nah, dude. Hell nah. Oh, not Lil Tay. Lil Tay. Bro, that's crazy. Yes, we start with this. We start with this. If you didn't know, now you do. Lil Tay has made an OF account. We'll just get into it. We'll just get into it. To be fair, I have to say this. The men that pre-ordered her should be on a list. The men who subbed to her OF should be on a list. And the women defending her should be on a list. Anyways, Lil Tay just made an OnlyFans. Maury, we'll jump in. Can't be that terrible, right?
Lil Tay has officially made an OnlyFans account. Lil Tay
You know, also, remember, the pictures she posted were apparently old Instagram photos. You know what that means? People were jumping into this, hoping for lewd photos of Lil Tay, right? And technically received pictures of her being underage. Isn't that weird? That's odd. Also, here's 19 weeks of sobriety today. Let's go! 19 weeks, and thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Wasn't it posted at like 1 a.m., so the content was probably taken while she was still 17. As far as I'm aware, it is already existing material that was already on her Instagram and stuff. Also, what are the chance? Apparently, also she's broke and shit. Like, apparently, like that her mom exploiting her, farming her for money didn't quite work as well, and the money's gone. She had people waiting for her to turn 18 since she was 11. That is insane. Put these motherfuckers on a list.
launched an OnlyFans on her 18th birthday and made over $1 million in just under 3 hours. Am I the only one who...
You are not the only one who finds this weird. Also, 1 million in 3 hours. 1 million in 3 hours. And people hate others for saying that women, some women, not all women, but some women live on easy mode. How much taxes do you think they'll take out of her from the 1 million? I don't know. How much taxes do you pay? Like half? I don't know. What do I know? 30%? To be fair, they should take 70. To be fair. Reminds me of the countdowns people made for Millie Bobby Brown and Billie Eilish to turn 18, bro. That's so weird. That's so weird.
finds this extremely weird, and this is attached to a photo on Twitter that somebody posted of Lil Tay's bio on OF saying, "Freshly 18, please don't tell my mom. My 18th birthday exclusive shot at 12:01 a.m. on her birthday. Only available for 24 hours. Come see me in my birthday suit." Replying to all DMs. And all I gotta say, bro, is that this is just incredibly sad and very
Sad does not even describe it. Where have we fallen? What has happened? What is this? Men! We gotta up our game. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the? I mean, we live in a society where around every 10th woman under the age of 24 has an OF. So at this point, am I even surprised at this point? In each country, taxes work different, but are supposed to be original. If you make more than once, you pay more percent of it as taxes. I mean, she is in the US, so I don't know how taxes work there. Could ask Frog. I may be a degenerate, but that's disgusting. Once I turn 30, I increase the youngest I'll be with from 21 to 25. It's just... There's two... The disgusting thing is... Well, having an OnlyFans is disgusting. But the really disgusting thing is... She did that the moment she turned 18. And people were essentially pre-ordering her, if you want to use that term. That is the truly disgusting part. Unless you make a big company and can argue with the tax office, probably. But the truly disgusting part is, on her birthday, people were pre-ordering. Crazy.
Disturbing, but I'm not surprised at all. As per Lil Tay herself, she just said, not bad for 3
hours. I wonder what it was after 3 hours. What are the chances how much she made? That's not even exclusively subscriptions. About half of it is messages. Wait, you can't see this. Hold up. 500,000 are through subscriptions. And about 500,000, you still can see, it doesn't matter. About 500,000 were through messages. People were messaging her. That makes it somehow worse. Google said 37% is the highest step in USA taxes. No wonder people love the United States. Yep. Taxes wise, this is pretty nice. Also, there's places where there's no taxes at all, apparently. What the fuck are we doing? What the heck? People paying to message whores? What is this? Go back to the hub if you really need it. Holy fuck, dude.
3 hours. This just literally just happened today. We broke the F out of that OnlyFans record. And attached to the post is her total earnings and just...
This is diabolical. Women never have had it easier for real. We went from not being able to work to being able to post ass and get rich. It is crazy, and people are defending. I think I saw some tweets responding to Lil Tay, right? And she was defending it, and plenty of men and women, in fact, were defending it too. Insane.
Under 3 hours allegedly, which accrued to over $1 million, specifically $1,024,298.09. And to break it down a little further, this is in $500,011 in subscriptions, $26,000 in tips. Tips typically are associated with private DMs and a whole lot of messages, $486,000 worth of messages. Lil Tay also said, if I get to 100,000 subscribers, I'll post something special.
Motherfucker, get this chick out of here. Disgusting. I'm gonna throw up. Holy fuck.
With a little devil smiling emoji and this photo attached with a shirt that says P-Star in training. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you see this very
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Please don't. Please let this all be a prank. Please let this all be for the feds. Bro, nah. Look, we found the problem for some reason. It only doesn't work when you use Google or Chrome to access the movie website. Interesting. Huh. Average Chrome. Actually, Chrome requires you to enter an ID card number, no thanks. If I'm that degenerate, find an IRL person or just use my imagination at this point. Eventually it will be all websites. Men are really weird for real. I recently had to stop talking to a guy I liked because he referred to me as... Huh? Barely legal. Bro, what is he, Bonnie Blue? No! Ooh! Yeah, good that you all get rid of that dude. Thank goodness. In training. Yep, in training. I wonder what that means. Like, barely legal is in a trying to be sexy way, by the way. No. Bro. The thing is, also, this... What this promotes is... To young girls... What this promotes is... I can just... turn 18 and start an OF on the same day. And people will pay me money. Not thinking about the consequences. There is a clip of the Bob House girls saying that they want to have, like, at the end of like all of this, they want to have like a farm and like family and stuff and be like married. The vast majority of men will not take an OnlyFans chick. Nope.
Clearly for yourself. The shirt she has on says P-Star in training. God help us all.
So it's my 18th birthday on July 29th, and every male has been counting down to it and literally telling me to drop the link the second I turn 18.
Dude, people say drop the link and she's like, oh, okay, sure, here is it. Dude, I was just sad because I really liked him, but I had to block because that was insane. Understandable. I wish I still had chats from like when I was actively dating, from some of the women thinking that like they can. Some of the weirder women I had, ones that found out that I was still a virgin. That would make good content probably. I don't have them anymore, but if I did, creepy as shit. Same day, more like 1 second after you turn 18. Yep, it was literally 1 minute after she turned 18. Relationships are so doomed. They are. And remember, guys, once every girl has an OnlyFans, no girl has one. I don't know. At this point, men, escape to Asia. It's over. Someone wants you as soon as you turn 18. They would have had you at 17, but don't want the police after them. Correct.
Girlies, what do you think? Should I do it?
And this video.
And yes, I think she also made a poll. I don't know if he's going to bring that up, but she made a poll. And the majority were saying no, but there was also a big chunk who said yes. Yeah, how is it going? I'm doing good. I got Stella Blade for cheap. Nice. Also good that you're doing well. I'm doing well too. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I don't think that's a man you can build a future with. So I don't think you should be too annoyed by it, Eliza. I'll be real. It's over. So many girls will try this road to fame. Yep. And they think it works, but it does not. You know who's at fault for this? Also, Twitch thoughts. They are just as much at fault for this. Because it started with them.
Video was just dropped a couple of days ago. I'm pretty sure she got a lot of feedback from a lot of people saying, yeah, probably this isn't the best route to take. Maybe you should wait until you're a little older, or maybe just don't do it at all. But of course, those sweet little freshly made green bills are just too irresistible to not capitalize on. I mean, good God. Looking at the expression she was making right here in this video, I can already see that she already had her eyes on the bag. She already had her mind made up. She knew damn well what she was gonna do right when she turned 18. And the crazy thing is, I'm pretty sure her parents, her brother, her management were all anticipating this. They all knew what she was about to do. They probably even coached her, prepped her for the day that she turned 18 to drop that link. And honestly, this is all just satisfying.
You already know what the f going on. Lil Tay's dropping the youngest link of the century. Mark your calendars tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST. And nobody, including my family, including including the grown-ass haters, is gonna stop me. You know why? Lil Tay rich and finna get richer.
Didn't you say in the video you were broke? I say 44 euros. Nice, awesome. Ooh, that's good, actually. Look at this. Weren't you broke? And I'm gonna say this money's gonna be gone in like a few weeks. This is just temporary. This is just temporary. This is temporary. Absolutely. You know, also a million.
Bitch.
A million for somebody with this attitude. I don't know about that one. People must be blind. Not annoyed, more just disappointed. Well, you can't do much. Then that guy wasn't for you. Very simple. You're still young. You can find better. Absolutely.
Yeah, bro. This is just embarrassing as hell, bro. Is she really still going on with this youngest flexer in the world act that she's been doing since she was 10 years old? Like, honestly, man, this is just, I don't even know what to say. This is a sad as hell situation. You know, I was one of the first people to cover Lil Tay back when she was 10 years old. I mean, good God, time has flown by. But to see where she is now in today's day and age, trying to capitalize off of OF subscriptions, of which she's already made over $1 million from, it's crazy, man. And based off of the content I'm seeing on my timeline right now, people are starting to leak a lot of the photos that she's been posting to her OF page. Obviously, I'm going to be censoring this, but it appears to be way more revealing than anything she's ever posted to the internet.
Never mind. Then this is not Instagram reposts put on OF. Hi, Zach. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Never mind. I'm wrong. I'm completely wrong in this case. Correction. These photos were made when she was 17. It's over. I went to a second-hand market and I happened to find someone selling a physical copy for 45 euros, and I got 10 euros off. Evil laughter. Bro was bright. Bro was like he's on some marketplace trying to lower that. Also, I hate to be the one to say it, but also with this internet girl, there's gonna be newer content from a new 18-year-old very quick. Exactly. That's what I said earlier. Other girls will see that, and they will be like, "Yup, dropping that on my birthday." There will be more. There will be more. I feel like I'm watching the news. Gonna pull out a Keemstar intro.
Before. Obviously, for TOS, everything has to be censored, but the type of material that I'm seeing right now, a lot of gooners out there are going to be, I suppose, they're going to be going crazy. Honestly, nowadays, the standards are so low that we should have seen this coming from a mile away. We already understand the female creator to OF pipeline is so common that it shouldn't be unexpected. And I'm not saying that males or men don't do it as well, but I just haven't seen it personally.
Men don't. There's two versions of men that do it. There's two versions. Controversial content creator, male content creators that do it. Seen it a couple of times. Or gay men who do it. Straight up. The amount of male OF creators is... I don't know. It might maybe be 3%. I'd give it. That's my estimate. It's probably going to be lower. And I would also assume that a lot of those are not straight. Because I'll be real. You won't be getting much. You won't be getting much. There's pipelines. There's multiple pipelines. There's just the general female content creator pipeline into OF. It's also popular for ASMR content creators, which I've noticed. Like, you could just go on TikTok or on YouTube, look at the social media of some ASMR woman, and it's just porn all over the place. Eventually. There is a link. Either Fansly or OF, it doesn't matter. VTubers is a popular one. VTubers is a very popular one. Absolutely. That's a good one. I feel like every second female VTuber has one at this point. And it's incredibly mid, by the way. Crazy. That's the way. And then somehow we now got kid content creators once they turn adult. Interesting. Oh no, not me. I'm not into this stuff. So remembering the viral gentle minions on TikTok, and now we got chicken jockey madness. This is probably the same. I don't know. There's that OF girl on TikTok who has had freshly 18 in her bio for like 4 years because it's good. It's a good way to get subs because some men are pervs. Yep. It is. It is. People always say VTuber, the gremlin Chibidoki. Yeah, Chibidoki not so much. But there's plenty. There's plenty. And I'm blocked by many. On purpose though. I don't want to see your shit and you don't want to see mine, so what's the point? There's way too many. I mean, what have we had? At this point, I mean, they're also sexualizing animals and doing the OF. Without the animals, obviously, but regardless.
Myself, it's always, tends to be women. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just saying. I'm sure there are some men out there.
You are not offending anybody. It is almost exclusively women. Men don't do that. You will never see a Kai Cenat open up a OnlyFans. You will not see a whatever. Like, out of the top 100 male content creators, I can almost guarantee you not a single one has an OF. While out of the top 100 female creators, you will probably find women with OFs.
Who were established YouTubers or creators out there who got popping and capitalized off of their name and started posting nude photos to OF. I'm not saying it's not a thing. I just personally have not seen it. And the fact that Lil Tay has gone down this route, I mean, is anybody shocked? I mean, for Christ's sake, wasn't it just like not too long ago where she literally faked her own death?
It is with a heavy heart that we share the devastating news of our beloved Lil Tay's sudden and tragic passing.
This will end in one thing and one thing only. You know what this will end in? A dead woman in her 30s from drug overdose or sewer slide. One of the two. By the way, what do you think on Lil Tay? How beautiful from 1 to 10? The point is I can't separate her looks from her personality anymore, so she's straight up just a 0. A 1. I give her a 1. Can't give her a 0, so I give her a 1. Markiplier. Is there even actual stuff on Markiplier's OF? Like actual loot shit? Like, is his cock out there in this in close vicinity? I don't know. But hi Dinosaur, how are you doing? I'd like to get offended, but it's true because it is. It just is true. It's unfortunate, but it's true.
So it's not surprising to me that somebody, whether it was her parents or her brother, or her management or whatever, told her to fake her death, literally posted her up in the hospital. That story was wild. I really, that whole situation was still incredibly convoluted to me, even to this day. But clearly they capitalized on that situation, whether she was really sick or not, to act like she was dying. Clearly she was alive and well, she recovered. And now somebody who was willing to kind of capitalize on them possibly dying, created an OF to capitalize off of all the horny ass gooners out.
Wait, they were capitalizing on her death too? Ain't no way, bro. What the fuck are we doing? Top of the morning to y'all ladies. She's got great skin, to be honest. I don't know much about skin. From 1 to 10, I'd say -20. Bro, shots fired. Based.
Out there who will willingly give her money to see things that they should not be wanting to see from Lil Tay is just not surprising at all. Like, not only is this sad as hell because she was likely influenced and pushed into this path by those who were in control of her public persona since she was a little kid, but now you got all these people leaking images of which will never be able to be taken down. Like, it's pretty much.
Yep. And there were delusional women on that Forever podcast saying, oh, you could just take it down. You could just file a DMCA and it's gone. Well, somebody will have saved it on their hard drive and just re-upload it over and over again. That doesn't matter. That doesn't stop anybody. That is out there now. That is out there. That will never disappear. Anybody? I think Piper Roquel has the same issue, though the exploitation is even much worse than it is for Lil Tay. In fact, I think that there should be a lot more outcry for what is happening to Piper instead of Lil Tay. I'll be real.
GG's from this point. And maybe making millions is worth it. Maybe she doesn't give a fuck. Maybe this was the plan all along. Get famous, grow up, and drop a link to make millions. A strange post I just found on Twitter saying, called out Jason Tian, which is Lil Tay's older brother and manager. And now he's manufacturing beef between him and Tay to make it seem like he's against the OF, but he's definitely getting a cut. Like, genuinely speaking.
The own brother. Your own brother. Your own brother is supposed to protect you. That is supposed to be the role of your brother. Instead, he pimps her out. That is crazy. That is insane, dude. Trust me, nothing is ever gone. Imagine you marry this woman or you get together with her and then suddenly, for some odd reason, you just get DMs of her nudes on OF. Even worse if it's with another man. Yikes.
That guy, we've seen him in past videos before. He's definitely going to be getting a percentage out of Lil Tay's OnlyFans percentage revenue. She also said he's trying to act like he's against this whole thing when he's likely the mastermind behind it, right? And now a whole bunch of people on Instagram are DMing him saying, LLLL, feel bad for you, LLL. And then I suppose Lil Tay in her own little private Instagram community said, F my brother, he can go suck a fat D, my body, my choice. And he unfollowed me.
My body, I hate this phrase. I hate this phrase. Maybe we have to introduce, maybe we need to stop this. Maybe we need to get rid of that phrase. No more. My body, my choice to a reasonable degree is what I'm advocating for. If you're being retarded, it's no longer your choice. I'm stepping in. Especially with there being approximately 8 billion people in the world, the odds of someone having those files are astronomically high. Absolutely. Absolutely. Somebody will save it. Somebody will. And somebody already has. Like, these photos are all saved now. Poor girl, why even join us in the world of the living with no guidance or protection or person with everything to survive? Her mother was already exploiting her for money. And it wouldn't surprise me if her mother or her entire family's behind that already. I think my brothers would punch me if I did this. Could be. Could be. If my daughter ever does... If I ever have a daughter and she does this... I may have had a daughter. Well, what is 18 more years? I can always start again. Make another kid. doing some Mark kind, not Mark, some Omni-Man kind of thing here.
Me laugh my ass off. Who do you think you are? Go spam him with L's. So like, bro, this entire thing is fabricated, it's scripted, and it's manufactured to make millions, and it's working. Like, they're rich as hell now. But understand, guys, this is all fake. One thing that is not fake, though, unless it's like literally AI, it's possible, is the images she's been posting. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let me know your thoughts and opinions down below. What do you think about this whole thing? You know,
fun fact, a lot of these OF videos, a lot of these OF pictures, right, that these women upload, right, they are edited to the brim. They are so edited that you might as well consider them AI at this point. Like, I've heard from some sources that some women edit their videos, edit their photos and stuff for hours and then publicly release them. It's crazy how words poke up, but I agree. Something tells me you have watched Invincible at some point. Yeah, nah, not really, but I know the clips. I know the clips. I know the memes. I'm omning it. Just raise your daughter properly. Yeah, but sometimes even that is not enough. Sometimes even that is not enough when people start, when social media starts influencing them and people outside, right? The greatest influence, as of now, what I think influences how your child will turn out is actually not the parents anymore. It's, school. It's the school environment. I don't know if the editing makes it better or worse, to be honest. I think worse. Because not only are you rotting men's brains with corn, you're also rotting them with a body that the average woman just doesn't have, that no woman has. So it's probably worse.
You already know my thoughts. I'm kind of numb to all this. I've been doing this for so long that none of this surprises or shocks me. But let me know your thoughts. Do you think she's free to do whatever she wants with her fame? Like she said, my body, my choice. Or do you disavow this? Do you think she's going too far? I mean, the fact that she made over $1 million in just under apparently 3 hours is insanity to me. But again, hey, this is the day and age we live in. Anyway, thoughts, opinions down below. You already know what to do. And yeah, new video tomorrow.
Here are my thoughts. This is gross. This should not happen. This will not be the last time this happens. And this will get worse. This will get worse. And I think, again, I'm putting on my tinfoil hat. I will put my tinfoil hat on. The more degenerate society becomes, the more likely is it that they will drop the age of consent. That is a scary thought. That the more I look at this shit happening around us, the more there is a chance that will happen. Because when nudity and degeneracy is fully, I mean, it is already close to being fully normalized, but when it's actually fully normalized, who says that some degenerates in the future might not have the idea of all it takes is a few degenerates in your government to drop the age of consent. Because when everyone is a degenerate, it doesn't matter. That's how I see it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. If the girl doesn't spend an hour at the mirror, she spent it editing the Photoshop at the PC. That's what a lot of those do, yeah? Which is, like, weird. Imagine you're editing your own nudes. You look at them, you're changing up how you look. Ugh. Mandy, we forgot corn is free. Why pay OF for the average shit? How do I put this? The thing is that this works through parasocialism, right? Men pay for it because it's a female content creator that they watch, so they do that and lure them in, and then they pay for it. Most of these OF girls, they already have a platform somewhere else. And that influx just comes from the other website to OF. So it's mostly just built on parasocialism. 16 is already insanely low age of consent. But yeah, I mean more so that right now, we don't have 16-year-olds making adult movies. That doesn't happen right now, legally, at least in Europe and the United States. Legally. But all it takes is a few degenerates in the government to lower that, so you will see underage people make adult films. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. And you know why that would work? Because eventually, the people that are against it, since it's normalized, will eventually die out. I mean, with all due respect, Poke, unfortunately, some parts of America has the age of consent at 16. I mean, we have it at 14 here in Germany. So there's that. Sadly, my government is probably going through an Islamic revolution, so the age of consent will definitely be lower here soon. Yep, probably. And next is Germany, and then so on and so forth. Well, with those types of degenerates, I would say gun first and ask questions later. The problem is that we that are against this will eventually grow old and die, and the next generation will be a lot more normal about this, and so on and so forth. And then we got it all. What about Japan? I mean, Japan could increase its age of consent a little bit more, thank you. I wouldn't mind. Alright, next one. We'll do this one.
There is a...
We'll do this one. We'll do this one. Alright. We'll do this one next. Because this sounded interesting. And I want to do it. That one is interesting. We're gonna do it. I need to wait for Joe for his video, so we can't do that. It's 16 at this time. Yeah. Maybe should be increased. For certain things. I think for certain things. Anyways, how BlackRock actually owns America and why they're poisoning us. Well, they probably own more than just America. They probably own Europe as well. By Ian Carroll. We'll just jump in and see. I know a few things about BlackRock. Nothing crazy, but I do know that they have a lot of, like, for example, the hands in, like, deforestation in the Amazons and stuff. It's really interesting. Was 13. Okay. Okay. At least they increased it. Let's go.
There is a single company that controls the entire military-industrial complex, the whole food industry, the oil and energy sectors, every plane, train, and most cars in America. They own the water utility companies, the hospitals, and the funeral homes. This one company that controls just about every other company and corporation in the Western world. And today, I'm going to show you with publicly available open source information that's easy to find for yourself who this is and how we know it. We are, of course, talking about the BlackRock conspiracy. It's one of the most widely known and also widely misunderstood conspiracies of our day. So today we're going to unpack the real BlackRock conspiracy. What do we really mean when we say that BlackRock owns everything? I've been doing this research for about 2 years now, and I think it's fine.
If I remember correctly, in I think like the top 100 companies, they own like 40% of shares, I think. And I saw another number with 80%. I don't remember though, but they own a lot.
Finally time to put it all together into one long form video and lay out the whole thing and unpack who really owns the world.
Conspiracy theories are dangerous.
Information is the oxygen of a democracy.
It's so sick we can't talk about it.
So it was about 2 years ago on a Sunday that I was walking through my local supermarket thinking about how I just learned that tampons are full of endocrine disruptors.
First study measured toxic metals in tampons shows arsenic and lead among other contaminants. I wonder if that is the reason why a lot more women nowadays are reporting that they have strong and painful periods. I wonder. Toxins in tampons suggest need for FDA testing, says expert. And here, toxic pesticide levels found in tampons 40 times higher than legal limit for water. That's crazy. And women are shoving these down their sensitive parts. That's awful. That's awful. Huh.
And reprotoxic chemicals. I just started a TikTok account 2 months prior dedicated to researching and learning about how the world works, and I had just done a report on tampons. And it's insane. Somehow it's just accepted medical practice of today.
This is concerning, according to the authors, because chemicals absorbed through the sensitive part directly enter the bloodstream, bypassing the body's detoxification systems. This means even small traces of chemicals in direct contact with the sensitive part could cause health risks. Oh god. Technically shoving them up, not down. Yes, technically, you get the idea.
That once a month for several days, women just stick a chemical soaked sponge into one of the most sensitive mucous membranes on their bodies, right next to their uterus and ovaries and all that. They basically inject themselves with a whole cocktail of chemicals well known to damage reproductive organs and dysregulate hormones and cause cancer. Researchers found glyphosate at 40 times the legal limit for drinking water. They found arsenic, lead, cobalt, mercury, and cadmium, among many other chemicals and heavy.
Yeah, just everything. Just everything. Okay, sure. So I think 21 should be age of consent because at least you've had a few years of adulthood under your belt. No pun intended. Yeah. Yeah, I think it should be certain things you can't do under the age of 21 if we want to do that, because the problem is if we do a general increase, that means not driving cars, technically no drinking, no sleeping around, at least with everyone over the age of 21. That's fine. What else? Not going to the military. Like, the problem is that if you increase it 21, you have to increase it 21 for everything at this point. You might as well.
Metals. My comments on the last video that I had made about the topic were flooded with stories of women saying that when they switched to organic cotton tampons or to Diva cups, their periods became way less painful, way less intense, basically overnight. And then, of course, there was a bunch of free bleeders just getting wild.
The free bleeders. The free bleeders. That's crazy. That is crazy. Huh. That's okay, that's interesting. Never heard of that term, but sure. I guess this could be I should share this information with women in my close proximity. Don't do that. Though then again, I'm European, ours may not have that. Maybe.
In there too. It was total anarchy. But I'm in the grocery store and I have this epiphany that seems really simple to me now. Like, I wonder if there are any organic cotton tampons in this grocery store. So I go to the tampon aisle and I take some photos of the selection available. And little did I know that those tampons, these ones right here, would change my life. Like, no joke, that tampon aisle quite directly led to me going on Joe Rogan and hosting the Candace Owens show and sitting here now talking to you. God works in mysterious ways. Because I discovered what we all already kind of know is that in
most of these products are all owned by the same company, by the same mega branch to another company. What are the chances he's going to say that? What are the chances? Definitely. They're all owned by the same people.
Most grocery stores, there's actually very little choice. Even when it looks like there are so many different brands to choose from, of the whole tampon section in that store, maybe 5% or less of the shelf space was devoted to organic, natural cotton tampons that didn't have poison in them. They were hidden way off in the corner out of sight. That's the blue section way over on the right. The bulk of the aisles was colorful boxes from all the big brands advertising Sport Fit and Freedom Flow and Comfort Care and just all sorts of made-up menstrual buzzwords. Colored here in red, orange, yellow, and pink. But turn the packages around and read the ingredients, and they're all the exact same product. A synthetic plastic-filled Frankencloth with PFAS and bleach and other toxic chemicals laced all throughout.
Yikes. Yikes. Tobacco smoking was raised to 21 in America about 2-ish years ago. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Might have actually been 3 years ago. Still, that's good. That's good. No tampons are really safe, to be honest. All of them put you at a risk of toxic shock syndrome if you forget to change them. Oh. I heard a story of a dude. This is not related, but regardless, of a dude losing his condom inside his woman and then finding the condom later on during bedtime sparring.
Just kidding. You actually can't read the ingredients because
inside her, by the way.
Tampons aren't required to list their ingredients on the box, so trust the science, right? But You have dozens of choices of size and fit and flex and just about anything else except whether
I no longer trust the science. If the science comes from people that push a certain agenda or push an agenda, then I'm no longer trusting. He lost it. Yep. And eventually, during another session, fished it out. I don't know how he did it, but he found his condom again.
or not you want to poison your reproductive organs and disrupt your hormones. That option came in a tiny blue box hidden way up high in one little obscure corner. And if I had to guess, I would think that it probably accounts for less than 1% of the grocery store's tampon sales. I even discovered that one of the brands, Stay Free, which is highlighted here in pink, is owned by Energizer, the battery company. I'm serious. This happened all the way back in 2013.
Why does a battery company own tampons? What the fuck is? How is that possible? Huh? By science, T science. Bro, what is this? Bro, how is that possible? Batteries?
And I'll bet that basically no woman that buys Stay Free knows that she's buying from a battery company. Like, they should make their sizing named after battery sizes if they're going to do that. Like, you can just get your AAAs or your AAs or your super extra heavy flow D battery. I mean, tampons. Anyways, once I looked up who owned all the mega corporations that were selling these tampons, I learned that they're all owned by the same shadowy financial cabal, foreshadowing the first layer of the BlackRock conspiracy theory. And we'll get into the whole thing in just a minute. And yes, for all the finance bros out there, don't worry. We know about beneficial ownership and what fund managers do. That is a part of this story. And for everyone jumping out of their chairs to say, like, BlackRock doesn't actually own any of those shares, don't worry. We will get to that layer in just a bit. But first, I became obsessed and I started doing this in every...
Okay, so here we got the blue one is some Italian company and everything else is BlackRock and Vanguard. Interesting. Blows my mind. For less fortunate female pads and tampons are considered a luxury item here in America. That's crazy. That's crazy. I've never trusted the signs in regards of women's health because no one actually cares. It's my leftist belief that I will never leave. I will never leave. I don't even think that's particularly leftist. These are companies. They don't care about your health. Nobody's health. The only thing they care about is money. Every company, that whether it's advocating for men's health, women's health, they generally don't care. At least the big ones don't care. They just want to make money by any means necessary. Duracell Diva Cup.
aisle of the grocery store, coloring in which colors, which items on the shelves were owned by the general mega corporate blob and which ones were founder and family owned, etc. I did shampoo and deodorant and baby food, and I found out that some aisles are even worse than the tampon aisle. There are plenty of aisles in your
What are you gonna tell me that there's stuff in the baby food that makes babies retarded? Could that be the case? Well, deodorant, that's never gonna fly. And shampoo, anyways.
Grocery store where every single option is owned by the same singular mega corporate mass of just banker money. It's not just BlackRock. There's a whole rabbit hole that we're about to go down. But for example, the shampoo aisle at Target. To this day, it's probably my most viral.
So it doesn't matter what I buy. It's just the same shit. The money goes to the same people, essentially. Eventually. What? God damn it, man.
Video ever. There are...
I'm not a US citizen, but regardless. This would probably be very this would probably be very reflected on Europe. To be fair. In the past, they cared about money and backlash. After a long time without backlash, they care only for money. Yep. I don't just mean companies. I mean the medical industry in general doesn't care about women. We weren't considered for centuries, and now our symptoms aren't taken seriously. Would I agree with that? No, it depends on the place. Because I think in general they really don't care. It's just a huge business, nothing more, realistically. Hey, at least you were considering one thing properly, which is therapy. Men weren't the target of that. Congratulations. They can recognize when the asylum awaits.
Whole aisles at Target where every single product is sold to you by the same bankers. And a bunch of these shampoos and conditioners are in class action lawsuits for causing hair loss. And one even faced accusations for making people.
What are the chances that the anti-hair loss shampoo is causing hair loss? Is that why anybody who uses Head and Shoulders is just balding?
People's hair catch on fire. That's a true story. You can look.
Somebody's hair caught fire from shampoo? That's crazy. Yeah, I'll be more careful now. I want to protect my hair.
Get up. Those very same companies, though, they market hair regrowth products right there in the same aisle from the same company. Problem, solution. Baby food and baby formula was even worse, because not only are there entire grocery stores where your only options are all owned by the same banking money black hole, but then I discovered this report written by the House Oversight Committee about toxic heavy metals in baby food, featuring all the brands that I had just been researching in the baby food aisle, because all of these brands that are featured in this report were the ones owned by the banking cartel megacorporations. There were way too many messed up findings in the report to cover them all here.
The baby food makes babies retarded. Knew it. Knew it. The autism moms were correct. I'm just joking. Yeah, we're considering therapy because everyone believes in female hysteria. I mean, looking on the internet, some of those findings weren't wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think in general they don't really care about anybody's health in particular. To be fair, I mean, they literally perform C-sections for natural births. Even though a woman could birth her child naturally, they still perform C-sections because it's more profitable. Which is crazy. Imagine you could have a normal birth, but instead they want to cut you open so they can make more money.
And I would say that you should go find this report for yourself, but when I was getting ready for this video and checked back in on this report, it had been mysteriously taken down off of the government site where it had been hosted. So it's kind of weird. You can probably go find it on archive.org though, I would imagine. But just to give a summary, the report lists levels of various heavy metals that were determined by the FDA to be acceptable in food products. And then it goes on to say, quote, the test results of baby foods and their ingredients eclipse those levels, including results up to 91 times the arsenic level, up to 177 times the lead level, up to 69 times the cadmium level, and up to 5 times the mercury level. As if
what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, they're literally poisoning the babies. It's crazy. I knew it. Holy fuck. Goodness. Whoa. Okay, well, at this point, maybe that explains a lot of things. Maybe that actually explains a lot of things. What the fuck are we doing? 177 times the level? What the fuck are we doing? Holy heck. I'll get off my soapbox now, but I just wish doctors didn't blame every symptoms on periods. Yeah, not every symptom. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. Hey, it's just gonna get worse with, you know, the engineers and doctors that they let into Europe. Right?
And yeah, you are reading that correctly. some of these baby foods we're testing at 177 times the acceptable level of lead in baby food. Not 177%, 177 times. That is 17,700% the legal limit.
Holy shit. Yeah. I'm not gonna raise my children in the US. Hell nah. Baby food? More like anti-baby food. That's crazy. That is crazy. Wow. That's wild.
Bit of lead in baby food. And we wonder why we have a chronic disease epidemic. This is in the baby food, folks. It's babies. It's not even the regular food.
If that's in that's in baby food, right? If that's in baby food. At this point, I'm correct. American food is just mystery food. You don't know what's in there. If that's the baby food. How far does that exceed the legal limit on regular food? Wow.
But I didn't stop there. I looked up everything from detergent to cereal. Remember, colored in red means it's owned by the same banking cartel, most notably BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street. We'll get to that in just a minute. I did sauces, ice cream, dressings. Some types of products had more variety than others. Some aisles had a lot of family and founder-owned brands to choose from.
At this point, the thing is, like, the problem is that people don't have the money to do this, right? They can't just escape and look at like some family-owned branches and like you know, just like stuff that's free from that and not owned by those mega corporations. What do you do here? Diagonal, thank you for the $5 super chat. You're not a soapbox, Eliza. Females should be treated better where you live. You are valid in your concerns. Very true. Very true. Thing is, that would be changed if people were willing to push for change. The problem is that we're not doing that. Looking at what's currently happening to the UK in general. Very true. It's just insane.
But in the end, you start to realize what many of us all already.
I can't zoom in, but essentially everything's owned by Nestle, PepsiCo, I don't know what that is, Kellogg's, Associated British Foods, the British, whatever that is, I can't read that, Mondelez, Mars, Danone, can't read that, Coca-Cola. Is there any brands I see that are familiar? Well, I'm never buying anything from Nestle anyways. How do you know it's just food in the USA, not global? Oh, this is definitely global. This is definitely global. I think it's probably less in the EU than it would be in the United States, because we have a lot more restrictions, like the food that they sell over there, they can't sell over here because it's illegal. But I think a big portion of that is definitely, very likely, also in Europe happening.
Already kind of know, but have never quite visualized. All of our abundance, all of our foods and drinks and soaps and lotions, everything else. Thousands and thousands of brands to choose from, but it's actually all owned by just a handful of mega corporations. And now this is where we peel back the next layer of the onion. Because if you wanted to know who owns any given product, like say Hidden Valley Ranch dressing, which is one of my favorite examples, you can search that on the internet for yourself. This is what I was doing for every single product on those grocery store aisle shelves, and it took forever. So you search that, and you'll find out that Clorox owns Hidden Valley Ranch.
Clorox owns a ranch dressing. Why does Clorox own a ranch dressing? But why? Well, how? Why is that a thing? Why how is that? What is the purpose of this? What the fuck?
Dressing, which is a bit alarming and not exactly what you were probably hoping to find. And notice that this is old news too. Clorox acquired Hidden Valley Ranch in 1972. They've been making the ranch since before most of you were born. But then, the inquisitive mind might ask, who owns Clorox? And the answer is that Clorox is a publicly traded company. I like to call it a mega corporation, but it just means that they sell shares and your finance bro buddy on Wall Street Bets can YOLO his fat bag into the stock and hope it goes to the moon. And this means that Clorox is owned by its shareholders. So, who are these shareholders? If you want to know who owns a public company like Clorox, the phrase you need to search for is institutional ownership. Because while your buddy who trolls Wall Street Bets for the next short squeeze might be able to buy some shares, he's really just a tiny little germ compared to the big boys, the banks. So you're looking for the top institutional shareholders. And for Clorox, it's all these guys.
Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street Corporation, Geo Capital Management, Morgan Stanley. Yeah, at that point, it doesn't matter. So essentially, let's be honest, this is run by Vanguard and BlackRock and a little bit of State Street Corporation. That's it. That's it. It's actually interesting. Countries without free healthcare have worse food because it makes people sick, which makes the health industry more money. Yup. Couldn't agree more with that. That probably is the reason. Makes sense why it's called Hidden Valley Ranch. That ranch is made of Clorox.
Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Geo Capital Management, Morgan Stanley, FMR is Fidelity, Stifel Financial Corporation, they're not a common one, Citadel Advisors, Royal Bank of Canada, Champlain Investment Partners, LLC. Collectively, just quick math, looks like these top 10 owners collectively own about 35% of the company. And that's pretty typical. The more of this research you do, the more you realize that...
So who owns BlackRock and Vanguard? It wouldn't surprise me if it's the same branch of people that own both companies. Meaning they probably have more.
These sheets always seem to look the same. Dave's Killer Bread, not owned by Dave. Sorry, it was bought by Flowers Foods, a mega corporation. And they're owned by Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street, plus a bunch of banks and fund managers. General Mills, JP Morgan, Norfolk Southern, American Waterworks. Top owners, Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street, highlighted in red, plus all the banks and financial institutions and investment firms making up the rest of the lists. You start looking at entire industries, and you realize that the same is true for all of the biggest corporations in every industry, like food and beverage, banking, big tech.
They own our money as well. Interesting. Big tech isn't particularly surprising. I wonder who's pushing AI so hard.
Each of those images collaged together is an individual ownership sheet like the ones we were just looking at for Clorox, and highlighted in red on each sheet are Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street, almost always the top 3 spots, i.e. the top 3 shareholders. The same is true for the oil industry and for the green energy industry, even literally for hospice, funeral care, and cemetery homes.
They make money of you dying. Well, it's over if you die in the United States. Probably also Europe, but the United States is what I have approval right now. Well, what can I say? They make money off your death.
They're buying those too. Because if you're going to make money poisoning people right out the gate in the baby food, I mean, why not also make money when they die, right? So, as I did all this research across basically every industry in the economy, I found the same major thing over and over and over again. It's a big club, and we are not in it. So, naturally, I got curious just how much...
Well, then we have to get into it. We have to. We need to. Kick them out, I don't know.
The stock market of all the publicly traded companies do BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street actually own? Like, how big is their share or slice of the pie? So I took the top 100 companies on the US market, companies that you're very familiar with, like Tesla, Pfizer, Starbucks, Verizon, Lockheed Martin, Home Depot, normal companies, the big ones, the top 100. And I built a giant spreadsheet that scraped their stock ownership information live off the web and into my charts. And then I used all that data to build this sheet showing what percentage of the top 100 companies in America are owned by each of these investment firms, banks, and billionaires. And even though I had already been doing this research for months, this kind of shocked me. Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street combined represent more than $5 trillion invested in the top 100 companies. On the right of this chart, you can see that collectively, that represents
42%. These three own 42%. Half of everything is owned, essentially, by BlackRock, Vanguard, and the other one. And again, I wonder who owns BlackRock, Vanguard, and the other one. Well, if this video hasn't already proven enough, this is why most consumable from America are illegal in most European countries. Yep, because there's things in there that are illegal here, or the level of what's in there that is illegal exceeds the requirement amount to be sold here.
2.2% of all the shares of ownership in the top 100 companies. If you expand your scope to the 25 biggest financial institutions, they collectively own
25% of everything, of all these companies. 25 of these own 83% of everything. Yeah, we have a problem.
83% of the shares. 83%. This is just the top 25 biggest financial institutions. There are hundreds of them above us on these lists. So now, it's important to slow down and explain what a share actually is. Like, what does it represent? What does it mean? Because a lot of us think of shares of stock as something nebulous, like a form of gambling for white guys in suits, and kind of, but a share is way more than that. A share is a share of ownership of a company, and it's a share of the voting rights for how that company is run. Because in a sick way, all of these companies are actually run democratically, except that you buy your votes. Like the more,
yeah, essentially, like if you don't have a certain amount, that means that whatever Vanguard and BlackRock decide most of the time is gonna be how that company will be run. Wow. Essentially, why are smaller companies even in there at this point? You have no choice of decide. You have no decision. Your vote means nothing.
more shares you own, the more votes you get. So if you own 10% of the shares, you get 10% of the voting rights. It's actually pretty simple.
Fun fact, apparently Hololive also is owned a little bit by either BlackRock or Vanguard. They're affecting the VTubers.
You don't vote on every tiny little thing the company is going to do, like what color the packaging will be or how many Cheerios go into a box, but you vote on the big things, like major policies that the company is going to adopt or reject. Shareholders can introduce their own items for voting. In the 2010s, one of the most popular ones were like various versions of sustainability initiatives, like eco-friendly packaging, zero emission commitments, stuff like that. Almost every company in the American market was voting on those sorts of initiatives over the last decade, and there is a reason why that we will get to. But most importantly, shareholders vote on who will sit on the board of directors, and they are the ones that guide the company and hire and fire the executives that actually run the company on the day-to-day, like the CEO, CFO, COO. It's a lot of C names. Those guys are called the C-suite because they're all chiefs, you know? So they, the C-suite, are hired and fired by the board of directors, who we elect with our shared voting rights. And all of this is determined by shareholder voting. The more shares you own, the more votes you get. You see where this is going yet?
Conspiracy theories are dangerous.
Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Well, I knew that before because, like, you know, I was in a school where stuff like that was talked about. Regardless, it's insane that essentially the same three companies own everything, pretty much. Cheerios, bang. It's crazy.
Information is the oxygen of a democracy.
With Republicans, with progressives, with libertarians, because this is not about right and left.
Well, that's pretty much the end of the video. That's interesting. Basically, the same company, the same three companies own actually everything, pretty much. And they got the most power for almost, like, that is insane. And again, I still wonder who owns all three of these. I wonder if they have all three have the same owner. Wouldn't that be insane? Wouldn't that be interesting? Well, that was an interesting video. I did not expect that. I knew that it was bad, but not this bad. At least, you know, now who you're giving your money to when you buy things. Interesting. Anyways, time to avoid these people. Like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, that's wild. That was wild. That was interesting. Huh. Hi, Shine Duck. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Interesting, you're now a shiny duck. Interesting, I own them all. Just kidding. Sure, Shadow Clips, sure. You definitely own them all. Okay, I still have a few shorter ones, and then we'll do the Symboli Rudolph one, the horse racing. I don't think that's Krokorok. I think that's Psyduck VR, I think. Alright, next up, a decoy voice one.
It's insane.
I'm going through all the recommendations I had. Yesterday I got a shiny glove. Ah, okay, cool. Nice. We'll jump into this one. This one's interesting. I didn't see that happening. They're all owned differently. Somebody's still pulling the strings behind them. Anyways. Wait, Tecton got banned again? What the fuck? Anyways, Vacationers! Just stop the invasion, what the heck? By Decoy Voice, we'll just jump in, that's gonna be interesting. What happened? Did a boat of people that are not supposed to be there, just like, according to the thumbnail, go there, and tourists just stop them? I'm interested, let's go.
It's insane to know that beaches in Spain are being invaded. It's been happening.
Beaches in Spain being invaded. I don't know if I would call it that, but sure.
For over half a decade, but finally, regular residents are fighting back. As this footage from Grenada shows a boat casually dropping off about a dozen military-aged men to swim ashore.
You cannot tell me that these people do not know that if they go into another country, that they're likely gonna be jailed and sent back. What do they think they accomplish with this instead of doing the legal route? And looking at this is not some poor broke dudes. They're dressed pretty normally. Did you give? No, I did not give mod to somebody else. Psyduck had that mod for a while.
But then, random citizens successfully detained some of them.
The beachgoer in swimming trunks pinning one man down while he appears to beg to be let go. 13 men, believed to be of Moroccan origin, are believed to have jumped out of the boat. Those on the boat are captured diving into the water in front of...
Morocco isn't even a country that has problems. This is actually straight up, this is not just illegal immigration from some poor country. This is from Morocco. Is Morocco considered a safe country? Let me check. Because as far as I'm aware, is that it should be, right? It is considered safe. It is considered a safe country. Why the fuck are they there? Why the what the fuck? Why? This isn't some poor random dudes. I just saw a text video about how they released mic ban. Interesting. It's all because I got a shiny Psyduck recently. So yeah, you changed it. Now give me mod status, just letting you know. Yeah, you just goon with it.
Stunned holidaymakers and locals before attempting to make a run for it.
With the UK sun covering what they called a small boat brawl, as a boat landed at about 2 in the afternoon, with the locals.
Of course the UK does it like that, right? You can't even say anything anti-immigration because they will just jail you now and consider you a terrorist.
Tackling some of the migrants, and the authorities later arresting the unknown invaders, which reminds them of their story last year in August, where their article reported on the same exact thing minus the citizen arrests. Not to be mistaken with the other boat landing seen on social media about a month before that, or the other landing that occurred before that, as somebody is supplying them with cell phones once they arrive. Or how allegedly, once they sneak into Spain's Canary Islands, someone is flying them into the mainland of Europe. So no wonder when we covered this same exact scenario over 2 years.
Yeah, you better censor that booty. This is just crazy. Morocco had their problems. Yeah, but they're considered a safe country. Like, there's no reason to flee from Morocco. Except if you try to escape your own economy. Where originally Rattle, where there's only like 7 or 8 mods in your chat, Poke. Rattle has been a mod since Twilight Princess, in the dungeon where you use the claw shot, where you get the second one. 75% of UK want to get rid of non-UK citizens, which is understandable. But no, wait, 75% of UK are racists, right? Dumb shit.
Years ago, nothing seems to have stopped this constant invasion of their beaches. As this was reportedly from 2023. And this is allegedly from 2017.
Ya que me muero.
Now, I'm not saying Spain should start sinking these ships, but you'd think they'd be doing something to at least deter this, as they.
And later then they cry, "Oh, I'm gonna get kicked out of this country." Yeah, you don't belong here. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh god, this can't be good. This can't. Oh god, we're getting overrun. Over 99% populated by Muslims, and no for me. I mean, that does, depending on the place, that does make it unsafe. Yeah, sure. What do mods actually do? They can time out people. They can ban people. Stuff like that. Some can change titles and stuff. We no longer speak of the bird, if you know what I mean. Okay. I'm part of the 75% racist. I'd probably be too in this case. I'd probably be too.
Single Spanish shore in a single day can see 5 boats of 20 unknown military-age males each. You don't even have to be anti-immigration to know if someone is so desperate to skip the legal vetting process that they're willing to take a 170-mile boat ride on a tiny ship.
Small boat put into Calagran. Okay, this place, right? Journey believed to have been taken. Okay, let me make this let me make this clear. Let me make this clear, okay? let me make this clear. They took a little boat from North Africa and went 170 miles to end up in Mallorca. What? Raven, yep. We speak of the bird. What? They'd rather take into consideration drowning than go the safe route. That is insane.
With nothing but swim trunks and a t-shirt, they might not be the type of people you want in your country. And despite the mainstream media ignoring this, the Spanish citizens are starting to notice. As being in America, you might not even know, there were recently massive immigration protests all across Spain. But if you looked at the mainstream media in English,
Yeah, of course, they will frame it so that, like, the protesters are in the wrong, obviously, when they aren't. These people that go there bring crime, diseases. What else do we have? Crime, diseases, morals that are not, that just don't work with Western morals. It's just the truth. What do you do with these people? And the worst part is they won't integrate. Worst thing is, they're gonna go through Spain, and then some retarded country like Germany, like my country, is gonna pick them up anyways. Should have taken a jet. Oh nah, not the Jet 2 holiday.
They called it disinformation, fueling far-right groups and anti-migrant violence. Where when you read the BBC's report of the 14 arrested in anti-migrant riots, you gotta scroll all the way down to finally find out it was over a 68-year-old Spanish man that was brutally beaten during his morning walk.
A 68-year-old Spanish man was brutally beaten. Crazy. God forbid someone wants to protect their own people. Yeah, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that I want to protect the people living here? This is what they like to right? What they like to ignore is that they think this is all about white people and stuff, right? Even immigrants or people from immigrant descendants who came here decades ago say they don't want these people here. You have people from certain parts that say they don't want their own people here. Because they know that a lot of those people are not healthy for our society. There is lots of immigrants or former immigrants here in Germany that say they don't want these people illegally here because they bring problems. It's
walk. With apparently no motive, they didn't even rob him, but definitely didn't speak Spanish. So it starts to make sense when the Spanish citizens take to the streets over the unlimited, unchecked immigration they've witnessed for years, where they believe the authorities have failed their people.
Esto es España, esto es España, aquí protegiéndolo, protegiéndolo, que vienen a reírse encima de todos nosotros.
I did not understand a word, but I don't think I need to understand the words. I do understand, regardless. The words are not needed.
And it wasn't just the police, they were also angry at their local media outlets.
Oh, it's good to see women on that. I make racist jokes, but I don't actually care about race. I want the better England for all English people, no matter their color or origin, even the legal immigrants who have similar will count. Obviously, nobody says anything about legal people, right? Nobody says anything about I don't know. The Turkish man with his little restaurant in some corner. Nobody says anything about those people, right? It's illegal immigrants and people who come here as legal immigrants who commit crime, who are not supposed to be here. They are not. It's about people that are just not supposed to be here, that don't share our values, that don't want to live in accordance to our values. Those are the problems. Sorry, bro. You cannot marry a 9-year-old. I'm sorry. That is not happening here. I'm sorry. You cannot commit an honor kill. I'm sorry. That is also not happening. Well, as long as I am here, which is usually only on Saturday these days because I'm usually at work otherwise. Yeah, you've been working hard recently. But yeah, nobody cares about people that are legally in those countries. Nobody cares. It's only about those that commit crime or are not supposed to be there. If I have a confession to make, you're illegal here. Cancelled.
It's just interesting how globally we all seem to be experiencing the same issues simultaneously, let it be America, Ireland, Spain, or even Japan, as if it was somehow part of a grand global...
Fun fact, I think it was a Pakistani man who went to Japan to try to SA a Japanese girl. That is insane. That is insane. It's just crazy. Someone tells someone they can't touch kids, suddenly it's a racial crime. Yeah, or people not understanding per capita. Yeah. It is just... The harsh truth is that immigration is not safe as people want to make it out to be. People from completely separate cultures will cause problems here. The other way around, if I would go to a country in the Middle East, I would likely cause problems there. Because our values do not align. How can these people, for example, right? Women. Topic women. How can these people who are pro-immigration be okay with people being coming here that have zero respect for women, that beat their wives? How can you invite people that are like that and be like, oh, totally fine, but you want to act like a progressive? Sure. As of yesterday, I've been addicted to horse racing. Let's go. We got another one. I'm here perfectly legal. Plus, I have the right since I was born in Germany. I'm gonna become politician. You gotta go. I'm kidding. The reason they came over to the UK is taking over, not to merge with their society. See what I've noticed? See what I've noticed? All these people, they want to act like their country that they came from is so great, and they want to be like, they want to be like, yes, this is the perfect, this is how it should be. So if you ask them the question, so why are you here? Why don't you go back? Why don't you go back to your country? Oh, is it because your belief system and morals don't result in a good financial environment? That's weird. No, Pookie, you won't cause problems. Well, according to them, I will cause problems because, you know, when I see somebody beat up his wife, I'll be like, dude, are you retarded? And then I get beat up. See how progressive they are when they're getting stoned for showing their arms? That's the worst part, right? That's the worst part. LGBTQ members advocating for Islam. I've said it before, but this is the worst part. How can you advocate for somebody that would take you and throw you off a building? How is that a thing? How could you advocate for that? On a random note, I did learn to calm down as an admin on Poke's channel and only time up people when when it's really absolutely necessary. Yeah, I have free speech unless you want to attack somebody, really. Then I'm like, yep, you're cooked. You have German culture and education, sorry to say. You're not equal to some of those guys. People want to be like, oh, you can't say that about the culture. That a culture is worse. You can't say that. Oh, I absolutely can. If there's a culture where women are beaten, sorry. I don't like your culture. Stay away from me. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Global conspiracy. And as much as I despise the local mainstream media in America, Spain's may be worse, as obviously I don't speak Spanish, so I can't completely confirm this, but it is to my understanding that they were also angry about a girl being burned by her alleged boyfriend, with only small outlets.
Yes, 20-year-old boy was arrested for setting fire to a 17-year-old girl in Las Palmas. The minor has injuries over 95% of her body and is in critical condition. This guy lit his girlfriend on fire. Also, I find that funny. 20-year-old boy. That is not a boy. That's a grown-ass adult.
It's reporting on the 20-year-old boy that set fire to the girl, as several outlets went into this narrative of gender-based violence attack, where it's such a bizarre phrasing, it might just be due to the automated translations. But it was shockingly difficult.
Yeah, could be it's the all automated translations. Sure, if it's automated translations, never mind. This probably could mean man, but it was translated to boy. What do I know? But it's crazy. Moroccan who set girlfriend on fire, tried to burn her alive. The fucker doesn't even deserve deportation. Just let him swim back at this point. Don't even fly him back. Just let him swim back from the same place he came. Find out which shore he appeared on, and let him swim back. If he dies, he dies.
To get to the bottom of the story, as the 20-year-old was supposed to be deported, but somehow did not. With a horrifying crime like justice system fails to protect girl in foster care from a man illegally here who then burned 95% of her body, you'd think this would not only be national news, but the entire continent of Europe should be alarmed over what occurred. But the simple fact that I had to piece together 4 random tiny publications to even get a semblance of what's actually happening just reminds you of how dire free speech is in Europe. As you also may be unaware, but the UK is also having massive protests over immigration.
Well, it's not just massive protests. There are now all... look at all these terrorists. According to law. Fish in support of fish market. Correct. Fish supports the fisher.
To which the Daily Mail frames as anti-migrant protesters clashing with anti-racism protesters. With that type of framing, no...
What kind of framing is that? Also, they are likely not anti-migrant. They are anti-illegal migrant, anti-criminal migrant. I think most of those likely do not care about a random Turkish guy who was fully assimilated. I don't think so. Also, if you look at statistics, it's the same group of people causing the same issues. It's the same group of people with the same background causing the same issues. In those crime statistics, no Mexicans show up, no Germans show up, no Russians, no Turkish, none of those. No Japanese, no Chinese, no Vietnamese, no Indians, none of these. None of these show up. The same group of people. And that should make somebody think. Statistically, there were probably some migrants in the group protesting against illegals. Probably. Very likely, yeah. Sure. Absolutely. Good, solid chance. I like your takes. Maybe she was a witch. I mean, hopefully not. You should watch the Amazing Digital Circus. I could, but that would result in an amazing digital copyright on stream, because that would happen. They don't like reacting. They don't like me reacting to it on stream. But hi, Koi Vang, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Wonder nobody trusts the mainstream media anymore, as they're desperate to contain why the citizens may be angry, just so when regular residents react to these heinous crimes, nobody knows why, so the news can simply frame them as far-right racists. As I've been covering the opposite of this in America with the pro-immigration protests all across California back in June, where there was plenty of media lies to comb through and expose, as even LA's conservative outlets tried to claim these were fiery but mostly peaceful Molotov cocktails. And obviously, if you're watching this,
the mostly peaceful Molotov cocktails. Sure, buddy. Sure. Well, if even the conservative outlets are saying this, something is going wrong.
You're not falling for their nonsense. But sadly, even today, while I was eating lunch at a restaurant, I overheard this girl talking to her family about how Trump is now kidnapping asylum seekers at their jobs, sending them to whatever country he wants, and how evil this is, as basically she could recite every single AOC talking point, but literally had zero comprehension of what she was so proudly preaching.
Funny how people asked which legal people were deported, right? And they can never answer that question. They can never answer it because they don't have any names, because it didn't happen.
Which is eerily similar to what we just witnessed in Spain, as a majority of everybody would likely be on the same side of this situation if it wasn't for the corporate news actively misleading you from the truth. Once again reminding us, no matter how much you hate the mainstream media, you don't hate them enough. So if you appreciate my concise, sometimes lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
Alright, that's how we know. Good for the vacationers, just stopping these people so they don't get that far and then they may hurt somebody or do could just commit crimes in general. Very good. It's just like, we're at the point. Why are we as Europeans allow ourselves? Why are we Europeans allow ourselves to get cucked so hard? What is this? What are we doing? We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Well, actually, you might be able to poke it because you were able to watch Gaslight District, which is also by glitch, and it didn't get copyrighted. Oh, it did get copyrighted afterwards. It did get copyrighted afterwards. Can't wait for one of my videos eventually. Where I just walked into the wrong room. That happens. It's crazy to me when women support this stuff. Like, do you not understand what will happen to us? Time to wear that hijab and turn into a breeding factory. It is what it is. But it did get copyrighted afterwards. So yeah, it may still, it may happen that it will get copyrighted afterwards, but it could also happen that it gets copyrighted during stream, and then its stream is gone. The moment that happens, I can usually turn off because it doesn't recover from this. Which is why I'm avoiding such things. It's just it is what it is. Guys, I need to take a quick break. I will be right back. And then we do another one, another short one, and then I need to do the horse one. I have returned. Alright. My hair is too nice to wear a hijab. It's not like you have a choice. If you don't, you get stoned. It is what it is. Or thrown off a building. Or whatever is possible. Let me switch to that thing again. Perfect. It is what it is. Alrighty. I got another one. Oh, I still have the VTuber video. True. I still have that as well. Hey, we'll do this one. We'll do this one. UK, they're not enough to justify hijab. Well, they just need to get into politics, right? And then they can slowly enforce it, right? At the end of the day, the only way to enforce something like this would be through politics, and that could definitely work. That could definitely work. To be fair, I stole this video. Kinda. Somewhat. I kinda did. Yeah. I kinda did. In Sun. Yeah. I kinda stole this from, I think, Smugalana. So we're gonna watch that. Anyways. Oh wait, audio. We want that to be decent. Letters, where are you? Gone. You would do my video as a follow-up? Maybe. I don't know. I don't even check what those videos are, to be fair. But anyways. Women are mad that men stopped approaching my virtual brother. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. Let's go. We all know what's happening since it's the same. Yeah, we can look at that. We'll see what happens. We'll see what these... It's probably going to be a clip of a bunch of women complaining, I would assume.
Men do not want to approach women anymore.
When was the pivotal moment?
Accurate, yeah. Men kind of don't. Like I said, I think the statistics were that at least 1/3 of all men, like, before the age of 30, have never approached a woman. It was like probably like 40% even. They've never approached a woman ever in their life.
That a man chose to not go after a girl anymore or put in any effort.
Like when you're out in public and you're making eyes with a girl and you're like making it known that you're attracted to her, but you're not gonna say something. How are you not gonna say something?
It just doesn't make sense to me how women...
It's just like, think about it. The entire time we were told that we were not supposed to talk to you, approach you, talk to you, all that stuff, right? And suddenly, you want us to approach women again. But also with the chance of getting the police called on you. Cool. Okay, since next Saturday will be 5 months sobriety for me, I wanted to ask, are you still willing to do a 6-month goal for me? If so, I have a game in mind for you to play. Didn't you say Mario 64 once?
And not being asked out on dates. Like, there are so many beautiful women. Like, come on, like, just shoot your shot. Am I unapproachable?
I'm also gonna say, okay. Hi, bunch of BS. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm also gonna say, there are so many beautiful women out there. Yes. That's not enough. They're almost all they're almost all there's so many beautiful women out there. Like, that doesn't make a man approach. Like, there's already plenty. What is that like as an argument? There's so many beautiful women out there, and like, if you look unapproachable, I'm not gonna approach you. What? Yeah, because if they look at us for too long, they get reported for harassment. Stover. Yes, Super Mario 64. Yeah, we'll do that. I will do that.
Am I unapproachable?
Like, did you not see me just look right at you?
That depends. Do you smile? Do you have your headphones is a big indicator of do not approach me. Like, if a woman wears headphones, I am pretty sure most dudes would not approach her, even if she would be open to approaching. Because oftentimes people forget, you need to also be look approachable. Like, you need to have like some sign that you can be approached.
Like, that was your sign. Like, that was me shooting my shot.
No, because I had to.
Wait, what? Hold up.
See me just look right at you. Like, that was your sign. Like,
look! They actually fucking mean this. They actually fucking mean this. If someone asks for a huge sum of money but got rejected and started doing SH and sends a pic of it to those who rejected him or and keeping saying, please save a human life, is it a guilt trip? I would say it is. What? I would argue. Yes, that is. At least from what I can tell. Started doing SH. Do you mean sexual harassment? Is that what you mean? Because yes, that would be. That's what? Weird. Weird.
that was me shooting my shot.
No, because I had to actually sit and think about this, and I had to ask myself, when is the last time a man came up to me and wanted to get to know me or exchange numbers? And it's been a long time.
Me and my friends go out, and it's like, we end up plotting on what guy we think is cute, and then we physically, I'm not even joking, I'm sick to my stomach right now, we end up making the first move. Because if we didn't, it would be girls' night every single night we went out for the rest.
Okay. If someone asks, okay, then in this case, sends a pic of self-harm. Okay, it's self-harm, never mind. Give it to those who... Yep, that is absolutely guilt tripping. Yep, that is, yep, that absolutely is. That is. Don't even get into that. But honestly, if that happens, I just report it. At this point, I just do that. Straight up. Just me, though. Being polite to strangers is a lost art. And that's a big reason no one approaches anyone anymore. Very true, very true. Politeness has gone down.
Our lives.
Where are the huevos? Where are the huevos these days? I feel like there's so many times that guys want to say something to girls and they don't. Like, is there a guy watching this that can give us some insight? Like, why don't you just do it?
Why don't men approach anymore? It's a question that has been reverberating everywhere, but the answers aren't as simple as you might think. Let's dive into the reasons behind this shift.
All right, you see 3 girls sitting at the bar, and you think the middle one is flaming hot, and you're like, that's my girl. Do you walk over and talk to her or one of the other two?
None of them. True. Yeah, commonly wear my headphones when I'm walking to the store after work because I've had my fill of interaction with people. I'm not only physically exhausted, but also mentally, but some are dumb. Yeah, like, if you don't want to be approached, then just don't look approachable. Simple. Headphones are a clear indication for that. But some people still expect to be approached when they wear headphones. It's so dumb.
Oh my God. From the fear of rejection to the rise of online dating and shifting social expectations, there are a lot of factors at play. Let's break them down one by one.
There's an interesting set of stats that 86% of women say that they want a man to make the first move.
Yep.
50% of men are scared of making the first move for being seen as creepy. And 20% of Gen Z say that a man approaching a woman in person always or usually constitutes harassment.
So 20% of my generation believe that just approaching somebody is harassment. Approaching a woman is harassment. Crazy. That's wild. It's just, I don't know. It's just crazy that we really live in a time where men and women are so divided that we can't work with each other at all anymore. Not even a little bit. I find that so horrid.
Going up to a woman today is risky in so many ways. Let's start with one of the most common reasons, fear of rejection.
Rejection is a man's biggest fear.
Why do men never approach women anymore?
Intimidation?
You do it a lot, like in person?
Hell no.
It is so...
I did it quite a bit, actually. I did it quite a bit. And most of the dates I got, of like the 24 dates I got, most of them were in person. Most of them were in person. Dating apps are useless. So you have, as a man, you have one option. Either you ruin your self-perception through dating apps, or you approach a woman that may result in some legal trouble. What do you do here? What do you do here?
Fucking scary to me to approach a woman in public anymore after hearing all this stuff on the internet.
It just sucks being the guy, because I always have to make the first move. Like, and then anytime I see a girl I like, whether it be at the bar or at the gym or something, I get so anxious. My heart starts beating so fast, and I don't know what the hell to say to them.
Don't get me wrong, a fear of rejection is totally real. I feel like if I was a guy, that would be in my brain, and it would be something that I would have to overcome, but it would be a big thing to overcome.
It definitely is a big deal for men. Some women find cold approaches as flattering, while others see them as intrusive or unnecessary. This creates confusion for men, who are left wondering.
Yeah, what do you do? One woman is like, oh, thank you, cool. And the other one is like, if you were burning and I had a bucket of water, I'd rather drink the water. Inside their own genders, they more lonely too. Yeah, that's true. Fun fact, a study from Norway basically says that when people talk about a loneliness epidemic, that does exist. But there's a huge like the loneliness that men experience and the loneliness that women experience are in fact totally different. It's crazy. It's actually interesting. I forgot what the study's name was, but basically men's loneliness peaks around around 40 and 80, and women's loneliness is linear, which means it just increases over time. Like, one is linear, the other one is like shaped like a U, basically. So the high points are like around 40 and around 80. I wonder if that has something to do with the average divorce being at around 40 and the partner dying around 80. I wonder if that's the case, why these are particularly high there. Because for a man, statistically, the most important person in their old age is their wife. Men loneliness worse. I don't know. Maybe I'm mixing them up, but I think men's loneliness is actually like a physical loneliness, why women's loneliness is an emotional one. It could also be the other way around. One of the two. I forgot what it was. Being someone in person is better than online because it's easier to judge their character, determine if you actually like them. Not just that, right? But you see how they move, you see how they behave, you see manners, you see all that through like the phone. You don't see that through the phone. Really, you don't see that. The only difference between confident and creepy is looks. It could be, yeah. I think if you look better, you get away with a lot of creepy shit. Even like as both men and women though.
What the hell to do?
Do you want to be approached?
Leave us alone.
Leave you alone? Okay.
I just like peace.
Why do men think it's appropriate to approach women in public?
Don't.
You have the the eye rings of death. What do you mean? Shaped like you. No, shaped like a U. Like a U. I'm gonna throw you.
Approach me in public unless I come to you.
Wow.
Or unless I give you an eye.
Let's be real. Some men have bad intentions during a cold approach, but most don't. It's simple. If you're their type, they want you to approach. If not, they don't.
I don't mind guys like coming up to me and talking to me. Let me be really real. Yeah.
I think the most fucked up thing that currently persists that is really weird is those women that want you to try harder. We were taught no means no. And for some odd reason, for some women, no means try harder. And then they complain when like you tell them no, when they tell you no and you just move on. It's so weird. Also, I've noticed something. No means no unless it's between two women. I've also noticed something. I've noticed something when I look at currently a new Yuri anime that basically is a chick and another chick, and obviously it's Yuri. And the one girl always says no. She doesn't want to date the other girl. And a lot of women are romanticizing that anime. I thought no means no. That's weird. Of course it's fiction, but then again, you said no means no. Why are you romanticizing that? I wonder if you had the same reaction if it was a female and a male lead. Crazy how the 90s, late 90s, everyone was scared of Bug 2000 apocalypse that reset us back with technology and information. And now I think a society reset is the only thing that can save us. We need to kick out the people that desperately try to divide us, if anything. Men's loneliness can also be mental because of depression. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I just said I think men's loneliness is actually dependent on like physical, if I remember correctly. And for women, it's emotional, which is higher. Like both experience loneliness fundamentally differently. Usually, no still means no between women, but women don't actually care about violating consent unless a man is doing it. That's very true. That's very true. The amount of creepy women I had to encounter. Yep.
If you are not tall, sexy, with amazing chat, don't waste your time.
Exactly. And this is why men are hesitant to approach women now. Honestly, the only way to avoid this awkwardness might be for women to take the first step instead.
Women need to start making the first move.
Women are just gonna have to start shooting their shots. You gonna have to go for what you want because closed mouths is not gonna get fed anymore.
Why don't women typically approach men?
Because of rejection.
If a woman chooses to approach a man and shoot her shot, is she more or less likely to be rejected than if the man approaches a woman?
I feel like men are more likely to be rejected.
Less. I feel like men like that.
I think a woman shooting her shot is much more likely to end up with that man.
What are we saying? 90%? I'm saying 90%. I'd say 90%. 90% chance you're not gonna be rejected. It's just men are just like that. This is like the lottery. This is like a lottery ticket, and you just won it when a woman approaches you. Like Frog just pulling up in her DMs and saying, like, you need a girlfriend. No means no. You don't know what you want or don't want. So no, I'd say in the safe way. And if someone persists, it can go two ways. One, unwanted means harassment. Two, ended up as good experience, so exactly what some want. Possibly. For example, I don't like physical touch, and I tell friends that to avoid things like hugs. Women always think it doesn't apply to them and still touch me. Men usually back off. Makes sense. Men are easy to approach unless they're in a group. I think you should never approach somebody in a group. This is just weird. It just makes things awkward. And also people can chime in. Like the meme? Me fighting the 600-pound whale while so my bro can talk to the cutie. Something like that. I'm ugly, so 30%. I mean, we're talking about women approaching, right? Not men. That's almost gonna be like, that's gonna be close to like 5% maybe.
If a girl approaches a guy and like makes the first move, usually it works out better.
Why would men want to approach women when they no longer have to worry about just being rejected, but also have to worry about being accused of harassment?
That's scary. I wouldn't want to be a man, honestly.
I feel bad for men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do you think that women fear rejection when they're far less likely to be rejected?
Because women are just more sensitive. They have more feelings into it. I feel like men, they're used to being rejected. They're used to being turned down, but women aren't. So when they get rejected, they like feel it more personally. Yeah.
Why don't women...
Yeah, because you know what that actually means? You know what that translates to? Boys from like a young age we're like told no. You know what that translates into? Women take it more personal because they are less likely to be told no in general. Even as a kid. That's the thing. Women don't hear no often enough. I feel like you get, as a guy, you get rejected for not just like dating. You get rejected for a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. I think the first big rejection happens for boys in puberty. Once that shift moves from like cute boy into potential threat that I've noticed. I don't know how to exactly put it. There's some weird shift as a young guy where like once you hit puberty, it's like the people start treating you differently. I don't know.
Start approaching men rather than complain how men approach them.
Because women like that, they have too much pride and too much ego into themselves, and they think a certain way of how a woman is supposed to be, when really women are supposed to be ladylike and strong and like grounded in themselves. And that's when the woman power really does show up, is being kind.
What advice would you give to the men that fear rejection?
Don't be scared, just shoot your shot. Maybe you have a chance, maybe don't. Rejection is just something to take in, it's something to learn from.
Why don't women just follow that same advice?
Shit.
The thing is that doesn't work. Because in order to learn from something, you need feedback. Rejection in dating does not translate to feedback. Which is, that's the problem with when they say like learn from rejection, what am I supposed to learn? I don't get any feedback. I would need to ask why, and the woman would need to answer why. Also, it's like individual preferences, right? If a woman doesn't like me just because she's not physically attracted to me, totally okay, fine. I can't learn from that feedback. Even if she fail, it end up as nice chit chat. Women not get the harassment treatment usually, yeah. Plus, if you're getting rejected as a woman, you're either so ugly that your personality can't save you, or you're such a weirdo that your looks can't save you. Can only be one of those two.
It's different. We have different emotions.
Another perspective some women have on why men no longer approach them is the belief that they are too pretty, and their beauty intimidates men, a notion that, in my opinion, is simply a form of coping.
Men are
Actually, it could be both. It could be both. When I saw a beautiful woman that I would want to approach, I was like, that's probably not a good idea. She probably has a boyfriend by now, and also like, look at me. I'm not exactly a looker. I would not approach. Like, I also don't, which is interesting, I also don't sit in buses next to very attractive women. That's a weird thing. I know, but I just don't do it. How many first liners from girls is, I have a boyfriend? And oftentimes they don't even have a boyfriend. They just say that so they get rid of you.
intimidated by beautiful girls.
The reason why you aren't getting approached is because you come off as a strong woman. They're ignoring you because
that's not it. That is not it. That is not it. You are just unapproachable. Either you are unapproachable, or you're just not what you think you are, or you're generally just way too pretty.
because you're beautiful and it's intimidating.
And honestly, it's a compliment. It's a compliment that people are intimidated by your aura, by your looks, by probably even your personality.
So when
that is actually okay, that's cope. That's got to be cope. Okay, this one is cope. Okay. This isn't like being intimidated by a woman's looks. Okay. Okay, I see that. That happens to me too. That happened to me too. But everything else is just cope. That's coping.
you hold yourself to a certain standard, that boy knows that he's not going to be able to reach those standards. So therefore, he's not even going to approach you.
So instead of feeling down about the
So is the question, is the problem that he can't reach those standards, or is the problem that you have standards that he cannot reach? Because those are two different things. One implies he's not good enough. The other one implies you're just too demanding. And then there's same women, when you ask, what do you bring to the table, they're offended. Man, I like you, woman, me too. The ugly friend, she's not interested. Yep. Go along the destroyer coming in, she's not interested.
fact that you don't really get talked to at a party setting, or you rarely get attention from men on your Instagram stories, etc. It probably is that they are afraid to even talk to you.
You are not the problem. You're not the problem. They're the problem.
So if you've ever wondered, why don't I get approached? Why don't I get asked out? Why doesn't he ever text me first? It's probably because you're super pretty and attractive.
So if you want to get any sort of attention, you may have to be the one to reach out to them first.
That literally makes, what she said literally makes no sense, because if a dude got a incredibly wonderful woman, that dude will talk to you most of the time. If he actually means business, if he's actually serious, he will talk to you. But this is just the delusional take. This is just a delusional take. You can't be serious.
Just make the first move.
Yeah, absolutely do not do this. See, you're a baddie, okay? And do you know what happens when a man thinks that he can pull baddies? His audacity goes off the charts. So even if this does work and you guys end up together, he's going to think that he can treat you any type of way because he's going to assume that because he could pull you, he could pull another baddie.
And there you have it, guys. The ego.
That goes for both, though. That goes for both. That goes for both. The amount of women that have pulled the crazy, successful dudes. Well, not pull, more like date for a little while. And think now that they can do this again is crazy. That just doesn't work like that. That just doesn't work like that.
Ego of a woman at play. They won't make the first move because they fear it might boost a man's confidence, making him think he can attract more baddies. Here's the reality. Men will approach a woman.
Also, I hate the term baddies. I hate the term baddies. It's such a shitty term. Nothing's bad about you, except your bad qualities. Sorry. One correction, girls compete sex in these days, and I think one geek well-dressed girl is so much safer than what usually going outside. Sluts looking girls. The thing is this. They're all pretty. They all wear makeup. Looks don't work on me. They don't. I might look a little. I might look. No, not at all, but like before, I would look. But that's about it. I wouldn't approach you. I wouldn't, like, if you have a shitty personality, you can look like prime Megan Fox. I don't give a rat's ass. Look for somebody else. I hate baddies. I hate daddies. Yeah, it's crazy how both the term mommy and daddy have been sexualized, even though they're technically used by little boys and little girls.
woman if she's beautiful. The issue isn't her beauty, it's often her body language and cues, which can make her seem unapproachable. Now think about this. Claiming a rich man can't attract women because he's too rich doesn't make sense. The same logic applies here.
No one's intimidated by you. You're behaving in a way that suggests you're unapproachable. There's the difference.
Let me know if I'm tripping, but I feel like a lot of women try to be shady when they say things like men don't approach them because they know not to mess with them.
Guys will approach anyone from a 4 to a 10.
Why isn't the first thought never, maybe they just don't find me attractive enough to approach me?
No one is intimidated by you. You're unapproachable. Fix that.
And the reason why I think it's shady when women say this is because it kind of implies that they're better than the other women who get approached, or that the other women who get approached are easy and they can be messed with.
Why is this once again? Woman, woman, woman. Also, I find it, I mean, is there actually women out there that look down on other women that get approached? I know that there's single women out there who are jealous if one of their friends gets into a relationship, and sometimes they do want to sabotage that relationship. But is that really that big of a deal? I don't know. I hate giving advice because, one, I'm bisexual, and the way I work with couples or individuals doesn't necessarily work for others. And two, everyone has their own type of romance. Yeah. But I do think that the general biological, like, evolutionary things that make one attractive, I think you can say that those generally exist. And you can probably work on those.
Overall, it just always sounds so nasty. I don't know, like, and what be getting me is that they be saying this after their friends get approached or when they see somebody else get picked over them. And it's like, what are you trying to say?
Girls, if you see a guy you like at the club, gym, wherever, simple thing. Eye contact, smile. That's gonna tell a guy, I think you're attractive, or at least that gives a guy the...
Well, what if you're just trying to be nice? What if I just smile and you smile back? What if you're just trying to be nice? What then? That isn't enough. I don't know, drop something in front of me. I don't know, trip and drop your, I don't know, your cup or whatever, or your glass or whatever. I don't know, right in front of me. That would help. Not drop your handkerchief. Maybe that. Most problems between women stem from jealousy. Okay. If a woman says it, then I have an answer.
green light to approach you. That's all you gotta do. And girls, if you can't do that, buy a dog, die alone. That's really all I have to say to you.
I think what he really meant was to buy a cat. Setting that aside, the rise of the Me Too movement has led many men to hesitate in making the first move, out of fear of unintentionally crossing the line into harassment.
I think we need to normalize women approaching men more because, one, women are not that nice, and two, there's no Me Too movement against women.
True, there is none like that. The thing is also this. Women will not approach men. That will just not happen. Anybody remember Bumble? When they had to change the system because women were not shooting their shot? Yep, that was a thing. Smile and wave. That would actually work. Smile and wave. Maybe like a universal maybe like a universal code among everyone. Like when a woman does this, that means she wants to be approached. I don't know. Something like that.
My friends have noticed that the man has stopped making the first move. All my girlfriends are like, they're waiting. It's a third date, fourth date, a week later. He hasn't gone in for the kiss. He doesn't do any touching or anything. And I've asked my dude friends that are single, and they are like, you don't know where a woman's gonna go with that story, and where I ain't touching nobody.
So you have a very difficult circle to square here, right? You have women who still want to be approached. You have men who know that if they don't approach, nothing's going to happen. But if they do approach, they're scared of being seen as creepy. They're concerned that they're going to either upset this.
I'm not gonna. The thing is, men, as rare as they are, if you don't want the girl who acts like that, but even then, that's gonna be dangerous, look for a conservative woman. Too bad there's not that many, but you could try. You could try. I'm also gonna say this. The weirdos, both men and women, you won't find there are in clubs, they're in bars. If you want to generally find somebody to date, don't look in clubs, don't look in bars, don't look in like festivals, whatever it is. Try nerd spaces. Try try spaces that don't have any degeneracy going on, or a small amount of degeneracy. I think that would be a good option. Men can beat the shit out of each other and then go for a drink. True. Very true. I mean, we can also see each other for like 5 million, not see each other for 5 million years and be like, hey, yo, homie, after those 5 million years. Totally fine.
Girl, or that they're going to be part of some Me Too scandal, which isn't good.
And it sucks because the Me Too movement is so strong and so powerful for the people that need it, but it shouldn't ruin the maturity that we should have within intimacy and relationship.
Lots of men are checking out of the world. And yeah, we need to ask not.
In addition to that, even if you go that route and you experience, let's say you have success and you experience intimacy, a woman can later decide that she didn't like it and ruin your life. How are you going to fight that? That's why best friends can start hating each other over men. It's biological jealousy. Okay.
Just why aren't men opening up about this? What can they do to fix themselves? But structurally, how can we actually help men?
One way we could help men in the overall dating scene is by fostering open communication and creating a culture where both men and women feel comfortable expressing interest.
Yes, that is exactly communication. Yo, ladies, masters of communication is key. Please communicate. Otherwise, we don't know what to do. We need communication. We're doing these reactions for Croc Rock, which, by the way, hasn't said a word, but I feel is lurking. Could be. I don't know if we're doing them for Croc Rock. Doesn't Croc Rock have a girl? Also, don't try dating apps. Don't try dating apps. Yep. Neither men nor women. They're not good for you. Either way.
Without fear of judgment or misinterpretation.
Now, I'm seeing posts on the internet of women saying men don't approach us anymore. Well, duh!
The reason why a lot of us guys are done with dating is because we're all honestly fed up with all the mixed answers that we've been seeing online.
And women are so confused as to why men don't approach them in public anymore is because we don't want to get a charge. We don't want you to pick up the phone halfway through the conversation and start calling the cops just because you got a hunch that little old Riley might grape you.
So a lot of us have reached a point that we're just like, fuck it, man. Like, we're just done. And believe me, we don't want to. We would love to.
And also, a lot of women just have a huge attitude. Don't tell me this. Don't let me do that. I don't want to sacrifice anything. I want to be in a relationship, but I don't want to sacrifice for that relationship, right? I don't want to act like now I'm in a relationship. I want to be in a relationship, but I don't want to be single. Though that goes for both genders. That goes for men and women. There's plenty of men who want to act like they're single when they're in a relationship. Sorry. But sacrifice, communication, and what's the word? Trust. You need trust. In the extremes, we got women arguing because one didn't reply to a text for an hour. Oh no! Important to know if it's too near and easy, most likely won't work. It's just like, don't try dating apps.
Approach a woman without her feeling like we're creeps or something. And don't get me wrong either, there's a lot of guys that don't know how to approach women, or they make it seem very creepy, or they start stalking you and following you randomly. Guys like that put out a bad name for the good men.
I used to be able to approach women and talk smooth talk. It don't even fucking matter. I don't even do it on the internet. I don't even like slide into somebody's DMs. Fuck that. That is another way that somebody can just like screen record all of that and make it look like I was harassing them.
True. Now you can like, right? You approach a woman and next you know your face is all over TikTok. What do you do with that? Success requires sacrifice. Exactly. Though that's not only for dating.
Right? What a time to be alive, y'all. God damn it.
It is a strange time to be a man, with shifting norms, unclear expectations, and ever-changing rules of dating and relationships. Many men have stopped approaching women, and some have even stopped proposing. To see why men are now saying no to marriage, click the video on your screen and let us know what you think.
I think men just say no to marriage because the law is just fucked. The law is just fucked. That needs to be changed as well. That needs to be changed. Because even good men that do get divorced, they lose half of their shit, their children, everything. It's just crazy. I just think that if we want to change this, first of all, I don't think this is all women. I don't even think it's a somewhat big minority of women. It is a small minority of women online that go around and say, do not approach us, we don't want to talk to men, all that stuff. It's a small, I think it is a small minority that acts like this. I don't think it's a big it's a big part of women. That's what I see. We need, and the silent majority needs to hold those women accountable. I think, the weirdos. Same for the men, we need to hold weirdos accountable. If people act weird, show them that they act weird. That's the only way. And of course, we need to stop kick out bad actors that are willingly trying to divide men and women for a profit. Because, you know, at the end of the day, gender war has just one goal: profit. But anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Hi, Sway. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Why are you doing that, Sway? Why are you doing that? Also, Sway, I have a message for you. Perish. Hold Deer accountable. Deer does just one weird thing, and that is drop a cake, which you should not have. We're doing the horse now. We're doing the horse. The horses. That's gonna be a long video. People in general say no to marriage because there's a social push to get married, no social societal push to get married anymore. Baby mama, baby daddy culture was a big part in that. Yep. That is true. That is very true. Yeah. There's no it's also that, like, we have I think it's not only that. I think it's also that for some weird reason we have made it so that in general having a family is generally now considered something like bad and imprisons you. You don't want to, like, women don't want to be mothers because, like, it like takes away their body. That's no longer their body. It's an imprisonment. It's like, what are we doing? I think it's just generally anti-family propaganda where people are not getting married. Men are being what's the word? Like what's the word? Fuck. I'm looking for the word. Like shown as like bumbling fools and women always like it's strong, independent. It's just weird. It's what I've been doing for a bit whenever I join poker. Yeah, you're a bit weird recently, sure. Anyways, from something controversial to horses. Horses.
The Ashen Beast.
Uma Musume. Shadow Clips is waiting for it, so we gotta do it. We gotta do it. Uma Musume. It's time. I want to do that one. We need to do that one. Take their body. It takes their freedom for a decade or two. I mean, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. This is just a fucking lie. Like saying that you can't live your life. Of course, if you have a child, you can't live. Of course, if you have a child, you can't live like you're in your 20s anymore. Of course, you can't live like a single person if you're in a relationship or in a marriage. Of course, who would have guessed? It just makes sense, right? That is the case. Also, I'm gonna say this. Just because you have a child does not mean you can't go out with your partner or whatever. There's plenty of options you can do. You can give your child to a family member for that day. You can hire a babysitter. You can it's not that hard. It's not that hard to take a day off from parenting. Like, is people want to act like they can't live a normal life anymore when they absolutely can? Like, it's just dumb. Of course, a lot of people don't have that option because they don't have a stable family anymore. So they can't let their parents look after their child or sibling or whatever, right? Because they're retarded. Anyways, from horse to horses, true. We start with this now. Symboli Rudolph, the Emperor of Uma Musume by Pyrex. Let's go. I have no idea about this horse, except that he already said this is gonna be humongous. Try meat grinder too. What? Calm down, get out of here, freak. Let's go.
The Ashen Beast of Kasamatsu, the Black Assassin, the Conqueror of the Century's End. These are all titles given to some of Japan's most notable racehorses, solidifying their legacy long after their retirement, forever remembered in the world of horse racing.
I still hate the fact that there's a horse named Kids Look Untouchable. What did you think? What did you think was gonna happen when you named your horse like that, bro?
Nicknames are given to identify monumental victories or upsets that a horse achieved over the span of their career. For Oguri Cap, it would be the sheer amount of victories he displayed both in Kasamatsu and in graded races. For Rice Shower, it would be the major Triple Crown upsets against McQueen and Bourbon. And for TM Opera O, it would be the undefeated year of racing at the century's end. All of these titles hold significant weight. However, one nickname displays a history of sheer dominance: Emperor. This title was given to a racehorse who would ride.
Emperor? Imagine your horse gets the title Emperor. That is crazy to me. Still understand your message, Sway. It's a shortened version. It's a shortened version of shut your bitch ass up. Sibao. And thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Rival some of the strongest of his era and emerged victorious, claiming the title of a Triple Crown victor. A racehorse who in Uma Musume is displayed as a calm and collected senior and the president of the student council, one who many look up to at Tracen Academy. This is the story of Symboli Rudolph, the emperor who would seize the Triple Crown.
It's crazy though that the name is Rudolph. Why? Why does it have just like an old German name? Because yes, Rudolph is a I think I got that one yesterday. Could be that you got her. Yeah, that could be. That's very likely. She's a 3-star.
Symboli Rudolph raced between the years of 1983 to 1986, and at the time of his career, there would only be 3 racehorses given the Triple Crown title. These horses would be Saint Light in 1941, Shinzan in 1964, and Mr. CB in 1983. The one important thing to note before we dive into Rudolph's career is the introduction of the grading system first introduced in 1980.
Ooh, okay, grading system. We got Maiden Novice. We're familiar with that. Up to 5 million yen, up to 10 million yen, up to 16 million yen. Open, Special, G3, G2, and G1. Okay, we got that. I don't know what, I have not seen these categories, but this and these 4, I think that they are in Uma Musume. Uma Musume, I think. That should be the case. The funny thing is, when they made Christmas stuff, Wolf didn't become a reindeer, but a tree. What the fuck, dude? That is such a mystery. Hey, you know what? That's smart. That's smart, actually. Financially, it's smart. Right? Gacha games do that, right? Gacha games do that, right? Where, like, for example, Dokkan Battle does that, right? Where they release Goku and Vegeta that are in base form that fuse into a Super Saiyan Vegito, and then a year later or so, they release a Super Saiyan Goku and a Super Saiyan Vegeta that fuse into Super Vegito, and so far and so on. It's just smart, because now they can release her in, like, if that's an outfit, I would assume that's an outfit. They could release her as, like, a reindeer later on as well, to make more money. Are you familiar with Girl World? Not that I'm aware, no.
4. Graded races were created to identify the varying level of difficulty of each individual race. This evaluation, unsurprisingly, would also come with an increasing level of difficulty in terms of competitors. Graded races had originally started in Europe, with the European pattern race system being implemented in 1972. Following this, TOBA, or the Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association, would begin their own grading project in North America in 1973. This was in response to European requests for a similar system to be established, and the first list of North American graded stakes were later published in 1974. In the years leading up—
Europe got its own grading system. Okay. And North America. Okay, interesting. Cool. Didn't know that.
To the implementation of the graded system, there wasn't a Triple Crown series. Instead, Japan had what was known as the 8 Great Races, or the Hachi Daikyo So. This set of races included the 5 Great Classics, these being the Oka Sho, Satsuki Sho, Tokyo Yushun, Yushun Himba, and the Kika Sho. In addition, both the Spring and Autumn Tenno Sho as well as the Arima Kinen would be added to the series of great races. These were considered as the most prestigious races in Japan at the time, with the establishment of the new grading system, ranging from G3 to G1 races. That meant only one thing: new records could be set and new legacies created. And that's where our story begins. Simbali Rudolph was born on March 13, 1981, in the town of Mobetsu, Hokkaido. He was sired by Partholon and Sweet Luna. Luna was a daughter of Speed Simbali, a renowned Japanese racehorse who was the first ever to compete in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. Simbali is in honor of the Simbali farm, which is where Rudolph was born. Rudolph refers to Rudolph I, an early king of Germany. During the
We all come back to Germany, huh? Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's cool. As a German, I feel honored that such a great horse is named after a German king. That's cool. That's cool. Based.
the early years of Rudolph's life, he'd be trained and conditioned to participate in a newly established Triple Crown series alongside his trainer, Yuji Nohira. On July 23, 1983, Simbali Rudolph would take to the turf for the first time, participating in his debut race at the Niigata racecourse. Compared to the rest of Rudolph's career, this course was surprisingly short, being only 1,000 meters in total. Due to
That's very short. That's short. That's a short race. What is the smallest in Uma Musume? 1,200? I think. That's interesting.
Rudolph's sire's lineage, this was a test of his racing capabilities. Partholon was an Irish racehorse, with those horses being better suited for short-distance sprint races. 1,000-meter courses are usually run with either one corner in a final stretch, or over the course of a straight line, making it optimal for a display of Rudolph's capabilities. Rudolph would place first in this race, establishing a promising career to come. From his debut race in July till the end of the year.
However, that only goes to 1986. That's a short period. Does that mean that horse dies? Not again.
Here, Rudolph would participate in 2 more ungraded races alongside his jockey Yukio Okabe. These 2 races would be the Ichio Tokubetsu on October 29, 1983, and an open race held in Tokyo on November 27th of the same year. Rudolph would place first in these 2 ungraded races, only further solidifying the possibility for him to be a strong competitor in the years that followed. The open race that Rudolph attended in 1983 would also hold a great significance that would play a role in the future events of Rudolph's career. Originally, the plan was to enter Rudolph in the Asahi High Futurity Stakes, a major G1 stake-graded race for 2-year-old thoroughbreds. This is seen as a year-end championship for the 2-year-old division in horse racing in Japan. Rudolph, by this point, definitely displayed the qualities to win this race. However, his owner had another plan in mind. The open race Rudolph participated in was held in Tokyo, and it just so happens to have landed on the same day as the Japan Cup in 1983. Rudolph's owners aimed to show visiting fans and racers alike the sheer strength that Rudolph had even at an early age, a display of confidence against some of the most fierce racers from around the world. This was during a period where Japanese racehorses were fighting to secure a victory against foreign competitors, making this declaration all the more.
Okay. Interesting. Also, here's a little fun fact about Opera O. Apparently, the jockey failed to win anything in 17 years after Opera O retired. So basically, he vowed to not visit Opera O until he would win a race. And basically he didn't visit Opera O for 17 years, which is crazy. So even after, like, he couldn't visit the horse's grave even, which is crazy. That's so sad. That is actually sad. Just wanted to throw that in here since I reacted to the Opera O video as well.
More risky for Rudolph. With this declaration of power, Rudolph would wrap up his first year of racing with 3 total races, placing first in each one. The Japanese Triple Crown Series is only available for 3-year-old thoroughbreds, so for Rudolph, his only opportunity would be in the year 1984. Before competing in the Triple Crown Series, Rudolph first needed to qualify by winning a preliminary race. Due to this, he would enter to compete in the 1984 Yayoi Show, which would be held on March 4th. The Yayoi Show doesn't only act as a preliminary requirement for the Triple Crown Series, but also is widely seen as a key trial race for the Satsuki Show, bringing in a list of strong competitors. Among them was a horse named Baizen Nishiki, an undefeated racehorse who also had 3 victories under his belt. Nishiki would be the fan favorite to win due to a G3 victory he'd achieved at the Kyoto High Yonsai Stakes in February. Despite the strong competition, Rudolph proved to the audience just how capable he was to claim victory. In the final spread of the race, Rudolph advanced to the front of the pack, overtaking Nishiki to solidify his ability to compete in the Triple Crown Series. With this upset of the fan favorite, Rudolph would move on to begin his journey for the Triple Crown title. One important thing to note is that up until this point, Okabe, Rudolph's jockey, would also have a history of jockeying Nishiki.
Oh, that's interesting. So the one riding Nishiki was also the one beating him. That's interesting. Also got a lot of first places here. Cool.
From the beginning of his career in 1983 up until the Kyoto High Yonsai Stakes, Okabe, prior to racing in the Yayoi Show, was presented a choice. He had to choose between jockeying Nishiki or Rudolph at the Yayoi Show. Okabe chose Rudolph despite Nishiki, at the time, being evaluated as the stronger between the two. Okabe's choice to jockey Rudolph will result in Nishiki's owners discarding Okabe as a jockey in the future, seeing this choice as an act of betrayal. Once more, Rudolph would be faced against Baizen Nishiki, this time with much greater stakes on the line.
I guess he had just a greater trust in Symboli. That just makes sense, I guess. Interesting. Logically, you would pick the one that's better, but I guess here he didn't guessing there's a carry then in the gacha game of this horse. Yep, that is the truth. Yep, that's how it works. That's how his videos work when he makes them. He makes the videos about the horses in the game.
This would mark the first Sasuke show to be held under the new graded system.
Nakayama turf clockwise 2,000 meters, clear and good weather. Clear and good ground. Okay, let's see how well he does here.
Also ushering in the first year of the Triple Crown series. After Rudolph's victory at the Yayoi show, he was declared as a fan favorite to win. As the race began, Rudolph would hover mid-pack before accelerating after the fourth corner. In doing so, he would once more find himself in the home stretch against Nishiki. Just like the Yayoi show, Rudolph would pull ahead of his competitor, finishing the race a whole length ahead of Nishiki. This wasn't only a first place finish, but also a record-setting time of 2 minutes.
Ooh, record time. Ooh, not bad. First place? Nice.
It's 1.1 seconds. One important thing to note is the fact that Okabe, despite Rudolph's many victories, hadn't raised a whip on him once. Rudolph was seen as an intelligent horse who understood when to act during crucial moments in a race. Upon claiming victory,
That's cool! He knew how to behave! That's cool! Okay!
Okabe would hold one finger over his head, signifying this was the first of 3 victories to claim the Triple Crown. After the Sasuke show, held on April 5th, 1984, Rudolph would set his sights on the Tokyo Yushun, which would be held on May 27th.
Tokyo Turf, Japanese Derby Tokyo Turf, anti-clockwise. 2,400 meters. It's cloudy and, heavy.
At this point in Rudolph's short career, he had already made a name for himself as a fierce and feared competitor. Several racehorses avoided running in the Tokyo Yushun simply because Rudolph was a competitor.
The aura. Why are these horses aura farming unlike Golshi? Yeah, but to be fair, I think bro is doing this behavior on purpose. You cannot tell me that bro is not doing this on purpose. I think bro knows what to do. Knows what to do. He just doesn't want to.
As the Tokyo Yushun began, Okabe would later admit in interviews that he was hasty to have Rudolph advance forward during the second leg of the race. Rudolph was hanging in 7th to 8th place over a majority of the race itself, most likely shaking Okabe, leading to an early command to spurt to avoid a devastating loss. For the first time in his career with Rudolph, Okabe would raise the whip and strike Rudolph to command him to move forward. However, despite his jockey's hasty decision, Rudolph would continue to keep his pace. As the racers reached a final turn to the home stretch, Okabe would state that it was as if Rudolph were speaking to him, "Hold on tight" being what he heard. After this moment, Rudolph would surge from the outside from 7th place all the way to 1st. Much of Rudolph's career isn't shown in the Uma Musume anime.
That's so cool though. That the horse was how does that work? How are you aware? How is a horse that aware of like preserving energy and then just sprinting into the front? How is a horse that aware? That's so cool.
However, the Tokyo Yushun is an exception. The Yushun is displayed in Season 2, Episode 1, where we see Tokai Teo, a real-life offspring of Rudolph, observing her second victory in the Triple Crown series. Just like in the anime,
I like her design. It's like kind of like it's really cool, royalty-like. We have like that white strand of hair right up there. Got those earrings. I like the dark brown parts here. I like the shoulder thingy there. This part, the medals there. She looks cool. I don't have her. I haven't gotten her. I did not get her. I don't have her, unfortunately. Yeah, I like her design. I think it suits.
Following this race, Okabe would hold 2 fingers
Yeah, with that red part here, whatever you call that. I like her design. I think it's cool. They did a good job.
Over his head, signifying the second win of the series. This victory only left the Kika show to claim the Triple Crown. Rudolph's calm demeanor, even when all hope seemed lost, taught his jockey a lot about the horse itself. He would later admit that this race in particular would teach him a lot about horse racing. Before racing in the Kika show, Rudolph would participate in the Saint Light Keenan, a G3 race held on September 30th, 1984. At this point in his career, Rudolph had already displayed a unique aptitude for courses of varying lengths. Despite his first year of racing being on courses ranging from 1,000 to 1,600 meters, Rudolph still managed wins in medium and long distance races, ranging in length from 2,000 to 3,200 meters. Especially due to the lineage Rudolph was from, this was seen as a remarkable feat. It's rare to come across racehorses capable of performing well over all 4 aptitudes on the racecourse. Just like the Sasuke show.
Actually cool, especially considering that he started with like sprint and stuff like that, right? Short and medium distances. That's interesting. That's interesting. I guess somebody invested a lot into stamina and got the right legacy polls.
Rudolph wouldn't only win the Saint Light Keenan, but also set a record time of 2 minutes 13.4 seconds. This would mark Rudolph's 7th consecutive win, retaining his title as an undefeated racehorse, even after claiming 2 of the 3 Triple Crown titles. In the entirety of Japanese horse racing, even before the establishment of the grading system, there hadn't been a single competitor who claimed the Triple Crown without suffering a single loss. Shinzan would suffer a 2nd place finish a month before winning the Kika show, while Mr. CB would place 2nd a year before competing for the Triple Crown title. Saint Light, much like CB and Shinzan, would also—
Wait, that horse is not available, but she looks cool. Holy crap. Oh, she looks cool. That's cool. That dress looks cool. Never mind. I don't think she's in the game. I haven't seen her, so I don't think she is on the global version. That's cool.
Suffer a 2nd place finish prior to claiming the Triple Crown. If the stakes were high at the Tokyo Yushun, they would be even greater at the Kika show. Unlike the Tokyo Yushun, Okabe would enter this race with more confidence, knowing he could rely on Rudolph's racing capabilities. During the span of this race, Rudolph would comfortably hang near the front of the pack before the last straight, where he'd break away and secure his 1st place position. For a moment, it seemed as though a fierce rush to the finish line would take place, with Goldway tailing close behind Rudolph. Despite the pressure, Rudolph would break away fully, and solidify himself as the 4th horse to claim the Triple Crown title. In addition to this prestigious achievement, Simbali Rudolph would—
Yes, that's cool. Why are they're all women in the game if the horses are male? Simple. If you don't understand it, it's very simple. Game, and you add first game. Add cute women, profit. That's really all it is. That's really all it is. That's the idea. This game wouldn't be successful if it was dudes. And there are some girlies in there actually too. Not like Haru Urara is female and stuff. There are some. But yeah, it just works. It just works. Men don't sell, exactly. Men do not sell. Look, I found a video about the Sonic the Hedgehog at me. If you watch it, sending it in request. Oh boy.
Also be the first horse in Japan's history to claim the Triple Crown title undefeated, winning 8 of the total races he'd enter over the span of his career. To further emphasize—
First place. All of them first place. The male and female horses actually have different Triple Crowns. Yeah, that makes sense as well. They probably also have like different distances and stuff, likely, potentially. They have like a few different requirements. Makes sense, because, right, stallions would be stronger most of the time. Okay, all wins. Hi Joe, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Hello.
How impressive this achievement was. At the time of writing this script in 2025, there would only be 2 racehorses to achieve the same victory. These horses being Deep Impact in 2005 and Contrail in 2020. To win the Triple Crown series is an impressive feat in itself, but it is nearly unheard of to win without suffering a single loss at all in a horse's career. With the win of the third Triple Crown race under their belt, Okabe would confidently hold up 3 fingers following the win at the Kika show, solidifying the establishment of Japan's 4th Triple Crown winner. Following the Kika show, Rudolph would put himself to the test. As his owners had displayed a year prior at the open race in Tokyo, it was time for Rudolph to show the world what he was capable of. On November 25th, 1984,
come on, you can do this. It'd be so cool. The Emperor is so fitting. Good, yes, better can be. Okay. Bro really got Vietnam flash when he heard Sonic the Hedgehog. Of course I would get Vietnam flashbacks. By the way, did you see the video I sent? Yeah, I've seen it. It's in the list.
Symboli Rudolph would participate in the Japan Cup. It would be at this international race where Rudolph would face some of the strongest horses in his career. 2 notable names being Mr. CB, the previous year's Triple Crown victor, and Katsuragi Ace.
Ooh, she looks cool too! Like the black. She's all black except for the upper part, right? Which is like light blue, baby blue. I like her. She's cool.
Ace, although not a Triple Crown racehorse, was a fierce competitor in his own regard, having secured several victories over the span of his career leading up to the Japan Cup. He had clear potential to give Rudolph a challenge. Ace's style of running was very similar to that of Silent Suzuka, a horse covered in one of my previous videos. A runaway method style of racing, running at full speed from the start to finish at the front of the pack. With such a strong lineup of Japanese competitors, hopes were also very high to have Japan secure a victory for the first time since the race's establishment. Since the Japan Cup's creation in 1981, Japan had suffered consecutive losses from foreign competitors. Even though Rudolph fought hard in this race, he'd unfortunately suffer the first loss of his career. Even though Rudolph had a bad temperament while in the stables, being nicknamed as the Lion, Rudolph was a horse who normally had a calm temperament on the racecourse, being able to remain composed even in critical situations. Even so, after suffering this defeat, Rudolph would show clear irritation at his first loss. Even though he didn't place first, it's still remarkable that Rudolph finished 3rd in a race against the world's strongest.
3rd. No! You should have won this! It would have been cool! Sag. I mean, you saw it on the stream. No, I haven't yet. I will probably do that towards the end, considering how long it is.
His competitors. The Kika show was held only 2 weeks prior to the Japan Cup, giving Rudolph little time to recover for such a critical race. Though Katsuragi Ace isn't in the Uma Musume anime, she is present in the game, where she both looks up to Rudolph and CB as inspirations, but also as rivals. Impressively, Ace would hold first place for a majority of the race, his front-running style showing clear domination of speed and power with this victory. There wasn't much time to wallow in defeat though. Only a month following the Japan Cup, the Arima Kinen would be held. Originally, Rudolph's trainer had no plans of entering him in this race. However, one sudden announcement would change that decision. Katsuragi Ace's owners would announce his retirement after competing in the Arima Kinen.
Okay. Rudolph wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm ending it. Yeah, it seems like it. Like the oomph was out, I guess. No more oomph.
We've seen before instances of rivals suddenly retiring and the whole left with never being able to overcome past defeats. A prime example being Jungle Pocket with Agnes Tachyon. Due to this sudden announcement, and seeking revenge for the Japan Cup's defeat, Symboli Rudolph would be registered to race in the 1984 Arima Kinen. Once more, just like the Japan Cup, Rudolph, Ace, and CB would be put against one another. Many spectators saw this as a continuation of the Japan Cup race, with 3 of the strongest racehorses of their generation being put against one another. Throughout the entirety of the race, Rudolph kept a close mark on Ace, and on the final straight, would accelerate, surpassing Ace and claiming a victory at the Arima Kinen. This would also mark a...
Bro was basically saying, oh, the first time was just an accident. That's cool. Basically a second try.
Another record time set by Rudolph. finishing the race at 2 minutes 32.8 seconds. A loss in the previous month had only pushed Rudolph and his handlers to strive for even greater achievements in the future. Following this victory, Rudolph would end the year of 1984 with the Triple Crown title, and only one loss in his career. Now, for many horses we cover in these videos, normally that would be the end of our story. Rudolph would either retire or become a breeding stud.
There's more? How could there be more? Like, is there gonna be a bunch of what could there be more?
But this is the Emperor we're talking about here, and we still need to cover the race that gave him that title. Entering the year of 1985, Rudolph would compete in 6 total races. Coming off such a dominating year that was 1984, expectations were high to see more victories from the public. On March 31st, he'd compete in the first race of the year, the Nikkei Show, a G2 graded race. Starting the year strong.
Didn't they say they would want to retire him? And now he's running anyways? Or is this now a retired is this for retired horses?
Rudolph would seize yet another victory, making his overall record at this time.
Well, that wouldn't make much sense of calling him the Emperor, because who would care about a rate? Well, I do care for how raw I need to care about the retirement races.
10-1. Following the Nikkei Show, Rudolph would race in the Spring Tenno Show, claiming another victory in his 3rd year of racing. At this point, Rudolph was displaying his strong presence on the race course once more. However, in Rudolph's race history, one particular race would stand out. Following the Spring Tenno Show held on April 29th, Rudolph would be set to race on June 2nd at the Takarazuka Kinen. There isn't any placement record for this race though, with Rudolph being scratched from the competition. A day before the Takarazuka Kinen, while training at the Hashin...
Where was he scratched? Uh-oh. I fear terrible things. I feel terrible things. No.
Racecourse, Rudolph would slip due to the mud that had newly formed.
Oh no, we have a slipping horse. No, we have a slipping horse. No.
Formed on the track. Due to this, Rudolph would suffer a shoulder injury and Okabe's slight bruising from being thrown from the fall. Though his handlers expected a speedy recovery following the cancellation of the Takarazuka Kinen, a new problem would quickly arise. Rudolph began experiencing muscle pains along with his shoulder
No, we're doing it again! No, stop!
Injury. And to make matters worse, the process in order to treat his injuries would be painful for the racehorse. At the risk of retirement, Rudolph's owners would authorize a treatment utilizing fine needles to aid with muscle stimulation, as well as extracting infected blood riddled with bacteria. This method of recovery was a gamble in itself, but luckily, Rudolph would eventually recover, aiming to participate in the remaining G1.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm not too happy yet. That isn't a good sign. Usually that is still not a good sign. Please let this horse grow old.
Races of 1985. On October 27, 1985, Rudolph would enter the Autumn Tenno Show. Having won the Spring Tenno Show, he was highly expected to claim yet another victory. Just like the Japan Cup, this race would result in Rudolph's second loss of his career. One interesting thing to note is the fact that, despite Rudolph's many victories, his defeats were discussed much more in the racing world. Rudolph was such a strong competitor. However, his losses were very infrequent and always at high-stake races, the Japan Cup against the world's strongest competitors, and the Autumn Tenno Show, where he would have set yet another record if he'd placed first. Up until this point, no racehorse had ever claimed back-to-back victories at the Spring and Autumn Tenno Show. It wouldn't be until Tamamo Cross's career in 1988 that the record will be set. This thought of not only becoming the first Japanese racehorse to win the Japan Cup, but also the possibility of being the first horse to win back-to-back victories at the Tenno shows, left a lot of expectation on the table for Simbali Rudolph. Speaking of the Japan Cup, following the Autumn Tenno Show, that would be the exact race that Rudolph would participate in next. A month following the Tenno Show, on November 25, 1985, Simbali Rudolph would once more take to the racecourse, facing off against the strongest from around the world once again. The pressure was not only there for Rudolph to redeem himself from last year's defeat, but now, to also continue the winning streak Katsuragi Ace had established a year prior. Both Ace and CB wouldn't be participating in this race, leaving the door wide open for Rudolph to rise.
Ooh, please win this, it'd be cool. And don't die. Die of old age, that's the only thing I need. Please, I beg of you.
To claim Japan's second victory at this race. Unsurprisingly, Rudolph would be set as the overall fan favorite to win, with Golden Ivory from the United States being the second favorite overall. Once more, at the final stretch of the race, Rudolph would surge ahead of his competition, claiming victory as the second racehorse in Japanese history to win the Japan Cup title. This not only was monumental after a crushing defeat at the Autumn Tenno show.
See how he never uses the whip? He never uses the whip! Until now, he has only done it once, and even then the horse said, nah, let me handle this. This is crazy.
But also would earn Simbali Rudolph the nickname of Emperor. Rudolph had not only claimed the Triple Crown title without any losses at the time, but also would stand atop of the world's strongest at the 1985 Japan Cup. These back-to-back victories also hold a great significance in Japanese horse racing history, instilling faith that Japanese-bred horses could contest the strongest from around the world. Funnily enough, Rudolph was such a strong competitor that betting tickets in his favor were commonly referred to as bank tickets, with those betting on Rudolph knowing that it wasn't a gamble whatsoever, but a guarantee.
Bro, imagine you could just throw money at Rudolph. And just win. And just win. That is so cool. You would just know that you would win. Go Rudolph. Yeah, he's cool. I need this horse somehow.
Guaranteed payout instead. A presence so strong that victory was deemed absolute. A commercial which aired in 2013 by the JRA would use Rudolph as an example to highlight the Japan Cup held that year. It would state the following message. The 1985 Japan Cup. A man once said, "There are no absolutes in horse racing, but that horse is an exception. A horse whose 3 defeats make you want to speak more than his many victories. Simbali Rudolph, the eternal emperor. That autumn, Japan had reached the world. Conquer the globe." This was showcased that even decades after Rudolph's retirement, his impact and legacy would.
So cool. The opposite of Urara, who was banked on losing as a good luck charm. That is crazy. I'll just put all my money on her, and I get the money.
Still stand strong as the years progressed. Following the victory at the Japan Cup, Rudolph would participate in his second Arima Kinen on December 22, 1985. Due to this being Rudolph's last race in Japan, the goal was simple. It wasn't just to win, but to show the audience a sheer display of power that Rudolph possessed. Okabe didn't mark any competitors this time around, instead trusting in Rudolph to show the audience a true spectacle of horse racing. Ending off a dominating legacy, Rudolph would win his second Arima Kinen, ending his career in Japan with sheer dominance. Over the span of his career in Japan, Rudolph would be registered for a total of
16 total races. It was scrapped from 1, was scratched from 1, and lost 2.
Of 16 races, placing first in 13, second and third in 1, and having to withdraw from the.
Okay, 16 races. 13 won, 1 second place, 1 third place, and 1 he was scratched from due to injury. So that's crazy. That's insane.
Takarazuka Kinen. With such a strong legacy established in Japan, Rudolph's new aim was to take on the world. In 1986, Rudolph would aim to compete in the L'Arc de Triomphe. Evidently, Rudolph's owners at the Simbali Ranch wanted to rake in more profits that came with Rudolph's victories. Against the request of Rudolph's trainer, Yuji Nohira, Rudolph would be registered to race in the San Luis Race Stakes held in the United States. Nohira was concerned of having Rudolph race in such close succession to traveling and undergoing rigorous training. This lack of self-awareness for Rudolph's well-being would come to backfire on the owners of the Simbali Ranch, with Rudolph placing 6th at the San Luis Race Stakes. Rudolph would be injured in this race, suffering from a sudden outbreak of ligamentitis. Had Rudolph been properly trained and conditioned, we would have seen one of the greatest races in history. Simbali Rudolph versus
No, don't go the route where it's supposed to go. Also, that horse looks terrifying.
Dancing Brave, an extremely strong racehorse from America who won the L'Arc de Triomphe in 1986. Sirius Simbali, a horse from the same ranch as Rudolph, would compete in Rudolph's stead, placing a devastating 14th in the L'Arc de Triomphe. After returning to Japan, Simbali Rudolph would celebrate his retirement with his handlers holding a ceremony for him on December 7, 1986. As Rudolph walked amidst the crowd, he could be seen wearing the 7 crowns number, signifying the wins over his career. A year after this event took place, Simbali Rudolph would be inducted to the JRA Hall of Fame for the sheer dominance that his career.
Yeah, you better include him in that. Yeah, definitely. So dominant, or farming horses.
Displayed in Japan. In retirement, Simbali Rudolph would become a breeding stud who would produce several strong offspring, the most notable being Tokai Teo, who I've also done a video about if you'd like to check that out. Rudolph would enjoy visitors and retirement life until 2011, where he would pass away at the age of 30. This is also notable.
Yes, we got a horse dying of old age, not due injury. W.
Due to just how long Rudolph lived, and even in retirement, still maintaining a sharp physique. Horses normally live till their mid-20s, making Rudolph's title as emperor hold much more value even in his retirement. Rudolph's legacy still holds its weight even in modern day, with many regarding him as one of the strongest horses to ever emerge from Japan. So let me ask you this simple question. After listening to this extensive history of our beloved emperor, wouldn't you like to see an Uma Musume anime season dedicated to him? There's many Umas who surround Rudolph that could be given the spotlight as well, such as Katsuragi Ace and Mr. CB. Even though Rudolph's career,
if they do want to make anime, like, they could do plenty. They could definitely do stuff. They could definitely. You know, they poke at the medications make me sleepy, but I'm listening in the background. Fine. All is good. Listen in the background. Medication is more important. They could do plenty of stuff, and I still haven't watched any of it. I still have to.
Ended with a crushing defeat, his legacy remains as one of the strongest in Japan. This was the story of Simbali Rudolph, a racehorse who showed sheer strength against the world's strongest, personified in Uma Musume as the Emperor of Traisen Academy, the ideal, the pinnacle.
What did that say? Hold up.
Horse who showed sheer strength against the world's strongest, personified in Uma Musume as the
Eclipse first, the rest nowhere. That's great. That's interesting. There's no more big stallions from Gold era now that grass is gone. Yeah, I also saw the post on Twitter. That's so sad.
Emperor of Traisen Academy, the ideal, the pinnacle of the racing world. Did you enjoy this video, and who should I cover next? Be sure to let me know in the comment section down below.
I don't care, just do it. I'll be real. This is good. This was a good video. I like this. Simbali Rudolph is actually really cool. Really, really cool. I hope I get the chance to pull her. I really do. Japan English is a vibe. True. I really hope I do get her at one point. It'd be so cool to just have her. I wonder how dominant she is in the game as well. After you burn through 10 joints, that's crazy. That's gonna be cool. I really hope I can get her. I don't know how dominant she is in game, or if she's just as dominant in her career as she is as he was IRL. That's cool. I will react to more of these when they come out. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe, and hit the notification bell. That was cool. I like that. That was cool. Okay. Chat, I need another break. I will be right back. I need another break. That was a long one. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I've returned. I have returned. Okay. And you make it sound like I don't experience pain in long work shifts. Nah, enjoy, and you don't. You do what you want to do. Get some rest. You need that. That normal stuff. At least peeled an orange and got squirted in the eye. Please. No. Eating an ice cream stopped my foot pinky on the corner of a table. Ice cream fell down. It's 37 degrees. You're cooked. Worms. We could do worms. Yeah, let's do worms. I still have worms. Sure, paranormal stuff. We do the worms and then we do the paranormal stuff. The worm one isn't that long. It's literally just 10 minutes. We can do that one, sure. It's been in there anyways. Let's do the worms. Where are the worms? Up here.
Hello, everyone.
Let's do the worms. That's gonna, again, one of those art lore videos. Let's go. Art lore video. The Wicked World of Worms. I have never played Worms before. I've never, by the way, by Chopo. I've never played Worms before. Never. I've seen it. I've seen people play it, but I myself have never played it. We'll just jump in.
Hello, everyone. I'm here in my local museum. Recently, I've been a bit fixated on the concept of warfare, namely in regards to intention, objectives, and justification for it. When it comes down to it, we have an abundance of moments in history that arose for situations that raised the stakes too high, too fast, some of which for power, some for change, and of course, the worst kind, violence to be violence. Worms. There is...
Worms. Violence to be violent. I enjoy violence to be violent. I raise a glass of sake in honor of the Emperor. Yep.
Just something I can't wrap my head around with these worm fellas. Like, this is a franchise with a legacy and like over a dozen games, and they really only...
Like, look. You sit there, right? As a game dev, and you're like, you know what would be cool? Worms. But they're doing warfare. Why? What is the idea? Also, one more thing. I tried breast milk ice cream. It's an acquired... Anyways.
Fight to fight, and this isn't like a game or an in-universe sport where it's all fun with militaristic practice benefits like Splatoon or Rainbow Six Siege that has their rounds canonically act as in-universe training for some reason, little old Ubisoft being little old Ubisoft. The worms enter battles just because they can, usually a four-way war on whatever location, whatever happens, 4v4v4v4. Last team standing is the winner with whatever resources they're able to obtain.
Why are these little guys fighting each other? Why do these little naked looking dudes fight each other? They just do it because they can?
They are practically indifferent to what happens to them in each respective incident. Like, I mean, the life of a worm is a questionable one. On a rainy day, you end up on blacktop, and that can result in your instant death. You have all kinds of things that can make you cease to be. You are a pink lime. A squirmy wormy exists to improve the quality of soil, and what the heck?
Yeah, and when there's a little bit too much sun, you start becoming rusty and crusty. It is what it is.
Hell are they fighting for in the front?
POV, you asked other women. Not dudes, worms. Who cares? Look at it. When you ask other women, the worst she can say is no. The worst she can say.
Lines. The Worms universe is generally like probably maybe totally the worst place you can find yourself in, except for maybe like a town on fire full of cannibals or those like big dogs from Lethal Company. I feel that might be a worse situation. So I mean, first off, you're a slug person, no legs, you're bug-like, you pretty much slide everywhere. And I gotta be real with you fellas, I don't quite know if I really like that very much. Personally, I actually enjoy having legs. They're important to me. Not even my legs, other people's legs. I want to get stepped on.
Wait, what? Did I mishear that?
If I really like that very much. Personally, I actually enjoy having legs. They're important to me. Not even my legs, other people's legs. I want to get stepped on. Growing.
You want to do what?
Enjoy having legs. They're important to me. Not even my legs, other people's legs. I want to get stepped on.
Why do you want to get stepped on? Is that what is your weird... Wait, what? Do you call your woman mommy? By any chance?
Growing up, I wanted to own a trampoline park mansion. I can't really do that well if I don't have the legs that let me go boing. Somehow the worms can jump, and all I can think about is the insane amount of upper body strength it would take to jump the heights they do without the use of legs for extra force. According to all the YouTubers I watched play this franchise instead of play any of these games, like I'm sure the majority of you guys watching this probably also did, doesn't matter which of these channels, don't lie to me. Well, Worms gameplay is very simple. It's war, sometimes 2D, sometimes 3D, always with casualties.
There's a first...
Sometimes 2D, sometimes...
There's a first-person Worms shooter? There is a Worms FPS? What?
3D, always with casualties, unnecessary ones. I might add, based on all the commercials we see in the respective games, they're just doing all this for fun. They will instigate militaristic conflicts without any sort of historical context that validates this behavior. They try and make
They just start war for no reason. So G-Gen even poking you to take 3 takes. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm degenerate? No, it's Worms 3D. That still looks like a 3D. That still looks like a first-person shooter.
Make a functional society that fails because you're trying to build shopping centers while also having your customers kill each other in them, as we see in the hit battle royale Worms Rumble. By the way, is this still
There's a Worms Battle Royale. I'd play that if it was still around.
running? I have literally never seen anything about this game since launch. Like, did any of you know there was a Worm Battle Royale game, and apparently there was a 2025 update that doesn't let your game launch? How is this still alive? That's very funny to think about. Like, imagine being the guy who updates Worms Rumble. I hope they have a good life. Is there a story? Not really, kind of. Most of the creatures capable of establishing a history or anything like that suffer a painful, excruciating death following the unjust draft lotteries that are breaking apart worm families, as they probably all perish in those low-quality CGI animations I'm weirdly in love with. Chances are the majority of worms get splattered into molecules, and that
They look kind of cute. What is this? Why do they look kind of cute? Why do they look like cute, goofy little guys that you can like hat pat and like? What is this? Also, I don't think they have a mouth. I don't think that's the mouth, is it? Also, they all have the same faces. Maybe they're not so cute. You think you, man, I said what I said? Yeah, Mr. I like goth mommies.
It's pretty unfortunate, especially since most of the ones we see don't have known names. The most information we get about any of them would be the legendary soldier by the name of Boggy B. He's just a worm who looks the same as every other worm, though he's the subject of a few war songs and legends. His father, who was also a worm, left to go get the milk when he was 2 years old, and then he fought wars on his own that exist for the reason of... Shit, I don't know. What did worms fight over? He's had like 3 official appearances. One
Soil? Soil. They fight over good mineral soil. Good mineralized soil. Feeling cute, might commit war crimes later. Worm. Look, you think think they are the same? Oh my god. Yeah, they are the same. I'm sorry. Racism. Wormism.
of them was a puzzle game called Worms Blast. Who is this for? Who's the lucky kid that got Worms Blast for Christmas? I bet they own a hardware store in Seattle.
There's even a female worm. Why are their hands not attached to them? Same reason why Sonic's arms are not attached to him. Ever looked at 3D Sonic back in the day? Bro's arms are not attached to him. It's really weird.
Or something. I mean, thinking about it, as for reasons for fighting, all of them boil down to essentially childish behavior over anything else. I've seen assassination attempts over golf and tennis tables for the most unneeded reasons on the planet. Worms that could be celebrity.
Damn! What a move!
Essentially childish behavior over anything else. I've seen assassination attempts.
Did they play table tennis with the grenade?
Over golf and tennis tables for the most.
Like, look at him. First he crushes him. Ever looked at Rayman? True, that one as well. First he crushes him there.
Unneeded.
Then he lifts him up. And then he plunges him down onto the floor.
Reasons on the planet. Worms that could be celebrities or even.
What a move. That's worm crimes.
Innocents have been slaughtered in their own homes. There's a casino in Wormtopia.
Why did they look like they were jerking each other off? I love how I feel tired and want to take a nap, and then my body's like, nah, go to the store. I guess so. I didn't know Sonic arms weren't attached. I swear that they are now. They are now, but they weren't. Look at Sonic Adventure 2 Sonic. His arms aren't, like, they aren't properly attached.
Where the slot machines have an option to just drop actual dynamite if you land on something. Like, about to explode, near active dynamite. That can just happen to you. Why would you do that? Why would you make a product that kills your customers? That niche is already filled. That's what cigarettes do. That's
Cigarettes. Cigarettes, alcohol. Yeah,
Besides the point, this is optional. Just
McDonald's?
let a worm gamble their child's college fund in peace. So much of this is optional. Is there any way to go around it? Can you live a life where there's not a guarantee of bullshit going on? Is this violence for violence? Not even a sprinkle of justification for this behavior? I think so. I really do. The only potential other possible option could be for like worm religion based on the existence of the holy hand grenade along with frequent worshipping of the great.
Why? Why did go but get crushed by a donkey statue? What the heck?
Concrete donkey. But first off, the implication of worm Christianity or religion or worm Last Supper or even anything close to that, you know, I'd honestly prefer if this wasn't for religious expansion. And the idea of a canonical worm Bible made me mildly nauseous. Otherwise, every single piece of worms media boils down to explosions, of being the last worms standing, of tormenting one another, usually for no reason. The only thing more expendable than the lives of these worms are the lives of our worms. At least these ones don't have to deal with random bird attacks. No, you just gotta deal with the diplomatic instigation and rapid development of international worm conflict. But that's fine. All these poor worms entangled in a squirmy little fate that will either leave them digging in the dirt or resting 6 feet down in it. It bothers me how in one regard we're meant to
Why did they... Bro got the 4 before and after head behind me. Like, look at that freaking thing. Look at that freaking thing. Look at him. Look at him. Ah, I skipped too far. I'm an idiot. I skipped through the far. I accidentally clicked this. Hold up. Wait a minute. Here we are again. Somehow.
will either leave them digging in the dirt or resting 6 feet down in it. It bothers me how in one regard we're meant—
Look at that freak. Look at him. And then this one. This one looks like the head of a penis. Especially this part. Below here. Then you got the tip. What is this? That's not a worm. That's a dick.
To perceive these worms with so much care and respect as they get characterized and normalized as the dominant species of the world, also aware of the fragility and value and importance in life, yet when they're thrusted onto the front line, it's just to be another body. Like you can have one or the other. I don't think we realize what it means to be a worm in this great dirt mound of life, and throwing it away like that is rather peculiar. And the ideas of contradiction here, they complicate things as much as they make them unnecessary, even if the majority of worms are content with these fates for moments of flickering glory.
Yeah, they're just dead. That big one looks like deer. What the heck? How do you know what deer looks like? Okay, that needs information. Gonna listen to music for a bit. I'll be back. Take care, Diagonal.
I can't stand by and approve. These worms are intelligent, dude. They can prepare and concoct all sorts of genius machinery that can be beneficial for change, for evolution, for the growth of the individual. Instead, it all goes back to that original idea of there being no need for a world we all stand on.
The truth is this. Whenever there is anything that gets created, any new invention, there's something to be said here. We found fire, we turned it into a weapon. We found tools, we turned them into a weapon. We invented boats and turned them into a weapon. This is the peak human experience, but as worms.
Rather to be the last one standing in the world. In Worms 4, I don't even think there is, I actually don't think this is Worms 4. There's just a lot of these games. I'm pretty sure there's like 50 worm games. It's probably like 20 though, but Worms 4. There is a story mode here led by a scientist worm by the name of Professor.
Isn't this just Worms Albert Einstein? Professor Wormwinkle.
Professor Wormwinkle, who runs his own university, Wormwinkle University, possibly the worst name for a college campus, with the obvious exception of Ohio State University, because Columbus is a miserable shithole, and I wish to never see or think about that place ever again. There's nothing of value there. Just take my word for it, fellas. There's so many better options out there. But like, you can't even pursue an education here freely. It always resorts back to conflict for conflict. He has you running his dirty work for him, going to the bases of his enemies to destroy their construction sites, among other builds, and then it gets so bad it alerts government worms. Don't even get me started on how the worm government would condone this behavior, not even for the casualty aspect, but the fact repairs of architecture goes back into the worm.
It's also like, They casually dig somewhere and then they just dig out a bomb. Why is there so much conflict, so much war? Is this on Worm games? I'm a huge Worm fan. And 3D. Mayhem is still my favorite. And 3D, okay. Albert Wormstein.
Tax dollars. Wormwinkle has a time machine, and you're using it to do this instead of like destroying your enemies in the past where they were less established or something. Guys, if you have a time machine with no consequence, there's literally no reason you shouldn't be doing that as much as possible for your benefit. You should be exclusively relying on that. Like, it was risky to run machines like the DeLorean, and that's fine, but this is a random magic one that runs on gold. This should be stupid easy to obtain. You should be able to figure out where gold is located, time travel there, get infinite gold. You have no problems forever. Why am I gaining the attention of the worm government when you could just be doing that? Like, Wormwinkle was already mad at the government. Apparently they're gonna destroy the university to put a new lab over it. Just time travel. So now Wormwinkle drags his students to the Middle Ages to deal with wormzards, wizard worms. Then you fight boggy bees and
Wormzards? Bro is traveling to the past to fix his problems of the problems of the future through war.
ancestor in the Wild West while getting a gold refill. Enter ancient Arabia. Leads to the Stone Age where Wormwinkle is then stranded by his team on account of being a dick to everybody involved. I mean, at this point, there's at least a fraction of justification for all this conflict. It's pretty much like us. It's the worm equivalence of war, but brought to the extreme on account of being worm brains instead of the superior intellect of the primate. In the past, there was this thing also called the OMG satellite, along with the equivalent of the arms race. And as a treaty was being prepared by all nations,
we got wormunism. We got wormunism, and that's crazy. Is there also a Adolf Wormler by any chance? And George Wormbush. The W still works.
this satellite struck and ended the lives of a bunch of high diplomats. This incites endless war. This incites war in nations. This is one of many reasons, apparently. It has gotten to a point where they don't even recall why anybody is fighting. Everybody is just a number in this land. It's disgusting. It has been an inciting incident for the modern worm warfare. I'm curious if this is going to linger and reflect us. Is this a message? Is this a warning? Perhaps a retelling? It's hard to say, and I'm uncomfortable considering the route that's meant to be taken here. Even if the majority of stuff is animated like a bowling screen strike animation, it represents a fundamental issue within this environment.
Why is there just an old woman breakdancing? What the heck? What is this? Yes, it's one of the boss. Wormists. That's crazy.
Dragging everybody else into this. There's worms that gain superpowers like telekinesis, worms that have the ability to prove life for the better, and they just get plopped onto a randomly generated environment and have to fight for their lives, sometimes taking themselves out. It just seems like there's no point. You only have one wormy little life. Why would you choose suspended being beasts? You have the opportunity for something great here with all of this potential, culture, knowledge, advancements, and it feels like it goes.
Be worm, do war. That's all it needs. That's all we need. Just be worm, do war. War never changes. Worm never changes. Bro, we're out here committing worm crimes. That's crazy.
Nowhere. You have a time machine. Just use the time machine. This is just yucky. One of the grossest things you can imagine. It's either this or an ugly shade of yellow or people named Devin. If they can't fix themselves.
I know a kid that's named Devin. He's a little shit. I don't know if he's still a little shit, but he is actually like a real little shit. Terrible. I think he also called a kid the N-word. Be right back. I will rejoin. Okay, but I will eventually do the video because that is an hour long, bro.
Then when I look at these worms and I say to myself, I don't know, can I fix them? I hope I can fix them. And the miracle that the worms see this strange little thing, this strange little proposition of like, what are you doing, worms? I hope they reflect, I hope they recognize that perhaps there is a better way than fighting for whatever they're doing. But I don't know, this is just me like balling around ideas. I skipped my aunt's funeral to be here.
Bro, what? Nah.
So bye.
This was incredibly silly video. Holy grenade. This was an incredibly silly video, and I loved it. That's crazy. Like I said, I've never played a Worms game before. I've seen others play it, and I've seen videos of it, but I've never myself played one. That's crazy. That's interesting. I didn't know that it was the way it was. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. I did not know. Paranormal, yep. Wait. For what? I've already added it. I do. It's an hour though. Yes, it is an hour. You should. It's so good. Okay. It is an hour. It is 59 minutes. It is about an hour. So I gotta know, do I do it now or are you disappearing again? You have seconds. Maybe even minutes before I decide on my own. Homie, I need an answer. You cool with an hour? Yeah, fine, I'm cool with it. I'll just speed it up like 1.2 times or so, that's fine. That's okay then. That's not too tremendous, then it will be like less. I'm not disappearing. Okay, let's do it. Some like the 3D games, some like the all 2D games, okay. It was the best game of its kind. I did not play it. Let's go. I just hope there's nothing in there that will copyright me. I don't trust anything. Usually with these. Delay, god damn it. Wait, delay is normal, just 2 seconds. Might be some chat delay though. That could be a problem. Anyways. The Death Tunnel of Waverly Hills Sanatorium by Ghost Files by The Watcher. Yeah, I will just jump into it. I have no idea. I'll probably speed it up to like 1.25 times. That's fine, right? I'm gonna go. Take care, Eliza. Have a good day. Don't hurt yourself by working out and you know, doing something good for your body. Anyways, let's jump into this. Let's see what awaits me.
We're back. Where's my tinning? You please step back towards the bone, please. Oh, fuck. First time we were here, we were a little scared, guys. Did we do something that upset you? Just a slightly less scared guy. Oh, okay. Shut it up. I fucking hope I see a ghost.
We will not see a ghost. Watcher by the BuzzFeed guys. Okay. It's RTS that's actually been around 30 years.
Hi, my name's Anna, and I have some evidence from Waverly Hills.
My name's James, and I have evidence from Waverly Hills.
I suddenly felt like somebody was watching me.
Across my back.
I was standing up on my car. A stick figure show up on the
Somebody
bus.
pulling
on
my
pant leg.
like
to find this unexplained shape. Can you guys investigate?
I will be careful with this intro due to copyright reasons, which is why I'm skipping this.
It's cold. It's as cold as it is horrifying. We're certainly painting the air with our breath right now.
And you're going to paint those hallways with...
Well, it appears to certainly be winter. That I can see. It appears to certainly be that case.
Feces. Yeah. I'm just going to rub my doo-doo all over it.
It remains imposing.
It does. It's quite the building.
Well, let's get in there and get dirty, huh?
There's a comical amount of windows here. So many opportunities for me to have a heart attack on camera.
It'll be a hell of a series premiere.
Yeah. Series premiere, series finale.
Waverly Hills Sanatorium was built in 1910 to treat patients of tuberculosis, and over the course of its lifetime would eventually...
Ooh. I wouldn't go in there. To be fair, What if there's something that contracts that gives you tuberculosis? Why would I do that? Why would you want to do that? Why would you do that?
See approximately 63,000 deaths within its
That's a lot of dead people. Yeah, I wouldn't go in there anymore. Nope.
walls. With so many succumbing to the painful disease, it's no wonder that the spirits of some patients might remain today.
Sort of a happy place though, right?
Actually, it was. They treated their patients quite well. They didn't really know a lot about tuberculosis.
Who could have? It's a crazy thing. You start coughing up blood.
It was a problem.
We got our own little fun thing that we're dealing with here in 2022.
Very fun.
I can't imagine what it would have been like back in the day when you had to,
quarantine.
You could probably catch it from a horse back then. I don't know how it worked.
Well, I don't think that's how it happens.
You kiss a horse, you get TB? That's got to be some science.
Well, that wouldn't be an issue for me because I'm not kissing horses, but for you, I guess it's hard to find.
You may not be kissing horses now, but if there was some umas around, you would definitely kiss them.
People.
I've seen Equus.
You're right. The hospital sits on an isolated hill overlooking the Ohio River in Kentucky. It stands 5 stories tall with over 100 different...
Only in Ohio. I'm sorry. So we got 100 different rooms. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got 5 floors. Interesting.
Rooms, enough to accommodate more than 400 patients. Believed to be more active the higher you are in the building, we're going to be starting from the ground up. We've also placed cameras and audio recorders in 2 of the more active parts of the building in hopes that we catch activity when we're elsewhere. One on the 3rd floor said to be haunted by a ghost named Timmy, and another on the 5th floor outside room 502 said to be haunted by a nurse. The worst part of the building is undeniably the roughly 500-foot long tunnel referred to as the body chute.
The body chute? Wait, is that the place where they just shoved down the bodies? Wait a minute. Also, I'm gonna say this as a critique. You have such a big building and you don't use it for anything useful. Instead, it's just empty. Wow.
I've been there before. I hated it then. I'm probably gonna hate it now.
Body shoot's the only place I ever been scared in my entire life.
You've been scared there?
Yeah, remember?
I do.
I heard a little frog.
You know, why do I remember that so vividly? Oh, it's because you left me down there. Yeah. And finally, to end the investigation, Shane and I will each be forced to explore the entire sanatorium one at a time. Are you excited to get back out there?
I am.
One at a time? So only one runs around. Bro, I wouldn't do that. I'd be shitting my pants. Ghost, if you were here. Are you alive or dead? God damn it, what kind of question is that? It's a ghost, it's dead. Well, for some existence, you need to have some form of life. Maybe not life as we know it.
I've been ready. I've been stocking up with new gear. I'm gonna catch a goddamn ghost.
You are, and I'm gonna be there to film it.
And with that, our investigation begins.
Like that little vote of confidence?
I did like that.
That's for you.
But the investigation already began.
Oh.
All right, let's just take a second here. It's been 6 years since we've been here. Should we reintroduce ourselves? We're back.
And baby, we're better than ever.
Nailed it.
This time we got the tools, honey. Is that our new catchphrase?
I don't think so. We'll have to workshop that.
Hey, this place looks freaky.
Our first room is the morgue. Due to the fact that some records have since been lost or destroyed, estimates vary, but the number of deaths at Waverly Hills Sanatorium range from about 50,000 to 65,000 individuals.
50,000 to 65,000 dead. In that building. In that building, huh? Wow, that's a problem.
And spoiler alert, they all probably saw this room. The amount of activity in this place is evident by some of the stories we received from you, the audience.
Well, that makes sense that a lot of those would be in the morgue. Yeah.
Porter reported her hair being tugged. Sydney Owen saw a disembodied arm touch and move her friend in the morgue.
And that means sort of like a, not like a...
No, I don't think you quite understand. Like an arm by itself, like a floating arm. Just,
yeah, like a real muscly.
If I saw a disembodied arm push.
Yeah, you'd scream. Of course, I'd be very scared. I'd love to see that. I want everyone to know I'm going into this series with a thirst for evidence, and I hope it's quenched. I hope you quench it. I want to see these ghoulies.
You're saying
Show me the ghoulies.
You're saying you're very open, but it's in a very threatening tone.
I am open. I am receptive. What else have people seen here?
I'm glad you asked. We have more in this room than just anecdotes. Allow me to introduce our first audience investigators, Deanna and Mark Erskine.
So one of the things that I submitted was an EVP actually captured my husband Mark.
While our friends were posted up in the lobby,
Interesting. Also, what the fuck? Was that just the Mothman in the background? That looks like the Mothman. Is that the heckin' Mothman? At least he does look like it. Get that man out of here.
While our friends were posted up in the lobby, I decided to do my solo investigation in the morgue. I laid down on the body rack with my EVP recorder and proceeded to ask questions for the next 10 minutes or so. It wasn't until the following day when reviewing our evidence that we discovered what seems to be the sound of a woman humming.
Look at the stools. Gotta play my little EVP machine here.
Oh boy.
You ready?
Clark, you want help?
Did you hear it?
What the fuck? Hold up. Somebody gooning in there. For sure.
Clark, you want help?
Did you hear it?
Something like that. That's weird as hell, bro.
Room, baby. We're back.
The morgue, the fitting place to begin.
Exactly. I remember this place.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in very few morgues in my lifetime, so yeah, this place rings a bell.
So obviously Deanna sent us an EVP of a lady humming in here.
Yeah.
See if we could get that to happen again.
Can't be hard to get a hum. Ghost guy, I mean, come on, just a hum, you don't even have to move your lips around, just give it a...
If you could hum it too, can you hum Yankee Doodle Dandy for us, please?
I mean, that's probably the one song they knew back then.
Take it away.
I would not chill. I would not chill. This would be terrifying to me. This would be absolutely terrifying. I'll be real. I wouldn't do that. I don't have the balls to this.
Are you hearing that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Are you hearing that? The hair on the back of my fucking neck.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Yeah, immediately after humming, you hear sounds and humming. Yeah, sure, buddy. Never disrespect the dead ones. True, true.
Is standing up.
I mean, it could have well been a car outside somewhere, but it did sound like a sort of a low tone somewhere in the building. I certainly heard something there. I mean, do I think it's a ghost? No. Do you?
Yes.
Fully, yeah, I'd say if I were someone who believed in ghosts, I'd be a little unnerved right now. I'd probably get the little shaky knees.
My back is tingling. Could you, whoever was humming, could you hum again, please?
It is what it is. Well, fuck me sideways. I cannot watch this.
So
it's
VTubers.
copyrighted. It's copyrighted. It is what it is. Well, that happens. That happens. We need to wait. Let's wait. Let's wait. Let's wait. Ghost copyright us. Yeah. It happens. It happens. It is what it is. It is what it is. See, that's the problem. These channels, they copyright everything. So you can't really watch these things. You can't really watch these things, otherwise they get copyrighted. It is what it is. It's just really interesting. Oh, how that happens. It is what it is. Well, it sucks, but what can you do? It sucks. You have no shame to a 2K subs person. Well, if the stuff is copyrighted, then it is what it is. What can you do? If the stuff's copyrighted, you can't really do anything. It happens. We'll eventually return. Eventually. Well, if the stuff's copyrighted, you can't really do anything. It is what it is. I hope the stream recovers, though. That'd be terrible if it doesn't. That would suck if it doesn't. That'd be annoying as hell. Come on, stream! Return! Recover. Please, I beg of you. Come on. It's just crazy. I ain't watching videos of those people, that's for sure. And we're back, I hope. I think, maybe we are? Are we? For now we are. We'll see how long that takes. We'll come back, poke it. Yeah, F them. It's not even YouTube's fault, right? If these people say that you cannot watch that, you know, it's also that some things get copyrighted after stream, right? But they don't get copyrighted during stream. So you have to specifically make that. It's probably copyrighted and then... But I think in this case, looking at how severe it is, it probably copyrighted and then blocked. Or likely just copyrighted. It gets copyrighted on stream, it would get copyrighted as a video. You could still react to it, but not on screen. That just doesn't happen. Yeah, F them, the policy of shoot first, check later won't last forever. Yeah, but yeah, that's the creator's reason though. The creator does this, right? YouTube doesn't do this. If the creator says this is copyrighted, then YouTube has to do it, right? Otherwise, YouTube gets sued. It's not really a YouTube issue. It is what it is. Happens. It happens. Well, then I got another one, which I did want to watch, so that's neat. I did want to watch that one. So that one's actually at least I can throw in this one now. Paranormal 1, YouTube 0, it's a reaction though, the F. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. They do not care. That's how the policy works. Unfortunately, it is what it is. We're gonna do this one instead. Which that has all been happening on Twitter. So that's interesting. This has been I've been seeing this controversy for quite a bit. I've seen this controversy all over Twitter, so actually I can add a great deal of this, by the way. So yeah, the most controversial VTuber group by royalties here. It's about the VTards, Akimi, Sega Saturn, Nines, though Nines left the group officially, Nazi Miku, and also formerly known, and somebody else known as Shiro. Now, the group only consists of 3 people now. Here you go, father. Yeah, I'll add that, sure. We'll do that. What is that? Tarantula? Tarantula. Sure, after this one, we can do that. After this one, I'll do the Tarantula one. So yeah, let's get some stands in corner, cries, streams of cheers. You're so cool for not getting pissed off, Poke. Why should I get pissed off? That's how YouTube works. What can I do? Anyways, we'll jump in. Wait, what? I didn't even read that. Hold up. Wait a minute.
So, VTuber.
Is it normal to fall in love? Fall in love to VTubers. Is it normal to fall in love to VTubers? Like, really fall in love? Like, you get jealous sometimes when she notices other fans, but not you. I know it may sound weird, and I might sound like some weird old guy, but I just fell in love with Ozaru Subaru since the first time I met her. Ever since then, she became a wallpaper, profile, etc. Sorry if that sounds creepy, weird. I think as a VTuber fan, you're probably pretty normal. So anyways, is what I'm doing normal? Am I being way too obsessed? Thank you. Yes, you are.
Yes, welcome back to the trough. I hope you aren't that malnourished. I think it's been around 2 months or something.
2 VTubers, should it be with VTubers? Yes, it should be with VTubers.
Since I last talked about a virtual 3D or 2D female. I say female because male VTubers are essentially, unfortunately, support characters that have a single digit of screen time at this point, and the conclusion...
Wait, what? What?
The support...
Why are male VTubers incapable of reaching the same heights of popularity as their female counterparts? Don't get me wrong, I'm well aware of the exceptions such as Kazuha, but for the most part, male VTuber viewership never quite reaches the same level as the girls. Is there less interest in general for them? Yes. Yes, there is, because the vast majority of VTuber enjoyers are men. It's just simple as that. Is it due to lack of exposure? Also, yes. Is it because Sukuna already exists? I don't know. Here's Croc. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Simple. Demand. There's not enough demand from VTubers. Problem solved.
Characters that have a single digit of screen time at this point, and the conclusion of their character is getting ganked off camera. Once again, you can't name me 5 male VTubers in 10 seconds.
Me. Shoto. Something with B, I forgot the name, the first male VTuber. Regardless. Yeah. I'm struggling. I'm struggling. Kenji. That's over.
Don't worry, I'm not waiting that long, I already know you can't name them. But that's not me discrediting their efforts, but compared to their female counterpart, for one reason...
Why is this sped up? I just realized this is sped up. Calm down, bro. And it even detected with speed up.
Reason or another, probably due to the dual-wielded howitzers most have equipped. That comes with the unfortunate side effect of a primary portion of your viewers testing the amount of friction they can generate.
Friction they can generate. Okay, fine, dear. Another one? Cockroach, bro. That's crazy. Cockroaches, but that's not a cricket. So that makes no sense.
From their cocktail sausage, whilst leveling up their one-handed skill.
Scarlet. Our first conversation in the stream is more of cream-filled donuts, or filling donuts with cream.
I'm probably developing a somewhat unhealthy parasocial relationship with said VTuber, only to be severely disappointed by the amount of times that one prophecy has come true, but yeah.
Wait, Shondo, this is a classic. This is a hood classic.
Severely disappointed by the amount of times that one...
This is a hood classic. Translation. A lot of indie VTuber Oshis have boyfriends. Their boyfriends are reading your love confessions. Indies do not have managers unless they are actually corporate and thus are not indie at all. Therefore, if a VTuber has a manager, that is the boyfriend.
Prophecy has come true, but yeah, most of the limelight tends to be on the female VTubers most of the time. However, despite only a short time ago being freshly introduced to this form of media, and initially
Mari currently plays Pokemon XD.
Thinking this would be a fad that quickly died out, before delving into the honor hole of hell and involuntarily being educated in all the eldritch horrors the VTubing community had to offer, I quite like VTubers now, even if saying that out loud shares the same feeling as consuming arsenic. I like VTubers and how far they've come from their early conception in the late 2010s. And this medium has been used as a vehicle for so many different unique avenues. Yeah.
And fun fact, when people say male VTubers aren't part of the space, here's something funny. The first male VTuber debuted around the same time as the first female VTuber. Anyways. Hi Zoom, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Of AI VTubers.
Can you be nice to me again?
Oh, Neuro-sama. Hi, Neuro-sama.
I liked it better when you were nice to me.
Well, that's a shame, because I'm not nice to you anymore. Nobody likes you anyway. Nobody likes you at all.
Fucking clanker. You have a range of VTubers.
Fucking clanker. Yes, that's some bad news. Sway got view botted again. Damn, bro's cooked.
That express themselves in their own art style and personality.
Whoever left the footprints behind was barefoot. Oh yeah. The prints are large and wide. Oh yeah. Perhaps indicating they were left by a man. Aww.
Your VTubers pushing the technological...
What the fuck? Women feet?
Logical boundaries and are constantly evolving. And then you have whatever the fuck this is.
Praise...
Chibidoki. Yeah, Chibidoki is a special case gremlin.
Wow, beautiful. Wow, guys. Maybe there is a purpose to life outside of jorking my penis to Judy Hop's scap.
Jorking your what to what? Judy Hops? Furry.
Wow. Jesus was right.
Even the French have their own VTuber now, and they play War Thunder. What a double negative. Yes, I was wrong about VTubers and...
Yeah, then absolute degenerate. Ryugaki is also degenerate. Charlotte girl is a dude. He used the AI voice changer. No, the girl is an AI. The turtle is an actual dude. He's the dude that programmed the AI. Niurasama is an AI.
Initially, they aren't a passing fad. They are certainly here to stay and are only going to grow as the years go on, with more
outgrowing all the actual women. Outgrowing the actual women. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Personalities, capabilities, and quite possibly more controversies. As in this year alone, VTubing could not catch a break.
Yeah, VShojo fucking getting obliterated. Also, we finally can get rid of the saying, trust the talents. There is no trusting the talents. The talents are lying.
It was one discombobulation after another. The VTubing community is going through its own Horus heresy right now in terms of events. You had the whole Cinder situation, Gura graduating due to complications with her agency, which left her fans more upset.
And now streaming like an absolute moron, like crazy. Like the amount that she streams now is insane. I wonder why she does that now.
Than I don't know, being time bomb trolled on COD Zombies, only for her to come back shortly after, and more recently the whole implosion of the VTubing agency VShojo, one that was previously revered for being one of the best agencies that specialized in.
Well, it wasn't. At the end of the day, it's just a corporation. Corporation wants money. A corporation wants money. That's all there is.
VTubing related entertainment with a range of successful talent. But it turns out there were only a few expired NDAs away from the horrible truth of the agency being revealed. From improper management and fund management, especially with money raised for charities, to treating the talent themselves quite poorly, which led to the prompt mass.
And they even had creeps in there. And technically, if you want to put it like that, the creep hung around with Christian and the Sonichu medallion. So what do we do now? Does the kill for VShojo go to the Sonichu medallion like it did for Mudahar and so on, so far and so on? I'm just questioning.
Exodus of most of its talent, and the ultimate end to VShojo, one of the few remaining bastions of the corporate VTubing world, and is another reminder that just because something looks highly functional and remarkable on the front, doesn't mean the same thing can be said from behind the scenes. As we've learned a number of times in the VTubing community alone, but this video isn't about VShojo or a VTubing agency at all. It is more about a COD Clan-like group of VTubers that seem to have found their self.
Yes. Akimi, over here. I'm blocking her. Akimi, Nines, who's no longer part of the group because she was doxxed. Nazi Miku, who apparently is a dude as far as I'm aware. And Saturn, which is also cool. Terrible. Terrible what happened here.
Themselves in hot water, from simply the name of the group to the actions of the members, all of which after only formally existing for a few weeks now, and they have most certainly obtained the speedrunning world record for a number of potential career
I mean, they are known as the VTards.
Ending controversies in such a short amount of time. But the one group I wanted to talk about today is the VTubing group VTards.
I'm a good little piggy who eats from
the VTards. I still love the name.
A trough. Oink, oink, oink. I love my slop.
Now obviously naming your group VTards seemingly out of the gate would definitely expose you to some level of backlash. I personally think the word they are insinuating here has been so overused, I'm somewhat desensitized at this point. It just doesn't hold the same weight it did 10 years ago, at least in my opinion. I personally would be more.
It's retard is reduced to the same level as asshole. It literally is. Like, oh, this and that, you asshole. Oh, this and that, you retard. Like, it's just. That's why I'm using it. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
More offended if somebody called me a homo habilis, but the word obviously does have a history to it as well, and people do get offended when it is used. But simply just the name wasn't the only reason people's heads turned at the sight of this newly formed group. the group officially formed on July 9th, with 5 group members, and within the announcement tweet, they provide a short, basic description of their group, which was a female VTuber group currently comprised of 5 based anime girl VTubers who aren't afraid to speak their mind and go against what is deemed politically correct. Now, as I've said previously, politics is not my strong point. It's probably one of my lowest stats alongside
-1, cardio 3, endurance 3, charisma 5. I'd give him that, yeah. Intelligence 2. I'd put that high up a little bit, like a point. Agility 3, luck 3. I don't know if making videos shows a lot of luck. Anyways.
Cardio, because fuck cardio, you can probably burn just as much calories weight training, and if not, fuck you anyway, I'm still not using the Stairmaster. But anyway, the definition of being politically correct was lost on me, but I quickly found out it basically meant to avoid being offensive in most ways. The more you know, I guess. But out of the gate, it would appear this group had the goal.
Spoiler alert, we are not politically correct here. I will say what I think. I will say what I think, and you will either leave or live with it.
Of being as unapologetic and honest to themselves as possible, but the reason this announcement seemed to turn a lot of heads and cause somewhat of a stir in the VTuber community, to the point where the tweet went viral, but not just because of the name of the group. It was down to some of the participants of the group and their activities. In hindsight, the first tweet was probably a warning. The first, probably most alarming feature of the group is the fact that one of them is a version of Hatsune Miku that self-identifies.
Which is crazy. I don't agree with that at all. I'll be real. That is the one member I'm like, hard. So for me, it's like, Miku is the weirdo here, clearly. Very clearly. I'm pretty neutral. I'm pretty neutral to Akimi. Sometimes I like her takes. Sometimes I can just shake my head. I'm fairly neutral. Saturn is cool. And Nines is definitely the sweetheart of the group. Which is probably why they doxed her. That is the only thing that makes sense.
Identifies as a member of a not so nice German party during the event of World War II, and I don't know if YouTube lets me say the word, but they are openly a Nazi, and I think at this point they aren't joking about this and are doing this unironically.
Yeah, I think that person isn't. I'll be real. I don't think he, she, whatever does. I'll be real. I mean, she straight up says the N-word with the hard R.
At this point, at least to my knowledge, unless they're playing the long game of 4D chess, which is a terrible game, and their VTuber avatar is Hatsune Miku dressed in full SS gear and going by the name Nachisu Miku, and sharing most of the rhetoric that one would expect from someone identifying as a Nazi.
Listen up, you filthy Take...
I saw that clip, I was like, bro, ain't no way. Well, however, I have to say, people wanted to hear that. People were like, oh, she isn't going full evil, right? She can't even say the slur properly. And then he was like, yep, I'm streaming on Rumble, let's go. That was lit, bro.
Take a Q-tip for once in your goddamn life and clean your fucking ears. And listen up. We gotta send all the niggas back to Africa. Total death. F all you stupid niggas. I want you out of my country.
With many controversial tweets, and some are just straight up posts.
Bro, that's crazy. And now hearing it a second time, that's wild.
I don't know why, but this kind of reminds me of that one Black Templars meme.
No, little German boy! Don't join the Black Templars!
Oh mein Gott, der Codex Astartes ist
ein Bunch of Bullscheiße.
She does in fact clarify.
It's crazy. Hey, could be worse. Could be worse. Hey, at least she doesn't justify this.
Later on, as a Nazi, she doesn't agree with killing people, but she does agree with everything else and Nazi ideology, and clarifies she is not joking. And she also goes on to defend some of her other members, saying she is the only one that believes this line of thinking, and just because she's in a group of people does not mean they fully believe the same thing she does, simply due to association, and that they all believe things differently but can still somewhat coexist together, which I assume is to deter people thinking that the other members are Nazis as well. and that they don't believe exactly what she believes, which was sort of proven true a bit later on. But yeah, we got a VTuber.
Yeah, they don't agree with it at all. They don't agree. They don't agree with it.
Before a VTuber that is just pure foreskin. Wouldn't have imagined it. As said before, this group got a lot of attention overnight, primarily due to the name of the group and one of them being a Nazi, but they were pushed to the forefront of discussion in the VTubing community just from their announcement tweet alone, which may have been their intention from the start, as their group has stated in the past, stating with this group they intend.
Well, technically, this isn't the full backstory, so this full thing started when with Akimi and Pogger Shop, whatever it was called, something like that, dropping her for her opinion on certain topics, and mostly trans related. And since then, she's got a lot of support. They also went after the T-Man, I think Dragon's Tea, something like that. I forgot the name. I would need to look that up. Basically, they also tried then to go after him after he started sponsoring her and giving her an affiliate and stuff. So this actually started with Akimi being harassed. That's pretty much where this actually originated from.
To push social norms, which they have seemingly succeeded with fresh out of spawn. They received both backlash and some degree of support with an increase in viewership across most of their channels from this, but then again we've only talked about just one member. What about the other people a part of the group? The other members are Kami Kurai, Sure1 Kitsune Nines, and Saturn Senshi. First you have Akemi, who initially debuted on October 13th, 2023, and is a vampire cat who had some restrictions applied to their Discord account after breaking the rules, which I've personally never seen before. They are seemingly the leader or the founder of VTards, and as said before, just because they're in a group with Red Miku, it doesn't mean they share the same ideology as they stated themselves.
That was the plan, right, of this entire group, like, not sharing the same views, but still being able to work together, in a way. Basically, like a sign, like a sign against what do you call it? Like against like censorship and like pro free speech, right?
But once again, as they warned in their first tweet announcing the group, they all mostly do the same thing. Most of them have opinions and controversial takes, with many labeling them transphobic, homophobic, and racist.
I mean, Kitsu, okay, we have her here. Said Islam as a religion is evil, and I'm disappointed that she's a Christian woman she tries to offend. First of all, that wouldn't be racist, so that needs a correction. So, that's the first thing. Well, and the Muslim problem is apparent in Europe. This is kind of true. This is true. Trans women are not biological women. That is true. And gay month is almost over. So.
And have angered one group or another, but that is essentially VTards, who are probably the most controversial VTubing group as of right now. If we were ranking them, they would probably be in Grandmaster by now, and they have most certainly achieved their goal of pushing against social norms with the amount of discourse they've caused, just in the VTubing space alone. Obviously, the only reason they are seeing so much attention is due to that controversial nature as a group, and without that, with the thousands of VTubers that exist, it would be hard for them to stand out individually, or even as a group. And if they intended this or not, this has put them in the spotlight as of right now, even though they've only existed for around a month, and there's a possibility it's just...
Also, let me look at that previous thingy. It's literally a VTuber called VTards, which is still funny. Their members are all ableist. I wouldn't say that. I've never seen anything ableist. Also, not all racist. Being against Islam is not racist. Sorry. Well, Miku would be, but that's regardless. Transphobic. Depends on what you consider that. I'm wrong for saying that retard is a slur against mentally disabled people. No more. No more. It has no longer been.
As of right now, even though they've only existed for around a month, and there's a possibility it's just very successful rage bait, and they might not believe what they preach. But even with this group only existing within a short time frame, it would already see some internal fighting.
Also, for Akemi, she has a reason why she acts this way, which is, as she explained, she has a history. She was once liberal, as far as I'm concerned, and basically she spent time with freaks, and that put her off onto the track she is now. Like all the gynephilia men who were weirdos.
So as said, after only existing at most a week, the group already had their own infighting, which was somewhat confusing to say the least and led some people to assume the group was already crumbling apart. The conflict mainly centered around Shiro, who is a dog girl VTuber that debuted in July 18th, 2023. Now the thing with Shiro was she was a bit different from the rest. No, people still thought she was just as controversial as the other members, but apparently they were different in the way where they were the only one that thought the whole Red Miku thing was a little joke, a little whimsical comedy if you will, and they thought everything Red Miku was doing.
Hi Saturn, aren't you just tourist? Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. You watch the Family Guy thing I sent before the others? Sure we can. Yeah, I think. But Shiro also had some other problems, which she was, for lack of a better term, a bit lying.
Was satirical at best, which you would think before joining the group you would confirm such a thing, or at least learn a bit more about the people you are in a group with beforehand. But it seems the group and some of its members may have been just slapped together with duct tape, with some members not fully knowing each other, but that's just my game theory. But Shiro no longer wanted to be a part of the group after only a few days from their official debut tweet, but it doesn't end there, because for some reason they continue to talk about the situation when the following probably could have been handled privately, no matter the reputation of the group, and all hell proceeded to break loose, even though it probably already did once again, Red Miku. But even though Shiro could have left things there, said her piece and moved on, she continues by providing screenshots of Discord DMs between her and Miku where they would seem to be having a disagreement which would start a conflict labelled on Twitter as the Red Miku versus Lolicon.
So is this a Lolicon versus Nazi fight I'm about to witness? I mean, it kind of was. I'm not a tourist, I'm just a planet in the solar system. I have the best rings, true. And the only one here in the solar system.
Conflict, where they were discussing an artist that made some really weird images of Anya from Spy X Family, and that's the nicest way of saying it, and Miku had a problem with it, of which Shiro disagrees with them, and they remind them that they agree with Nazi ideology, but this is where they draw the line. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why they would leak these DMs except for worrying that they would be used against them later on, but it proceeds to—
Yeah, they were both not that smart. I'll be real. They were both not that smart for leaking those DMs. I think Shiro probably leaked them.
Continue with the rest of the group siding with Miku and ultimately Shiro leaving, and they uploaded a newer version of their group art without her. And what happens next is basically high school level drama, so prepare yourself. Saturn makes a tweet basically saying they wish them the best, of which Shiro responds. The leader Akami apparently was talking bad about Shiro after she left, of which Akami responded by saying, "You did it first." And then Shiro attaches a screenshot where Akami is talking about her personal life. After Shiro told her own fans not to do anything to the other members start to shit on her as well. And then Akami goes on to talk about how Shiro talked badly about her BPD, and yeah, I'm fucking done at this point. It's basically like Chinese whispers. The fallout at this point was Shiro left. People kind of laughed that the VTuber group was over, of which it wasn't. It's still running to this day, only one person left.
8 days since they posted.
Well, now it's more accurate that it's only 3 people.
Posted this, and they're already breaking apart. And then follows it up saying that muting this not as a statement, but for my own mental health. Please remember that behind the screen is a real person just like you. Think about that before you respond to people, which, God, the fucking irony, audacity, I don't even know. But the fact that you say this? You know, think about that before. Think about that before you respond to people. You know, there are real people behind the screen. You, of all people, are saying that.
People found it funny that for a group
I'm definitely blocked by this person. 100%. I can already say I'm blocked by this person.
that was supposed to be so based or controversial would have their feelings hurt by someone talking about their BPD, with people expecting their tolerance to be somewhat higher. But in the current day, things have changed. Red Miku got banned off Twitter as of right now, and then just promptly made a new one. Akami was getting a lot of threats, so they protected their account, so you have to follow to see her tweets, which obviously you shouldn't do. You shouldn't fight fire with fire, especially if you disagree with these people in this group. But the group is functioning just as normal. They only lost one person.
Well, now it's two. Nines dropped out of the group due to her being doxxed and threatened. So that's why she dropped out. That's what it is. That's pretty much what it is. They harassed her out of the group. Not the members, but other people. Like I said, she got doxxed. It is what it is. That's safety is then more important. Though she still talks the same she does. But yeah, Nines is a sweetheart. I like her. She's chill, and Saturn is chill too. Akimi can be a bit aggressive at times. And Miku's a lost cause, I'm sorry.
In conclusion, the forming of such a group was going to eventually happen anyway, and you've also had individual VTubers on the same level in the past. VTubing is a vehicle anyone can drive nowadays. It's probably a lot easier to be a VTuber now than it has ever been. There's countless artists out there that will create you a model for extortionate prices, and countless pieces of software made to now aid you in VTubing. Whereas around the start, most of this didn't exist, and thanks to this you now have a range of VTubers that without these facts also wouldn't exist, especially in the case of indie VTubers. VTubing has evolved and got so popular to the point where yeah, you are going to start seeing things like this, because that is relatively normal when a form of media gets so popular and easily accessible to do it yourself. And gatekeeping this medium won't help either. In regards to VTads, I may be crazy, but they are nowhere near done. I think some people are even requesting to join the group, but...
Well, I thought about signing the application, but I was like, yeah, Akimi would just pick girls, so I didn't do it.
They are still going, and who knows, maybe they will change their reputation around. The other members I don't know about. Red Miku. But yeah, that is just a small topic I wanted to talk about quickly, and if you remember this picture and the music that went along with it, you're old. Also, fuck you Smugglana. No matter how many times I counter the claims, the misinformation on the femboy and fairy allegations persist. I hope you stub your toe. But yeah, that's all I wanted to...
Poor Alana. I love Alana. Smugglana is also cool. I think she's great. So what do I think of the VTards? Shiro was a bit of a dumbass, I'm gonna be honest. Saturn is chill. There's no real issues with her. Nines is chill. There's no real issues with her. Akimi can be a bit aggressive, but I'm pretty neutral towards her. And Miku is a case for herself. That's pretty much it. I still like at least 3 of them. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Anyways. I hate lolicons. I'm indifferent to them. Literally, I don't care. All jokes aside, I'm happy tourist. This is just one of my 10 alts. Yeah, I can tell. I hope you're doing well, Poke. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I hate the people who do weird things to loli characters, bro. They should never be forgotten. Well, the truth is that if it exists, there's corn of it. Who knows? You might find Rule 34 of royalties here's bird. What do we know? Can we do Family Guy thing first? Yeah, we can. I hope I don't get copyrighted nuked on stream again. Please and thank you. I don't want to. How long is that? 10 minutes. Yeah, let's just hopefully not die. That's the only thing that matters. Let's jump in. I might take a day off tomorrow anyways due to the 12-hour stream on Monday. I don't know yet. We'll see how far I can get with the editing of the videos. Anyways, dark humor, offensive jokes, Family Guy compilation, not for snowflakes, by FamG compilations. I don't know why you need to put it out like it's not for snowflakes. If you crash out over Family Guy, then you need help. I'll be real. Same for like South Park and stuff. Let's just jump in.
Well, I'm off to buy imaginary groceries.
Well, what was so offensive about this one? Bro just fell down the stairs. Hi, Somax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Oh. Never mind.
Oh, look at my little cowboy.
Come on, Stewie, up in your high chair.
Boy, he must be starving.
Yep, he's really chowing down.
Hey, how's the food, Stewie? Oi, blimey, it's right delicious, I do declare. Waka waka. Hear me?
Crazy.
Bad dog. So we understand each other?
Yeah, I'll be good, trust me. I saw what you did to that black belt.
I don't care what color your belt is, you're a child, and I am stronger than you.
Yeah, and I can't believe how you stood up to Connie.
That's pretty accurate. I would do that too. I would do that too. I'm stronger, therefore I can punch you. I'm sick. How are you though? I'm pretty good. Hopefully you get good again soon. I'm sending energy. I'm sending energy.
Amigo for me.
Hey, Meg.
Hi, Connie.
I can't fit all my books in my locker. Can I put the rest of them on your ginormous ass?
Hey, Connie. Hi, Peter Griffin, Meg's father. Say, can you do me a favor? You see that fire extinguisher there?
Dad, that's enough!
Real. Good father. What a good father. Is it weird that a lot of these shows have actually somewhat good fathers occasionally? Like Homer, for example. I mean, it's not comparable to Family Guy, right? But Simpsons, Homer, it's actually quite a good father.
That's enough! That's enough, Dad!
No, you can't make me. I'll get hit with a coconut so I lose my memory of this. I remember.
Isn't this a nod to people getting nuked by coconuts?
Remember everything. I was abused by my dad.
Yeah, this is awesome.
I know, right?
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Close my eyes for a second. It already happened.
I know, right?
Oh, that was a dolphin. Whoops.
Oh my god.
It's okay, Chris. I'm sure that was the only one. Dolphins swim alone. Okay, maybe we should turn back.
No. Kill every last one of them.
Well, they are little psychopaths, so it's understandable, I guess.
Chris and I never spoke of that day, but whenever somebody talks about how smart dolphins are, Chris and I look at each other like, no.
Oh, a message from Joe.
Hey, Cleveland, I just wanted to give you a heads up that Peter has a whip because, well, you know, given your racial heritage, it seems like some...
Though he's black, his speed stats should be pretty high. He should be able to escape.
Something you might want to keep an eye out for.
Grape sodagram.
I know this is very risky, but the upside is so good, I'm taking it.
Yeah, shucks. Now the only thing anybody's gonna remember me for after I die is being that blind guy.
Don't give up yet, Peter. I mean, many blind people lead rich, fulfilling lives.
Oh, I don't know, Brian. I mean, I guess I can give it a shot.
Oh my god! I almost didn't do it. I thought, is this in bad taste? But you know what? I went...
Stewie. You asshole. Bro, that's crazy.
For it. I went for it, and I am so glad I did. Oh, worth it. Totally worth it.
It's just so horrible.
I'm sorry, Lois. I thought if I shook him enough, he'd stop crying. I was kind of right.
I mean, yeah, sure.
That truck's coming up on us awful fast.
Oh! Oh! You get taken down? Yes, I did. Oh! Oh, oh, oh. It's the 3Ks.
Holy crap! Do you see what I see?
I'm afraid I do.
We're being chased by ghosts!
You run like a girl.
You run like a girl, bro offed himself immediately.
Run like a man, you get a suit.
Oh my God, Peter! What the hell?
Peter, what are you doing?
Oh, surely, Jerome, you don't want to stay in the same house as a ghost who carries a torch around. Oh, fire ghost! Oh, you scared yet? Didn't know this place was haunted, did you? Turns out being a mobster isn't for me.
Well, I'm just happy you're home safe.
Me too, Dad.
Has anyone seen the rest of my white wine?
Sorry, Lois, I drank that.
Oh, that's fine, Brian. Hey, what do you say you and me go for a walk in the woods?
Oh. Well, Rebozo.
You know what? This is kind of nice. I thought you were going to do some kind of Godfather murder on me.
Oh, Brian, I don't watch mafia movies, but I did see Fargo.
Huh?
Bro got thrown into the wood chipper. That's crazy.
I'm gonna whip that cigarette out of your mouth. And maybe not slice your face in half.
Dad, I don't want to do this.
Stay still! Okay, that's pretty cool, too.
Hey, Dad, that's a cool whip.
Why did it just flip mid-air? That's crazy.
I thought you couldn't understand me!
What's going on in here?
Ever since Dad became a mobster, he's been giving me a ton of Italian children's books.
Green eggs and pancetta. Horton here's a yo. Good night, mooks. And Where the Wild Things Is. Stewie, this is ridiculous.
That's not all bad. I like having those Stelladoro breakfast cookies.
Oh, I ate those. Sorry.
Ah, no problem, Brian. No problem at all. Hey, what do you say you and I do a little fishing?
Why is... Oh no. Something's happening to bro.
Damn it. I'll teach Joe to ogle my wife.
Oh, hey, Peter. What are you clenching in that fist there?
Well, that was sadder than what I was going.
Yeah, the poor guy.
For. Well, at least it's over. Oh, God, those are all final notice wheelchair bills. Not a good day for Joe.
Not a good day for Joe at all. Okay, bro got punched, lost his wheelchair, lost his shoes, anything else?
Not a good day for Joe.
What do you want, Griffin?
Angela, look out your window. You see that Anheuser-Busch billboard next to the Children's Hospital? Well, watch this. Oh, God.
He blew up the wrong place. Understandable, have a nice day.
Oh, my God, this is horrible. Oh, God. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, good Lord, save them. Bless their Oh, okay, yeah.
He got what he wanted. Hey, Pokey, cool whip. Sure.
We go. All right, everything worked out.
How dumb do you have to be to walk into a gorilla pit, eh, Brian? Brian? So you've all read my book?
This reminds me of the white lady sitting on the couch surrounded by the black man. Here it's a dog. Or we're getting Harambe, but it's like 7 Harambe.
They had read my book. They just didn't like it.
Okay, tip, I'll do cash. Good, you heard me. Would you like to donate a cup of coffee to a soldier overseas? Yeah, that seems like a good cause.
Hey, here's your free cup of coffee from a lady in Rhode Island.
What? Give me that. Stop. Quagmire. You're not leaving here without being shot. I was trying to do the decent thing. I can see a movie. Ah, son of a bitch.
It's over. We're all...
The wrong one. The wrong one. Shit. Dark Knight reference. Yeah, it's been a while.
friends again.
What the hell, Joe?
I'm just trying to settle this nonsense.
Nothing got settled. You shot him. I'm the one who has to shoot him. Wait a second. All right, then I get to shoot Joe. All right, he shot me. I mean, if we're doing things fair here, then... All right, we're good.
I'm so glad you patched things up with...
Bro got lobotomized. That's what it looks like. Lobotomy.
your friends.
Have I told you that we're all friends again?
Relax, Stewie. The doctor gave me this so you can get some exercise.
Boy, Stewie's more wound up than Dad was that time he took steroids.
Peter, could you please pass the potato?
Ah, damn it, Meg! How many fourth graders do you think you could take at once?
What?
I mean, obviously, if you had to fight against 1 million fourth graders, you'd lose. So, like, what's the real number? Like, what's the legitimate number of fourth graders that you could successfully take on?
Let's say 100. That sounds reasonable.
Oh, no way, 100 and you're dead.
10. 15. Let's say 15. The children, so one punch each would probably... The question is, would they all attack? They would all attack at the same... Would they all attack at the same time, right? If they don't attack at the same time, right? You knock out one, right? And then everyone else already gets scared and won't fight. And they will start running away. I'd say 10 to 15.
Why are we fighting now?
Because they're idiots.
Did they say something about my mother?
What? Yes. Okay, yeah, we'll say yes.
Oh, then a baker's dozen.
What kind of weapons?
Only what's available in the schoolyard.
You could really mess up some kids with a chain from a swing. Just da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
All right, tell you what I'd do? I'd back into a bathroom stall and just start kicking. Dead! 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 Keep coming! Dead! Give them a narrow entry point. Make them come in single file. Dead! Dead! Anyway, I guess I'm trying to say 800 fourth graders.
Hey, happy birthday, Brian. Bonnie and I got you a big stick.
Joe, isn't that the same stick we gave you for your wedding?
You told me it was a magic wand.
I pointed it at a bus. The bus crashed. That's all I'm saying.
Well, fellas, I'm off. Old Joe's got a big
Well, that does sound like magic.
stakeout this week, so I'm going to practice by watching the party from across the street.
Those who doubt the wand's
Well, maybe it is a magic wand.
power suffer the wand's wrath.
Butterfly!
Just give me the rope. Nobody has to get hurt, Brian.
This is me in GTA 5. Oh. Cyclist runs over immediately.
Only one person has to get hurt, Brian. All right, I warned you.
Let's go!
No, guys, we'll never make it on foot. We gotta steal that kid's jet ski.
Peter, the boat's right there. We'll totally make it.
It's the only way, guys.
Peter, we're now literally standing on the boat. That's how close the boat is.
Made it.
You wanted to ride the jet.
He wanted to ride the jet ski. He wanted to.
Wanted to ride the jet ski. And look at this. It's a Bolivian airplane. Now, it says it's worth 8 cents, but really, it's worth 12. See that? Already ahead. Came right out of the blocks with a winner. Here, Chris. Now we'll just paste this very carefully into the book. And that's where it belongs. Now this is a loaded handgun. And what we're going to do now is kill ourselves because this is horrible.
Couldn't we just stop philatering?
Too late.
Okay. That solves the problem. Sure. And that helicopter should go straight into those people.
still hungry," said the very hungry caterpillar. "But you've already..."
Well, it could be worse. It could be worse. None Pokemon card fans. True. Well, it could be worse. Well, that was funny, and I didn't get copyrighted. I will get copyrighted in the interest of this video. Anyways, that was interesting. I don't watch Family Guy that much, but some scenes I did know still. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Okay. Good. Good. Scorpion, we can do the Scorpion. Let's do the Scorpion. The Scorpion. Anyways, let's go. Scorpion and it's huge by Exotic Slayer. Let's just jump in. We watched a few Tarantula videos. Now it's time for the Scorpion. Let's go. Bugs.
Do not dare sting me, okay? Hey guys, so today I met up with my friend and he gave me this. Yup, that is one massive scorpion.
Did you just say massive? You know what else is massive?
So this scorpion is a forest scorpion and it definitely does not look friendly at all. I mean, look at this. I was told it's a male and he looks to be pretty old. Like, what are those on him? Are those mites? No, it's not mites. Those are just, looks to be coconut fiber, dried up coconut fiber particles. So yeah, let's...
How dangerous is it getting stung by this guy? Huh. How dangerous is it? I wonder.
Set up the enclosure for this guy and rehouse him. So I'm going to be rehousing him into this plastic tub. It is decently sized. That's about 4 inches of substrate. Giving them the opportunity to dig, it's a good thing. Damp coconut fiber. And why damp? Yep, you may be thinking scorpions, they live in a desert. It's super dry. Well, these scorpions, these forest scorpions, come from tropical climates, tropical countries.
Well, that makes sense, right? Though there are scorpions that obviously live in dry areas, not much. Okay. That's interesting.
So they do appreciate their substrate and their environment humid. Okay, time to set up this enclosure. So what I'm going to use as a hide is this pot over here. Yeah, it is super heavy.
Oh, so is that the scorpion we saw earlier in those tarantula videos, right? In that one. So that's the same, they're harmless. Okay, that's the same scorpion, right? With the pod and stuff that it can water it and stuff.
This enclosure is going to be like a pain to carry around, but you know, who cares, right? It's just going to be out at the corner for display or something. So first thing I'm going to do is place this at the corner. So I'm going to...
Wait, whoa, stop. This seems a bit smaller than the last time. So is it the same scorpion or not?
I have to dig the substrate a little bit so I can bury that thing in. Better stay in there. Nope, you are staying in there. Gotta get this enclosure built quickly before he decides to come out. So there is the so-called hide. You are not coming out.
Wait, maybe it might be the same one actually. It might be the same one.
Oh, okay, now I'm gonna have to like get the substrate and push it in a little bit as well so he can chill inside when he wants.
Oh yeah, it is the same. It is the same. It is? Okay, it is.
I'm gonna have to like take the sides and make this part into like a gradual mountain upwards, and this side will be the lowland with a place where I put the water dish. He can climb up this let's say mountain, okay, this little hill when he wants to, and he can come all the way down to have a drink when he wants to. And of course I'm gonna pack everything down because just like tarantulas, I think these guys would prefer walking on solid surfaces instead of having their feet sink in all the time. Alright, so far that looks pretty good if you'd ask me. This guy is like super huge, like larger than I expected. Hey, where do you think you're going, huh? Oh my god.
Bro is escaping. Why are you running? Why are you running? It's not as old as and grown. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. This video is a while back.
Goodness. Okay, this is not the time to stroll around. This is the time to chill in there because I've got to rehouse you into your... No, don't run around the place, man. These guys, so big, like literally they are about 7 inches, no joke. Alright, Let's put you back in this container for now, please. Come on, no, you gotta...
Nah, you can forget that. I will not go in there. I don't know why he doesn't just, like, replace the container once he has the Scorpion, right? He could have just put him somewhere else. That would have solved the problem, possibly. I don't know. Something bigger so he can't escape.
Come on, go in, please. Yo, come on, behave. Behave. Get in. My gosh, what are you doing? There you go. This guy, my gosh. Chill, okay? Relax. I'm gonna have to go get some dried leaves as well as forest moss. You know what? I think forget the dried leaves because this enclosure doesn't have the best ventilation, just these 4 points, and not a...
Well, it would get very humid in there, possibly. When non-Australian thinks it's big. Australian, ew, that's cute. It's not my fault you live in the on the dark continent. Hi, Blue John. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Huh, this is interesting. I would never get a bug. That's not happening. I would never get a scorpion or tarantula or anything like that. I'd rather get an aquarium.
A lot of ventilation plus a humid enclosure. You guessed it, mold. So instead, I've got some plastic leaves which should make the enclosure look pretty decent as well. I quite like the looks of it.
I mean, you could just ask Logan Paul. He knows how well mold works.
What do you guys think? Good? Yeah, I think it's good. Also, if he wants, he can go and hide under here. So awesome! Looking good. So now I'm gonna have to get forest moss, which I have a little bit over here. Let's moisten it a little bit so it'll be easier to distribute. And now we can sprinkle it all around. I think we'll get some in there, so the humidity in there will be perfect if he decides he wants to molt. Although I think he's already at 7 instar or 8 instar, so that is pretty much the biggest he's gonna get. So no more molting.
So max size. Some forest moss to get some wetness in there. Get a bearded dragon. Yeah, lizards are cool. Lizards are cool. If I would get anything, it'd be a lizard. With snakes bigger than that. I know that you have everything that can kill you on one continent. You don't need to tell me that. I'm aware.
For him, but a lot of humidity for this species is always a good thing. And I'm gonna need more forest moss. It also makes the enclosure look a lot nicer. Let's put some up here. Yep, I put a lot of water in because they were so dry to a point that when you crush them, they're all crispy and they become dust.
Okay. The reason why I was here, I meant something at your stream because I'm busy at work. Okay. Then focus on work. I think that's a little more important.
Sprinkle all the moss.
Oh, sometimes. The reason why I was here sometimes at your stream because I'm busy at work. Okay, now I'll get it. I'm retarded. Never mind.
Moss all around for humidity. Drop some at the corner over here. And, well, we're done. That is pretty much it for this enclosure. You guys know me. I am a very, very simple guy. And whatever works and whatever looks decent to my eyes, yep, I call it done. So this can go over there with my pet tiger.
Bro is a ginormous tiger plush. I have one too. I also have like big monkeys as like plush. I have like plenty of plushies, like many. They're not in my room, they're somewhere else, but I do have a lot of those. Big ones. My tiger does look similar to this one, not entirely though.
What's up, little dude? I know, cringe, but cringe is what makes the world fun. Anyways, forget that. Let's just get this scorpion into its new enclosure. And yep, I'm gonna try to hold this guy for the first time because after I house him into his new enclosure, I will not lay hands on him, I will not disturb him, I will not do anything with him, just feed him and replace the water dish. So this is my only chance. You guys want to see me hold this big guy? Let's go. Come on, little dude. You gotta chill, please.
Ooh, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. I have one as well, the tiger. I have a tiger. I have a few monkeys. I also have like a white one as well. Yeah, I've got a few things.
Do not dare sting me, okay? Don't you dare. This guy, so big. All right, guys, so there's
That's what she said. Also, that is uncomfortable. That looks uncomfortable. Ugh.
me holding the biggest scorpion of my life. Okay, do not pinch me. So these guys, as you can see, they have big claws and a really not so thick tail. Ooh, check out that stinger though. So how are you gonna tell if a scorpion is super venomous or not? Well, I'm sure this is not the only way, but this guy has big claws and a small tail. Well, not so small, but claw to tail ratio, the tail is pretty small. So these guys usually will pinch their prey to death instead of stinging it with the tail. And I've gotten a pinch from these guys before. Not fun. It is not a pleasant feeling. Oh no, he looks like he's gonna pinch me. Okay, please no. Please do not. Okay, thank you. You're a good boy.
Bro's playing around with it like it's no issue. Hi, Eliza. Welcome back. No issue at all with the scorpion. Huh. Okay, so the bigger the pincers, whatever you want to call them, the less venom they're gonna have.
I've made for you a nice enclosure, so you respect me? Yeah, I respect you too. But anyways, let's get this guy into his new enclosure. I'm pretty sure he will love it. Wouldn't you? Come on. Oh, he is pinching me. He is pinching me. Not fun. Okay, come on. Dude, I made for you a nice enclosure. It's time for you to go in, not pinch me, okay? Nope, that's my vein. Do not even dare. No, no, don't you dare.
Suffer the consequences of your own actions. Get pinched.
Pinch me, okay? Come on, I've made for you a nice enclosure. All you gotta do is get off my hand. Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's go. Get off my hand, please. And there he goes. Explore your new enclosure. Come on, go in. Yep, that's right. That's
Why would you want to touch that? Why would you want to touch that?
your new hide. You're gonna love this enclosure. It is definitely big enough for you, but not too big that you will get stressed. And it's definitely not too small for you either because it's pretty big. I mean, guys, look. It's big. This enclosure compared to him, like look at him down there. Look at the enclosure size. It is pretty darn big. So no worries. This guy will enjoy his life here. I'm not really sure how long more he has to live because he looks to be pretty old. So let's wish him luck, okay? So you guys know that I usually
The hack scorpion. The hackpion. Sure.
keep those smaller species, the more toxic scorpion species, the Hottentotta. And then we also have the Parabuthus transvalicus, which is the South African fat-tailed spitting scorpion. Yeah, you see, even I'm butchering their names. And then I have the Rhopalurus junceus, the Cuban orange.
Yeah. So you can tell that the the pincers to tail ratio makes sense now that I see a few different ones.
I believe. And then we have my all-famous Deathstalker, which is still with my friend for breeding. I'm yet to contact him and ask him how's the breeding going. Have you guys seen such a big scorpion before? Let me know in the comments below and tell me if you would.
I've not seen a big scorpion, that big of a scorpion before, but I also never see scorpions.
Get this, because these guys, believe it or not, despite their size, they are considered to be one of the more better beginner species of scorpions. You wouldn't want to get those tiny ones because those guys' venom, yeah, they can pack a punch. They can send you to the hospital. They can send you to another place. So these guys, awesome scorpions. But anyways, that'll be it for this video. If you liked it, be sure to thumbs it up. If you didn't, feel free to thumbs it down. If you're new to this channel, be sure to subscribe. Notification bell, all that good stuff. Social media links, description below. I hope you guys have a great week. Have a great one, okay? Don't be like sad or stuff. Have a great week, and I think I should stop rambling now. So
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. That was cool to see. I like the scorpions more than the tarantulas. They don't look as freaky. They look more dangerous, but they don't look as freaky as the fucking spiders. Crazy though. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, the cockroaches. 18 minutes of cockroaches. Okay. Well, I do still have a video after that, so that's fine. But 18 minutes of cockroaches? That's wild. Well.
Whoa, that is a heck.
Do I want to do this now? Do I want to do this or keep it for tomorrow? I don't like the roaches. I don't like Asmongold here. Yeah, the Roach King. Bro would feel right there, satisfied. I don't know. Do I want to do the roaches here? You want spoilers, Father? No, I do not. Fine, let's do the roaches. And then I still got something more chill. Anyways, let's jump in. Cockroaches make a comeback. Unboxing featuring Alvarg. That is the bearded dragon, exactly. By Exotic's Lair. Let's just look. Let's just look at the Asmongold's children.
Whoa, that is a heck of a lot of cockroach. Oh my gosh, one flew off. There we go. Oh my gosh, you almost tagged me. Sorry guys, a little bit messy over here. Just finished filming a video, but I see you guys are back, and that is awesome. So welcome back to another video. Now over here we have quite a massive box, and yes, we're gonna be unboxing.
Others unbox a new gaming console. Some, I don't know, World of Warcraft figurines, special editions for other stuff, whatever. Bro just unboxes a box full of cockroaches.
This, I mean, why would the box be here if we're not going to be unboxing it, right? So, we'll be using this knife, a very, very pretty knife indeed. I think this is used for bread, I'm not quite sure, but this is pretty much the only knife that I could find lying around. I think this box is going to be pretty easy to unbox. I don't like this dent though. This is why I don't like our postal service. I've mentioned this countless amount of times. They throw packages around despite you putting like fragile stickers at the side. Although this one doesn't have one, I don't see why they didn't put one. I'm not going to be showing you this part because all my shipping stuff are written there, but that's the top, so I think
Yes, give me your location. Dox yourself. You can survive a nuke. The ultimate survivalist is a roach.
I'm gonna unbox it from the under, which is not too ideal. I mean, look at that. It's already coming out. Why would you tape it just single tape? You should tape more. Looks like I don't even need the knife. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna be needing the knife for this part, so knife. Work your magic. This is like a saw. Sawing a box. Okay, well that was easy.
That's a hella dull knife for bread, bro.
Oh, those guys are not running around in here. I hope they're in containers. Because, oh yeah, there we go. You guys know that I keep dubias. I mean, I used to keep dubias. But if you guys noticed, like the past couple feeding videos, I never featured dubias. That's because pretty much all of my dubias died. Oh, what is that? Yo, it's a baby dubia. Why are you escaping? These guys are... I'll just drop it in here and we can take him later. Hey, man, I have not seen dubias in a long time. Where did he go? Oh, he's there. But yeah, as I was saying, I used to feed my teas a lot of dubia.
Wait, so there's just a little baby roach crawling around, probably separated from its parents?
But mine, they all died. I know I had a lot, but they all died because they were inbreeding. I kept them for like 3 years.
Look! They're like the blue people! They're like a bunch of cogs. They're like the blue people. They've been inbreeding, or the Habsburgers, or whatever.
And they were just inbreeding with each other, so they eventually became short, and then their lifespans just kind of cut into a quarter of what they're supposed to live for, and they eventually all died. So it looks like only one escaped. And I didn't order... Oh wait, there's one over here. What? There's one over here. But unfortunately, it looks like he did not make it. Oh wait, what? Did he make it? Dude, are you moving? Are you alive or you're like dead? I have no... Okay, fine. Yeah, he's alive. He is definitely alive, but I don't think I will be keeping him. Now, over here, what I bought is 80 females and about 40 males. And I got them for about $25. Yeah, about $25. And it looks like...
$25 for the roaches. And the babies too, after their parents will be eaten. And the babies too, after they grow. Yep, that makes sense. Fatherless roach. Bro, wait. Nah, I can't make this joke. Our roach is black. Anyways.
All of them are healthy. They're doing really well. And I really like how this guy packed these roaches because he put them in like a huge container. Usually sellers that I bought dubias from before, previous sellers, they put them in like really small containers. Remember that video when I unboxed the dubias and they all died? Yeah, all of them pretty much died. I think that was because the container...
Wait, he bought the cockroaches. And they all freaking died in the box. Crazy that you can just get roaches in the mail. Yep. That hoe got roaches in her mail.
That the guy put them in was like real. Oh my goodness. Okay, I was just gonna open this and okay, I'm a genius. Why
do I do this to myself?
But yeah, as I was saying, that guy that sold me the dead ones, I mean, he didn't sell me the dead ones, but they died along the way. He put them in such a small container and they pretty much had hardly any room to breathe or move around. So that is, I think that's why they died. But these guys, man, whoa, there are like literally a lot. Yeah, I don't...
You missed a subscriber, father. Did I? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I missed it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. It's Japanese. I didn't even know. Different kind of mail slot.
Like this guy because, hey, where'd you go? Where did he go? I don't like that one because his wings were torn off, and that does happen when you inbreed quite a bit, so I don't want him to be in here. I want to take him out and we'll feed him to a tarantula. Okay, there are a bunch of babies which are good, but these guys look newborn, so I think the feed...
Oh, the noise is mute for subs. Yeah, because it would be annoying for reaction streams with Chinese or Japanese. Yeah. Oh, bro, you can hear them crawl.
Females gave birth in this thing during shipping because this thing was shipped out yesterday and I got it today. But come on, man, where's that male, the one with the wings that are broken? Maybe he really doesn't want to get eaten by tarantulas. So that is pretty much the unboxing. Now I'm gonna have to go and get their enclosure, that tub. I'm gonna use the same tub that I used to house my previous dubias. I'm gonna go and wash it up. Alright, so this is the tub that I pretty much just washed. That's why.
Interesting. They go into the same hole again. Okay. Bro did not find the inbreeder, and now they're all gonna die again.
It's a little bit wet, but the insides, I've already dried it up. I've wiped it down with paper towels, but this is the tub that I'll be rehousing all these dubias in. And yes, I know it's a freaking massive tub. I'm not quite sure how many liters this is, but it is massive, and it can house literally...
Massive. Just started Pokemon Scarlet. Oh, you started Scarlet new? Have fun. It is a fun game. It just runs as and looks as, but it is fun. I would recommend getting the DLCs. They're better than the main game.
Thousands of roaches. And no, I'm not just gonna be tossing the roaches in here just like that. I'm gonna have to get 8 crates, which are in my freezer over here. I put them in here because I want to kill any like bugs or pretty much anything that I don't want in with the roaches. So I've placed them in here for about an hour and a half. So I think that's good enough because these things, they feel really cold. So yeah, let's bring this upstairs to the roach bin. I mean, where else would I put them, right? I already mentioned I'm gonna putting them in here. So yeah, I'm gonna have to, I don't think I will put every single one in here. I'm gonna have to take out the clean ones to put inside. These ones look pretty clean. Yep, they don't have like any eggshells on them because these are not brand new egg crates. They don't sell brand new egg crates where I'm at. So these are pretty much...
Yeah, so you would use the clean ones. Obviously you wouldn't take the ones with the egg stuff there, right? For my quids, I just bought like small containers. You can reuse those pretty often, so that's fine.
Second-hand ones that used to have eggs on it. So some of them actually have, see, as I was saying, they have broken eggs in them. So these we don't use. That's why I'm gonna have to filter out those that are clean and dirty and just use the clean ones pretty much for obvious reasons, right? I don't want my roaches getting like salmonella. If that's possible, I have no idea. So as you can see, there is something data.
These things can survive nukes. And you worry about salmonella. Okay.
Over there, I think that's a bee or a fly, I'm not quite sure. But the freezer has done its job, which is, oh my gosh, that is really, really nasty. And these, I'll just like toss them out. I don't really need them. Oh man, well, I'm gonna have to wash this tub now. Perfect. Shouldn't have tossed this 8 crates in just like that.
You should have not. You should have not kept the dirty ones anyways. Like, it's weird. He isn't particularly he didn't go particularly smart about this. Consider this, right? He kept the egg crates, but they're dirty. You could have just removed the dirty ones by that point anyways.
But man, there are some really, really dirty 8 crates. But don't worry, all the bugs and all like this, they have died. So that is awesome. Actually, you know what? I don't think I'll need to clean all these because they're just dried up eggshells. So don't really have to worry about that since all the nasties are pretty much dead. Okay, you know what? Since there are so many 8 crates here, I will filter all of them, all the clean ones I'll put here, and then the video will be resumed. So it's pretty much done. I've stacked up all the clean 8 crates over here and the dirty ones are over here as well as over here. So these guys, we will just, I don't know, toss them out later. So basically what I'm gonna do now is arrange the 8 crates in this position. So I'm gonna be putting them vertically. If you guys want to know why, it's because if you put them horizontally, like if let's say you put them like this, the roach poop will collect onto the 8 crates in these little crevices, and when there's moisture, it'll just make a hole at the bottom of the 8 crate, which is bad.
Yeah, that's a bit nasty.
So when I put the 8 crates like this, the poop will pretty much just fall down. If you want to know how to care on dubia roaches, you can watch this video over here. It's an old video, but I made that video based on the stuff that I know about dubias. I know it's not the best care video out there, but I tried. I shared information that I knew about keeping dubias and actually did successfully breed like tens of thousands of them for the first 3 years until they started inbreeding with each other. I know, incest. And then they eventually...
Incest laughs. Yes, the fun for the entire family. You could say the family, the most intense family monopoly, you could argue. But I've returned to roaches. Played about 2 hours, mostly walking around. Haven't even gone to the school yet. Good. Don't never go to school. Skip school.
Started to have their lifespan shortened, and well, it didn't end too well. So now after a year, yes, after a year, I've decided to start again because dubias are really, really nutritious, especially for bearded dragons like Elvark. Elvark loves dubia roaches. Speaking of which, we'll go feed him some dubia roaches after this. Yeah, I think he'll love that. But as for now, I'm just arranging this. There are a lot of 8 crates down here, but it looks like I'm not going to be using all of them. So I'll just stack here until it reaches there, and that's pretty much it. Over here I will put the food dish and the water dish, and yeah, that is pretty much it. Nothing too special. You guys want to put like subs.
How does he clean it then? Like, how does he clean it? I feel like cleaning it is kind of nasty with the hordes of roaches he has.
Straight in, that's not required unless of course you want to keep them as pets and you want to keep them on display, then maybe you could do that. But for me, these guys are just gonna be...
Why would you want to keep them as pets though? Why would you keep roaches as pets?
Bred for feeders. So yeah, that is pretty much it. Here is the hotel for dubia roaches.
Dubia Roach Hotel.
Now you want to breed dubias really, really well. Make sure your temperature is about around 85 to 90 degrees. That works the best. It's not too hot, it's not too cool. It's just the sweet spot where they thrive and breed. So yeah, that is pretty much it for this enclosure. You want to leave some space at the top so they can't climb. They can't climb smooth surfaces, by the way. So awesome roaches. All right, now's the moment of the truth. Time to rehouse these guys into their enclosure over here, and hopefully they breed prolifically for us like how they did before this. Oh man, wow, okay. I'm such a genius. I've just destroyed this potential tarantula enclosure. Like, look at this. I could keep a tarantula in here, like literally, and I just destroyed it. I'm such a genius, man. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to filter those that I want to put in here to breed and those that I want to feed off.
Who's he gonna filter these? Is he gonna touch them?
Off. And definitely I'm feeding the males off because the females are the ones that we need in larger numbers. Oh, there we go. Here is the guy that I was speaking about earlier. So as you can see over here, this
actually touching the... Ooh, that's disgusting, man. He's actually touching it.
Guy, by the way, these guys don't bite, so you don't really have to worry. Look at him. His wings. Oh my gosh. No, 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 no. Don't run away. No, don't run away. Stay. Yeah, look at him. His wings are like gone, so this guy will be fed off later. You can stay in here for a while. So you want your males to be looking like this. Their wings like this, like a healthy wing. Here you go. Hey, 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 hey. Get in, get in. Woo! There we go. See? Straight away into the dark because these guys are nocturnals. They don't really like the light. Oh, girl, you're not running away. By the way, this is a female. You see, they don't have those long wings. So there we go. I'm not going to be counting them. Oh, wait, no. There's one dead one here. Oh, wait, no, he's not dead. I thought he was dead. Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, I'm not going to be counting them because...
How many died? Do you not touch bugs? No, I don't! Why would I touch bugs? I'm not like you weirdos going around and touching random insects. No? You will soon. No, I will not.
I trust this guy. I mean, I would like to trust him.
Is this just the mission of deer trying to manipulate me into getting a tarantula or any other weird bug?
So I'll just put them in as I go. I'm not gonna be taking this whole thing and...
Also, I feel like I would be too scared to touch them, not because also of the feeling, but also because I feel like I would have hurt them. I want to hurt them.
Dumping in because I want to filter them out. I don't want to put too many males in here. Usually the best ratio is 1 male to 3 females, but here is about 1 to 2 because there's like 80 females and 40 males. Yeah, something like that. These guys seem to be healthy, so can just be dumped in like that. There's babies around as well, which is awesome.
Oh, there's a baby around. Yanks it into the box. You won't have to. Good. I love bugs. Man, you just like, oh, there's a baby in here. Yanks it in there. POV, you're in an abortion clinic.
There's a little baby in there. In you go. Whoa, these guys. Oh man, this guy doesn't really look very healthy. Look at that, his wing. Yep, you're gonna be fed off later. Who else? This batch. Do you look healthy? Yeah, this batch looks okay. Yeah, they look pretty okay. So this one can just go in like this. Oh my gosh, one flew off. No way. No, 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 no. Where are you going, man? Where are you going? Come back here, buddy. You're not going anywhere. There we go. Okay, so there's quite a few babies, to be honest, and that's awesome. They can grow up to be nice little roaches. Oh, there's a little carrot in here. I see you put this in for them to eat. Oh my gosh, yep, that is a heck of a lot of cockroach. I think I'll put this as a thumbnail because this looks insane. Look at
the horde. I'm a racist cricket. I hate all bugs, not equally though. I love tapping. The tapping and sound of them crawling. You're interesting. All the little feet. You are very interesting. You won't have to touch them to keep them. Just get them in an enclosure and then you just water and feed. You will not make me get a fucking bug, bro.
That they all look pretty healthy. I mean, this girl, are you healthy? Yeah, she doesn't look... Oh, she's okay. I thought she was a bit lethargic over there for a bit, but she seems to be okay. Dang, there are quite a few in here. That's one big healthy female. Man, you want to hear this?
Common cockroach ASMR if you've reached here. The roach ASMR.
Oh, that sound just chills down your spines. I know a lot of you guys scared of cockroaches and you hear that. I'm pretty sure that's not what you guys really want to hear. Okay, this guy, oh no, oh, he disappeared. I didn't really like the looks of his wing. It's a little bit broken. I mean, I'm gonna be feeding off some of the males anyway, so anyone with a little bit chipped off wing, I'll just take it out. Like this guy. Yeah, this was the guy. Yep, I don't like your wing, so you're gonna be fed off to Elvarg. I know that sounds a little bit harsh, but you know, that's the reality of life. This one, yep, broken wing. This is what we call natural selection.
I see. I feel like you're insulting when you call me interesting. You are interesting. You are very interesting.
Okay, these look healthy enough for me, so... Oh, that satisfaction, though. The babies, get in. Hopefully these guys start breeding really quickly because, I mean, that's what we want, right? Okay, this guy...
What are you gonna send me next? A roach sex video? Love that ASMR, bro. Next day, deer will find someone who has a mosquito pets. Why do you give him ideas?
Yep, they're gonna be fed off as well. I think that's enough to feed off to Elvark. What do you guys think? Where do you think you're going, huh? Get out. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is one thing that's bad about dubia roaches when you're feeding tarantulas. Literally, they play dead. Look at that. They play dead. They freaking play dead. And tarantulas, they sense movement. So if you give a dubia roach and they play dead, the tarantula is not gonna detect.
It's not a good idea. Neither the roach sex video nor anything else. I don't wanna see the roachussy. The cockussy. Are we in Asmongold's community right now? Sounds like it.
Until the roach starts moving, of course. Oh, hair! That is nasty, man. Why would you ship me hair? That's gross. So I guess I'll just...
Oh, hair! Nasty! Oh, just yanks it into his own room.
Dump these guys in? Yeah, I don't want to put the carrot in though. Oh, look at this. Check this out. Check this out. This is an egg sac. This is called an uthika, I believe. Dubia roaches, they give birth. Sort of, they give birth. So the female, sometimes you can see them have this sticking out of their butts, but then they suck it back in and they give birth. I don't really know how it works, but this one is definitely, it's not working anymore. So yeah, we don't need that. They'll breed. Don't worry. I'll just put them in and let them start to explore. Come on, guys. You gotta move. I don't want your carrot in here. I'll feed you guys better food later. You're going off. Natural selection. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Stop playing around. Get back into... Oh, no. The carrot. No. Oh, my gosh. Yep. I didn't want to poop to go... Okay, this is a disaster. I didn't want poop to get into this enclosure. I mean, it's not like they're not gonna poop in here, but I mean, I just want to keep them as clean as possible for a few days. Okay, so yeah, that's it.
Bro, hearing a lot of cockroaches, disgusting. There's a scene in Shimonetta. Okay.
It looks like they're camping over here. They haven't explored here yet, which shouldn't take too long for them to do. Quite a bit of roaches. Yeah, there we go.
Puts roaches in container. Look at all these roaches.
Back to Dubias, guys. Back to Dubias. Some of you guys have been asking for updates. Well, I'm sorry, but my previous colony it was the end for them. So here is sort of a new update. But I will be doing updates on these guys in the future, so stay tuned for that video. Now, let's go and feed these guys to Elvarg. Or actually, let's feed one T that is in my room over here. Alright, let's choose you. I choose you, Dubia Roach.
Opponent for today.
That's what's gonna happen to Cricket now.
The GBB.
Whoa, okay, GBB is super...
Oh, that crunched. That crunched.
Super excited. Dubia Roach falls in, and GBB uses attack. Yeah! GBB uses grab. And that is the end of this Dubia Roach. Look at that, bro. That is the end of him. Rip, bro. Rip. Okay, I think this one's hungry as well. This is Salmopoeus cambridgei, Trinidad Chevron.
Who do I pick?
Huh? Okay, you want to play dead? Okay, fine. You're not going to be playing dead very, very soon. Because you will be dead, in fact.
Dubia Roach meets Trinidad Chevron.
Oh, Dubia Roach almost got taken. Oh, Dubia Roach has been taken. Oh my god.
Rip Bozo. Look at those roaches. Leave a like and comment. Be best roach in the container. For real. For real. Falls in. Dude, you threw him. Yeah, yanked him in. Just like, oh, look at all these baby roaches. Slaps the box against the other ones.
Gosh, you guys saw that takedown. That was epic. Alright, so now enough of the tease. We are heading over to Elvarg. Hey Elvarg, when was the last you ate a Dubia Roach? Like over a year ago? Well, today is your lucky day. Because man, I just bought some Dubia Roaches for you. You want some Dubia Roach, bro? You want it? Yes, Elvarg, let's go. Okay, wait, I'm gonna have to hold it properly so you don't eat my hand. Come on, you want your Dubia Roach? Yum, yum. Oh, yes, Elvarg. Let's go, Elvarg, let's go. Alright, yum, yum, yum.
I believe in Elvarg supremacy.
That's some nutritious little dubia for you. Because these guys are like 36% protein. I mean, he's been having Turks, crickets, and superworms lately. And I'm pretty sure he likes his dubias. Gotta shake off all the coconut fiber. Although I know coconut fiber doesn't really give them impaction, but you never know. Come on, Elvarg, you like your dubia, huh? Like your dubia? Yum, yum, nom, nom. This guy's like super lazy. I have to always like spoon feed him or like straight to his face and then only he'll eat.
What a diva. What a spoiled child. You spoiled this child.
He's like the laziest dragon ever. Like, look at that. Look at that. It's so lazy. You're the laziest guy ever, man. You're the laziest guy. Why? Can't you be like more hardworking or something? God damn it, Elvarg. So cute, but so lazy. Elvarg, here's another one. Here you go. You want it? Don't look at me like that. Come on. Grab it up properly, man. There we go. The crunch.
The crunch.
The crunch. Anybody hungry now?
Crunch, 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 crunch.
Somebody want some fried roaches?
Crunch, crunch. Yes, Elvarg, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Do we have any more in here? I don't know. Oh yeah, Elvarg, we have one more. Oh, actually we have two more. Come here, roach. Stop struggling. I'm just gonna feed you off. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I just want to feed you off to Elvarg. Please stop struggling, man. Elvarg. Elvarg.
Elvarg.
Elvarg. Dubia's here to meet you. Yeesh. Oosh. Oof. Oof. Oh. Man, it sucks to be that Dubia. He's gone. He's gone, man. He is gone. Alright. Good.
Rip Bozer, what the Roche final thought. I wish I would have stayed with Asmongold. He's got such a thick tongue. Yeah, he does. He does.
Job, Elvarg. We have one more for you. Yeah, this was the first one. The one that has the wings that are a little bit off. So, Elvarg, can you...
That one that's the fucked up the most is the one that gets eaten last.
Stop, Dubia. Stop it. Just stop it, okay? Stop. Come on, Elvarg. Here's the last one. Are you hungry, Elvarg? Oh my gosh. Dubia. No, 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 no. No. Hell no. Look at him. He just... Elvarg, here is the Dubia. Do you want the Dubia? Yes? Yes? Yeah. Don't play with your food. You want to eat it? You eat it. It's your last one. I won't feed you anymore today. Come on. There we go. Oh my gosh, you almost tagged me. Oh gosh, Elvarg, come on, man. You gotta chill. This guy doesn't give warnings at all. He just...
This is the only one I would want. Wonder if crickets would have killed Tarantula. Yep, definitely.
Grabs. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Okay, so that will be it for this video. We just unboxed some Dubia roaches. We just fed some teas, and now we feed Elvarg. Yep, I think this video is long enough. I think it's almost 20 minutes. I'm not quite sure. So if you liked it, be sure to thumbs it up. I mean, thumbs it up for Elvarg. See, Elvarg is a good boy. He's a good boy. And then thumbs it down if you...
Yeah, you should like and sub for Elvarg and the roaches. For the sacrifices of those proud warriors. 5 to 10 are most likely enough to kill a tarantula. Probably. What the heck? I'm mental retardation. It's over. Okay, yes, Crocorock.
Just don't like anything. If you're new to this channel, subscribe, hit that notification bell. If you like to support through Patreon, hit that, no, not hit that, that's for the notification bell. Patreon's social medias in the description below, so yeah. Dubia Roach Care video, description below as well. I think I'll see you guys in the next video. No, I'm not thinking. I will see you guys in the next video because you guys are gonna come back, right? Come on, don't leave me hanging like this. You guys take care and peace. I'll see you in the next, say it, Elvarg, video.
That was nice. That was nice. That wasn't as gross as I expected. Still a little gross, for real. Just those guys are just gross. But yeah, that was interesting to look at. That was interesting. As long as there's no roach sex video, we good. We good. Alright, I think last video of today. What am I gonna do? Let me see. What are we going to do? Ah, I got it. This one.
Giant ginger.
Calm down. We do this one as the last one for today. I think that's the last one for today. Yep, this is a perfect ending. The potential terrifying intelligence of orangutan. By Casual Geographic. I am orange. Orangutan are orange. We're just the same. Anyways, good night, Father. Good night, dear. Rest well. We'll just jump in. Hello, monkey! Frieza would not like this video.
Giant ginger tree hippies don't always choose peace, but in 2014, one shocked scientists when she not only orchestrated the life canceling of another, she essentially hired a hitman to do it. The hairy honey trap was executed by a young female named Condor, and the victim was a mother 20 years older named Sidoni, living in the swamp.
We got John Wick Monkey before GTA 6. That's interesting.
Forests of Indonesia's Mawas Reserve, the two had beef going back all the way to 2009, with Condor curiously approaching Sidoni's at the time 7-year-old daughter, and Sidoni defensively smacking and biting Condor before chasing her off. The perceived insolence stuck with Condor, and the disrespect was tattooed into her psyche.
Yeah, that's me and my brother. Down you go. I've seen one flip someone off. True crime orangutan. Yep. Monkey.
She was not letting that slide. Years later, Condor would catch the eye of a male named Echo, and the two would eventually run into Sidoni. They both approached, and Echo seemed to inspect Sidoni, who was now jockeyed by her 4-year-old son. Echo seemed curious in the mother, before losing interest and proceeding to mate with Condor. Right in front of Sidoni. Call it passion or power play, but either way, when Sidoni tried exiting the situation, Condor escalated, ending the lovemaking and savagely beating Sidoni. But what blew researchers away was Echo going from bystander to participant. For 33 minutes, the two took turns beating on Sidoni, sometimes together, sometimes just Condor, with Echo blocking off any escape routes. It was an honest to Abe jumping, and his much larger canines meant Echo inflicted the bulk of the
Damn, they beating each other's ass. Wow. Well, we know that these guys are cruel. I mean, there's plenty of cases where chimpanzees were smirking smaller monkeys, or straight up just in groups smirking gorillas.
The damage. The pair didn't stop until a fourth orang, a male named Guapo, chased Echo off and ran defense for Sidoni, before mating with her. The Orange Knight would be too late, as little over
Okay. Monkey hates other monkey. One monkey gets mate. Mate and monkey beat up other monkey. New monkey joins, makes the other two go away, and mates with beat up monkey. What is this? This sounds like a weird plot of a weird romance. Dark romance.
For 2 weeks later, Sidoni became past tense due to her injuries, and scientists were left wondering what they had just witnessed. In over 26,000 hours of observation, only 6 female and female attacks were recorded, and none caused serious injuries. Yet here was a spiteful orang leveraging her carnal currency, specifically to erase one of her rivals, and Echo acting as a hired gun. Premeditated and personal, it was a shockingly dark look into the intelligence of the forest man. One that begs the question, just how smart are they, and just what could they be capable of? To say orangutans are—
They probably think like, haha, dumb human, pay taxes. Me live for free. That's probably what it is. Chimpanzees are much crueler than orangutan. Usually they chill. I haven't seen a beating like that since Rodney King.
Intelligent is honestly disrespectful, because this tree-happy ginger ape is damn near human. That is an animal that can 100% speak. They just really don't want to deal with taxes, and that's only partially a joke. Their name, orang-utang, literally translates to man of the forest, because locals swore they were plus-size people that chose not to speak because they know then they'd have to get jobs.
Plus-size people who chose not to speak. That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, I will be running when one of those just stands up and starts uttering hello. I'd be like, I'm getting PETA. Not only do they take care of animals, they're also pretty good at disposing of them.
In 2014, a court in Argentina actually granted—
Holy fuck, is that Tectone? He is. Look, bald.
Human rights to Sandra the orangutan after 20 years of captivity. There's a cute saying that goes, if you give a chimp a screwdriver, it'll use it as a weapon. A gorilla would accidentally break it. A bonobo would become the screwdriver, but an orangutan, he'd hide it, use it to dismantle his cage, and then let all his friends out. There's a bunch of reasons for this brainy Bigfoot, and one of them is them being the biggest mama's boys on Earth. No other mammal spends more time with its mother, except humans. In the up to and often over 10 years of being her shadow, baby orangs learned everything about how to orangutan. Not only that, but daughters often live around their moms even after having their own baby. This means orangutans are one of the few animals that have a legitimate culture, and what
they have a bro, orangutans seem to have more of a family unit nowadays than even we do. Crazy.
We see is a sum of generational wisdom passed down. In 2022, a notorious Sumatran male named Raucus was seen using a medicinal plant to help heal a face wound he'd gotten in a fight. The 30-something-year-old applied the chewed-up paste of the akar kuning, an anti-inflammatory, antibacterial flowering plant traditionally used to treat malaria and diabetes. Raucus applied the paste for 7 minutes until it covered his wound, and 5 days later, it was completely healed. It's not the first time we've seen animals self-medicate. Parrots will
Damn, they can use medicine that they know. Cool. Interesting. Parrots
eat clay to detox from all the leaves, and elephants will apparently eat certain plants to induce labor. But what made Raucus so radical is the simple fact that they rarely eat that plant to begin with. There's more evidence of orangs self-medicating with the same plants used by locals, and it's likely this knowledge was taught, and not by humans. Mothers will even teach their young to have the same preferences for food, so that when they get older, they can forage in the same area without directly competing with all the other mother-child pairs. Another thing this citrus simian is smart enough to understand is calculated
citrus simian. Calculated reciprocity. In this viral video, you see this man Vitaly trade snacks with a zoo orangutan. Not only did the hairy haggler refuse until he understood that he'd be getting something back, I swear you can see him check for zookeepers. If it sounds like a stretch, it's scientifically proven this untaxable entity understands the concept. Two orangutans at the Leipzig Zoo. They understand trade. Does that mean I would make them pay taxes, let them work? What do you mean they don't understand? They understand trade, but they don't work?
Zoo in Germany were given 3 different tokens and quickly learned that they could exchange one type for bananas for themselves. The second token type would earn bananas for the other orang, and the third type had no monetary value whatsoever. At first, the female,
"You fuckers understand money." Yeah, let them pay taxes.
Doc had no problem exchanging tokens to get the male, Bim, bananas. But Doc realized Bim wasn't really returning the favor, so she became a lot less generous. That gave Bim enough of an attitude adjustment to start trading his tokens more, until their efforts became closer to equal. There's another story of a zoo orangutan taught to
Are you attempting to teach them prostitution? Next, what's going on? Understand things they're willing, it's good for them, they don't understand the rest. Well, make them understand taxes.
Exchange any trash he found in his enclosure for a food reward. Except he then realized if he just returned the trash in pieces, that would just mean more food for him, which was unfortunate when the trash was someone's phone. And
That cute might delete later.
Tragic when it turned out to be a formerly alive possum. But what exactly is it that makes orangutans so smart? Well, the superpower is—
Why is bro aura farming? Bro is just standing slouched or like there, like bro's aura farming. Why is this monkey man aura farming?
It's how they learn. When orangutans are spending all that time with their mothers, they learn everything they need to by watching and copying. Even after they leave, young males will find an older, phalangeed male to use as a role model, learning how to be an alpha male by mimicking everything he does. Mimicry is how they learn, and that learning creates cultures. It's scientifically proven when resources are good, orangs spend more time around each other and more time peering, watching, observing.
Look, this man is washing himself. He is no longer stinky.
The other orangs. It's not just people watching, it's gathering intel, and they don't just do it to each other. Orangs regularly learn things just by watching the humans around.
Bro, he has a saw now? Nah, bro. Nah. Stop. We are not starting Planet of the Apes. Monkeys, stop to think about the value of life. Why are we here? Just to suffer?
Around them. This male was seen attempting to catch fish after clocking locals doing it, and one female, Supina, tried starting a fire by dipping a glowing stick in kerosene, blowing on it, and even—
Bro is starting. They discover fire. Give them a little bit more time. They will start learn speech.
Even rubbing it with another stick. But this shadow clone jutsu can be wildly inconvenient. Camp Liki is an orangutan research and rehabilitation reserve where the Auburn apes have plenty of opportunities to study humans right back, leading to the trend of orangutans untying canoes from the dock and stealing them, and not even triple or quadruple knots can discourage them. Fun fact, it takes about a 7-hour canoe ride to get to camp, so one documentary crew decided to save time with a speedboat. They lost that time after a redman stole the boat and left them stranded. The power of perception has taught—
That is crazy. They do be using boats. Sorry, but there are no paying taxes without work. Teach them to work means Planet of Monkeys will become 50% more real. At that point, who cares? We deserve it.
O-rings had a breastfeed, drive, and even saw wood, all from watching a human. It said O-rings have the intelligence of a 4-year-old, but I've yet to see a toddler that did its own laundry. Now you're seeing what I'm saying. Bro's smart enough to talk, wise enough not to. And she's only song like that so we don't catch on. But what if I told you there's an even higher level of intelligence they can get to? Deception. Deception requires foresight and anticipating the actions
Among Us?
or thoughts of another party. That's where intelligence can get scary. If orangutans have the capacity to trick us, we're talking about a whole different ballgame. Which brings us to the story of Fu Manchu. Now we're talking about an orangutan outsmarting humans, and it happened in the 60s in Omaha Zoo in Nebraska. I know, nothing ever happens in Nebraska. One day, zoo director Jerry Stone was doing his rounds when a couple keepers ran up to him. Panicking, they told him not 1, but 5 orangs had escaped and were roaming the zoo. This was not good. Like all apes, an orang outside is a code red situation, and a starting lineup of them walking amongst people was a canon event begging to happen. All it would take was a human or orang getting too curious for it to be a bad time for everyone, and Jerry sprinted to them before anything could happen, and he found them just chilling. Yeah, Jerry was greeted by 5.
Bro's just chilling. Bro is just spending a good time. Hey, let's break out of the zoo. Actually, let's just chill around and see what the hairless monkeys are doing.
5 fugitives just people watching in the elm trees by the elephant building. Clearly all they wanted to do was visit the zoo like everyone else. But you can't just have several hundred pounds of primate in public unsupervised, so Jerry literally went up the tree, grabbed an orang by the hand, and led them all back to the exhibit with no resistance. Jerry was less gentle with his staff, and let it be known that another mistake like that and someone would get pink slipped straight into unemployment. Clearly Stone made his point, because nothing like that would ever happen again. Until next week, when it happened again. Yup, somehow, some way, orangutan gang got out again. No one got hurt. They actually went to the exact same spot in the trees.
What did they do? How did they do this? What did they have? How did they escape?
But a troop of tangerine men exercising free will is a nightmare for zoo PR, and this time, Jerry was ready to give someone permanent PTO, because no shot someone went through all that school in debt just to not close a furnace door. So imagine what went through Jerry's mind when the Tans got out again. But this time, there was a catch. I used to think you'd only hear this line in a movie, but nah, someone actually ran up to Jerry and said, "You gotta come see this." And he wasn't wrong. You see, in the orangutan exhibit, there was a moat, and down at the bottom of that moat was a furnace door. And sure enough, they caught one of the males, Fu Manchu, fiddling with the door. They were watching from a distance so Fu wouldn't see them, but they couldn't see exactly what Fu was doing. All they knew was suddenly the door flew open and Usain Bolt felt a disturbance as these men broke the sound barrier running down the
I love that clip of the monkey running fast. I guess they learned the times the zoo opened the gate and learn to hide near the gate. That could be, or something like that.
Stop them. So now the solution was simple. Clear the enclosure of anything that could be used to escape and do it daily. And sure enough, the orang breakouts came to an end. For about a week until it happened again. Jerry was—
Bro, at that point, just let him be. At that point, just let him be. At that point, nah, let's just let him be.
Wasn't even mad, just tired. Remember, he was a zoo director, and these Mandarin menaces were monopolizing his life. And it was while perp walking Fu Manchu, who just had to
we're just carrying him around.
have the biggest eating grin. Jerry noticed a glimmer out the corner of his mouth. He pulls it out, and it all becomes clear. Out was a 4-inch piece of wire bent like a horseshoe.
Are you telling me this fucker used the piece of wire to escape
that Fu Manchu had stashed between his lower lip and gum? The very hairy Houdini had been using it as a lockpick for weeks and hiding it in his—
There is no way. You gotta be shitting me. There's no way. Give him citizenship at this point. Bro is human. Bro is just as human as everyone else here. He's just a little bit more hairy, but that's it. How the fuck did he use that as a— Bro, that's crazy.
His oral wallet. No one taught Fu. Not only did he orchestrate his own emancipation, he had the foresight to realize he couldn't have the key out around keepers or else it'd get confiscated. Fu Manchu would be named an honorary member of the Locksmith Union of the United States, and Jerry Stone would go on to work with several other interesting apes, including a gorilla named Harambe.
Well, Harambe Lockpick, those motherfuckers have skills I wish I had. Dude, they can speak. They can speak and just chose not to.
Manchu wouldn't be the last, or arguably the most creative. 27-year-old Carta used a stick to short-circuit an electric wire, and then used a bunch of sticks as a ladder to climb out her enclosure. She then just sat and enjoyed.
What the fuck are they doing? That's crazy! Wow, they can use that, bro. That is pure insanity. They just short-circuited that. That's crazy. That's wild. These guys are wild. These guys are insane.
The view for 30 minutes until her keepers pulled up with tranquilizers, at which point she just went back in. Last year, Kimbali broke out of an $11 million habitat in Toronto by cartwheeling past a wire barrier. Mind you, that habitat opened up the summer before. Bro flexed on them 11 million ways. The important thing is, in none of these cases do you see an orang get out with malicious intent. Most times they just cosplay as people. But what if one did have beef and use his powers for malfeasance? This is
Well, let's hope that that does not happen. Calm the man's maliciousness here.
Ken Allen. It's the most famous name in orangutan lore, and you wouldn't even know the name if his mother Maggie had succeeded in smothering him before he even got it. He'd be named after the two zoo officials that would raise him instead, Ken Willingham and Ben Allen. As a baby, he'd soft launch his shenanigans by regularly unscrewing the bolts of his crib and dismantling it. And once he got too big for a crib, keeper Joanne Thomas would take him around the zoo in a stroller. A decision that arguably cost the zoo thousands. 5 days after moving into his new enclosure, June 13, 1985, Ken climbed a wall and got out. Years before, folks caught Ken building a DIY ladder out of some branches.
Look at this fucker. He knows exactly what's going on. Look at him. He's smirking. He's smirking. Sometimes animals remind us they can live and think and stuff. Stop thinking. You're scaring me. Look at this smirk. Look at this. Look at this. He knows exactly what he's doing. He just does. I mean, look at him. He knows. He is self-aware.
One thing I didn't mention is living in the trees full time means orangutans literally make their beds every single night. Up to 20,000 in a life. Clearly the craftsmanship carries on. Ken Allen spent his freedom wandering the zoo, taking pictures with patrons before getting escorted back. Not a great thing to happen, but no one got hurt, the wall he scaled got extended, and surely this wouldn't happen again. July 29th of that year, Ken found a way.
He does it anyways. He does it anyways. They are just as human as everyone else. Give them freedom.
Out again, but this time, his intentions weren't pure. You see, there was another orang, Otis. Ken did not like Otis. Ken hit.
Why does his forehead look like a butt face? Like a butt. Did bro get hit by a coconut? I mean, look at this.
Hated Otis. He hated him so much that they actually had to be separated because orangs might be an endangered species, but as long as they are roommates, Otis was an endangered individual. So when Ken escaped a second time, he went straight for Otis's corner and chucked rocks at him. That premeditated stoning put him in solitary confinement, but I'm sure Ken will tell you it was worth it. But the reason for the beef might have been jealousy. Otis was the breeding star of San Diego, with nearly 10 kids and 3 wives. Ken hated him as a
type of negativity. Bro was like, this man's stealing all my bitches. It's like when you get your eyebrows closer that make that kind of butt face. Yeah, but bro looks with that humongous head. He looks like he had like a serious brain trauma, like a coconut hit his head, or like an anvil.
Concept. So the zoo gave him 4. And of course that backfired, when Ken started teaching them how to disrespect infrastructure too. One day, someone left a crowbar in the enclosure, and instead of using it while everyone watched, he just tossed it aside, like he didn't even care. An actual orang move, except he threw it to a female named Vicky, and she used it to pry open a window and free them both. Also, Otis wasn't the only victim. Apparently he took offense to a TV crew filming a documentary on gorillas and pelted them with rocks, until he ran out of rocks and started using cannonballs from his colon. Ken was so crafty, employees would only have a chance of studying him.
Wait, bro was throwing rocks, and then when he ran out of rocks, he started throwing shit at them. Shit throwing, literally.
If they dressed like regular guests, cause Ken would never incriminate himself if someone in uniform was around. Ken would break out a few more times, never hurting anyone, except Otis. He did one.
Bro even learned to avoid the police.
Once approach a child and mumble, "No one will ever believe you," before walking away, and if you doubt that, your disbelief makes his legacy stronger. His legacy was he cost the zoo over $40,000 in zoo enhancements, undercover surveillance, electric wiring, and even hired rock climbers to find every possible.
He was just testing out how far you could go, right? He was just testing out if the zoo is safe, right?
Finger, foot, and toe hold, but he likely made that back and more with all the PR Ken Allen brought to the zoo just by being himself. But except for Otis, who, let's be real, must have done something to deserve it, Ken Allen never used his intellect to inflict violence. Bro just wanted a vibe. But what could an orang with a human grudge do? There's a story of an orangutan actor hating his trainer and waiting until the two were alone up in a tree, where Pierre strangled his human op and threw him to the ground. But the only proof is the obscure article I couldn't find a source for. Plus, Pierre was probably in the right. Now, Joe's revenge was more than just a story. Joe was an orangutan that appeared in over 100 movies by 1919. This was a time where there were no laws against capturing,
Interesting. Crazy. Wow. Okay.
selling, and even killing wild orangutans. Universal Studios would take full advantage, and as cute as he was as a toddler, things changed once he became a teen. There would be several incidents with Joe, including a lawsuit where a security guard claimed Joe had mauled him with over 40 bites. There was another time he escaped, and when police pulled up to catch him, Joe stole an officer's gun. But the most infamous
Bro! That's crazy. Did he use it as well? Grand Theft Monkey?
This was Joe breaking out of the Universal Zoo, serving straight chaos for 3 days, and even releasing 15 wolves and his elephant friend Charlie on the way out. But Joe did seem to have a code. Not only did he never attack women or children, he'd often defend them. One scene had an actor pretend to spank a child, but because Joe don't play pretend with the little ones, the orang went O-line and leveled the guy. Another scene had Joe's character help rob a lady, but when good guy Joe saw the villain looming over her, Joe folded his clothes, with him in them. By 1924, Joe was retired from show business after being deemed too dangerous to work with. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, it's Team Joe over here. But there's an even darker side to it.
Yeah, I'm on Joe's side here too. You can tell some monkeys are archer type. Yeah, I'm on the monkey side here. The panic I would have if I seen a monkey with a gun. Yeah, it would have been over. It would have been over. Officially, Planet of the Apes has started.
Orangutans, so dark that I'ma just drop this. Here's an ad while you consider your options. Birute Galdeques is a primatologist and one of the leading experts on orangutans, and in the 70s, she arrived at Camp Liki in Tanjung Puntin National Park, where she was immediately warned by native Indonesians that some male orangutans can find humans attractive and occasionally physically.
Pause! Pause! We are not getting into the orangutan, raping. Are we doing that?
And forcefully act on it. She didn't believe it until a male walked into camp one day and violated a female cook, and even multiple people trying to wrestle him off couldn't stop the salacious onslaught. It's now advised that menstruating women either avoid orangs or walk around with a club. So as you can see, orangutans are capable of anything from petty theft and zoo escapes all the way.
Bro said he wants the humanusi. What the heck, bro? That's wild.
To premeditated census layoffs. But honestly, they could and should be way worse. An orangutan has never been on record murking a man, and some have had very good reasons. Joe Martin had every good reason, and the fact that he died with no body says more about his kind. The strong mom bond means Joe's mom was almost certainly destroyed for him to be taken. Joe suffered all manners of neglect, including electrical burns from wires, eye damage from the constant.
Yikes, orangutan, bro, stop.
And stage lights. He was given cigars and alcohol which ruined his health, and he was even knocked out by former heavyweight James Jeffries, all without never really interacting with another orang.
Bro was throwing hands with humans, or the other way around. A human was throwing hands with Joe. That's crazy.
Joe going through all that and never severely maiming someone is our entire relationship with orangs in a nutshell. We have done far more to them than for them, in worse ways than you think. I can't even say what this one went through. Just know her name is Pony and her story is not for the weak. Orangutans as a whole are a victim of humanity, and the worst part is what happens when they're gone. Once all the orangs in an area are gone, all the generational knowledge of how to live there dies with them. It's not just a species, it's an entire culture that goes extinct with no way of bringing it back. So what can you on your phone, computer, or TV do? One is obviously support an organization that helps with research and rehabilitation, which is why I'll be donating to Orangutan Foundation International, founded by Galdekis herself. Link down below if you'd like to as well. Also, never support a place that uses orangutans as tourist traps. Any place that lets you pay to play with an orangutan is a huge red flag. But probably the best way is to avoid palm oil. Palm oil.
Yeah, palm oil. Yeah, that makes sense. But to be fair, that won't stop BlackRock from doing it anyways.
Is the leading cause of their extinction, and it's in 50% of household products in the West. It's a commitment, but it's looking like we either give up the oil or negotiate the red ape's existence. The choice is yours, just know the orangutans would probably do the same for us. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. But first, I wanna thank y'all. If you remember my elephant sanctuary video, then you know that the park actually flooded a month after I visited. A flood that cost 2 rescued elephants their lives. But you guys—
No, not the elephants!
Came through with the donations, and Miss Lek Chyler was so grateful they actually made a cake with my name and gave it to the elephants. And seeing my favorite animals eating out of my namesake cake would have been impossible without you guys, so thank you all. Hopefully one day I can do the same for Camp Leaky, but until then, drink water, hug your mother. If an orangutan hits you, apologize because you deserved it. And I'ma see y'all in the next one.
That was cool. That was a cool video. Thank you for the recommendation. That was awesome. Well, now we know. Orangutans are way too close to humans. Planet of the Apes is real. They can speak, they just choose not to. And they can use tools. And possibly even guns. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. Guys, I will be ending here. Thank you so much for watching today. We will be back tomorrow as usual. Maybe, depends. If I feel like it. If I can't handle a 12-hour stream on Monday without a break, we'll see. But yeah, have a good day or night. I will see you tomorrow. And yeah, bye-bye. Dogun or Gamba will catch you. Farewell.